What is good? My late-night sugar inspectors who definitely didn't need a snack 5 minutes ago. I'm glad you decided to tune in with the best sleep aid ever. It's glowing low and steady around here, the kind of warmth that makes slow work feel even slower. This is, as always, a carefully researched and thoughtfully written sleep story, built from historical records and real agricultural practices, designed to be accurate and easy to unwind with. Tonight, we're easing into the history of sugarcane and how it's grown and produced. The long fields, steady harvests, and patient steps that turn something simple into something people have relied on for generations. If this slow-paced, boring content helps you relax, you're welcome to follow along, leave a like, and share where you're listening from and what time it is for you. Each episode here is carefully put together to bring real history into a calm, sleep-friendly space without rushing through it. Now ease a little deeper into your spot, grab that blanket, and let the steady warmth of the fire carry you quietly into the rest of the story. You're about to embark on a journey through 10,000 years of human history, all contained within the humble stalk of a grass that changed the world. Tonight you will follow the path of sugarcane from the misty highlands of New Guinea to the gleaming refineries of the modern age, discovering along the way how this simple plant-shaped empires crossed oceans and eventually found its way to your morning coffee. The air in the New Guinea highlands hangs thick with moisture even before dawn. You stand barefoot in the soil, watching the eastern sky lighten from deep purple to a softer shade of grey. Around you, tall grasses sway in the morning breeze, their stalks thick as your wrist and taller than your head. These are not the wild grasses your ancestors ignored for generations. These are different. Someone discovered the secret perhaps 9,000 years ago, though the exact moment is lost to time. A person bit into one of these stalks and tasted something that changed everything. The woody exterior gave way to fibrous flesh, and that flesh released a juice sweeter than anything the tropical world had yet offered. Honey was rare, fruit was seasonal, but these grasses grew reliably in the warm, wet climate of the island. The first cultivators learned by trial and observation. They noticed that certain stalks produced sweeter juice than others. They saved these stalks and planted them in cleared patches near their settlements. Over centuries they selected for sweetness, for stalk thickness, for plants that grew quickly and resisted the occasional dry spell. They did not understand genetics, but they practiced it anyway. The selection process itself was methodical despite lacking written records. Experienced growers could assess cane quality by touch alone. They ran their hands along stalks, feeling for the perfect combination of firmness and flexibility. They squeezed sections between their fingers, judging moisture content and fibre density. The best stalks made a particular sound when struck sharply, a hollow thunk that indicated optimal sugar development. These subtle cues were passed from generation to generation through demonstration and practice. You can imagine the work involved in those early gardens. The land needed clearing, which meant hours spent cutting back jungle growth with stone tools. The sound of stone striking wood echoed through the valleys as men and women worked side by side. Children learned by watching, first helping with small tasks and gradually taking on more responsibility as their skills developed. The physical transformation of jungle into garden was profound. Dense vegetation gave way to ordered rows where sunlight could reach the ground. Bird species changed as habitat shifted. New insects arrived to feed on the cane itself. The soil required turning, mixing in ash from controlled burns to enrich the earth. The burns themselves were carefully managed affairs, not the wildfires that could destroy entire valleys. Small sections were cleared and dried, then ignited on calm days when the smoke would rise straight up rather than drifting into living areas. The ash that remained was rich in minerals that the cane would later draw upon. The earth smelled different after burning, sharper and more mineral than the usual green scent of jungle soil. Each sugarcane cutting had to be planted at the right depth, watered regularly, and protected from wild pigs that found the sweet stalks as irresistible as humans did. The pigs were cunning adversaries. They learned the locations of cane patches and returned nightly if not deterred. Communities built fences from split bamboo, erected platforms for night watchers, and sometimes trained dogs to sound alarms when pigs approached. The conflict between farmer and pig has continued for 9,000 years wherever sugarcane grows, an ancient struggle with no permanent victor. The harvest came after 12 to 18 months of patient waiting. Workers cut the mature stalks near the ground using sharpened bamboo or stone blades. The work was hard on the hands and back. The stalks were heavy, and the fields extended across hillsides where footing was uncertain. Yet the reward justified the effort. Fresh sugarcane juice became a valued part of community celebrations, offered to honoured guests and consumed during festivals. The timing of the harvest required careful judgment. Too early and the stalks contained mostly water with minimal sweetness. Too late and pests might damage the crop, or tropical storms could flatten entire fields. Experienced growers examined the cane closely in the weeks before harvest. They checked the colour of the stalks, looking for a particular deepening from green to golden that indicated peak maturity. They tested random stalks by cutting and tasting, developing a sense memory for the exact level of sweetness that meant readiness. The harvest itself was a communal event in many early societies. Extended families and neighbouring groups would gather to help, knowing that their own harvests would receive similar support. The work began at first light when the air was still cool. Sharp calls and laughter echoed across the fields as people organised themselves into teams. Some cut, some carried, some processed. The division of labour evolved naturally based on strength and skill. The method of extraction was beautifully simple. Workers stripped away the hard outer layer of each stalk to expose the soft pith inside. This stripping required technique rather than mere strength. A skilled worker used a sharp edge to score the tough exterior lengthwise, then peeled it away in long strips that fell to the ground. The exposed interior was pale yellow or white, slightly translucent and visibly moist. Pressing a thumbnail into this pith would release a bead of juice that tasted intensely sweet. They cut this pith into manageable sections and crushed it between stones, or pounded it with wooden mallets. The crushing stones were often paired, one flat and one rounded, positioned so gravity and leverage did most of the work. A worker would place cane sections on the flat stone and roll the rounded stone over them with firm, steady pressure. The sound was rhythmic. A wet crunch repeated hundreds of times as the fibres broke down and released their treasure. The juice that ran out was cloudy and pale green, nothing like the clear liquid you might expect. It carried bits of fibre and had a slightly vegetal smell underlying the sweetness. Fresh from the crushing, it was barely cool, taking the ambient temperature of the tropical air. The first taste was always remarkable. The sweetness hit your tongue immediately, but it came with complexity. There were grassy notes, a faint earthiness, and a clean finish that invited another sip. This juice did not keep well. In the tropical heat, it began fermenting within hours, bubbling and developing a sharp, alcoholic edge that was not entirely unpleasant. The fermentation was visible and audible. Small bubbles rose to the surface, creating a light foam. The liquid made tiny popping sounds as carbon dioxide escaped. The smell shifted from purely sweet to something more complex, with fruity esters developing as yeasts began their work. Some communities embraced this transformation, creating the world's first sugarcane wines. Others preferred their juice fresh and developed rituals around immediate consumption. Children received small amounts as treats. Healers mixed it with medicinal herbs to make bitter remedies more palatable. The sugarcane plant itself became woven into the cultural fabric of New Guinea societies. Its leaves, long and blade-like, found use as roofing material for temporary shelters. The bagasse, or crushed fibre left after juice extraction, dried into a useful fuel for cooking fires. Even the thick stalks, once their juice was depleted, could be split and woven into rough baskets or temporary fencing. Archaeological evidence suggests that sugarcane cultivation spread slowly across the island, carried by trading networks and marriage alliances between different groups. A successful harvest in one valley would inspire neighbours in the next valley to try their own plantings. Knowledge passed from one generation to the next through observation and oral instruction. There were no written manuals, no agricultural extension services, just patient teachers showing attentive students which stalks to choose, when to plant, and how to recognise a field ready for harvest. The plant thrived in its native environment. New Guinea offered everything sugarcane needed. Temperatures stayed warm year-round. Rainfall was abundant but not overwhelming. The volcanic soil provided rich nutrients. Sugarcane had found its perfect home, and for thousands of years it stayed there, unknown to the wider world. Then traders began to notice. The outrigger canoe rides low in the water, heavy with cargo. You sit among bundles of dried fish, stone tools, and carefully wrapped sections of sugarcane stalk. The journey from New Guinea to the islands of Southeast Asia will take weeks, following established trade routes that connect distant peoples through the exchange of goods, stories, and agricultural knowledge. Sugarcane cuttings travelled well, better than many other plants. Unlike seeds that might spoil or fail to germinate in foreign soil, these thick sections of stalk contained everything needed to start a new plant. Each node along the stalk held a dormant bud that could sprout roots and shoots when planted. Traders wrapped the cuttings in damp leaves to keep them alive during sea voyages. The success rate was surprisingly high. Island communities in what we now call Indonesia received sugarcane with interest around 5,000 years ago. The plant adapted readily to new homes across the archipelago. Each island offered slightly different growing conditions, and the cane responded by developing local variations. Some varieties grew taller, others developed thicker stalks or sweeter juice. Farmers selected for traits that matched their specific needs and environments. The cultivation techniques evolved along with the plant. Indonesian farmers developed more sophisticated irrigation systems, channeling water from mountain streams to their cane fields through carefully constructed ditches and bamboo pipes. They learned to time plantings to take advantage of seasonal rainfall patterns. They discovered that ash from volcanic eruptions, while devastating to existing crops, enriched the soil and led to exceptional growth in subsequent plantings. India received sugarcane sometime around 4,000 years ago, though pinpointing the exact date remains impossible. The plant arrived via trade networks that connected Southeast Asian islands with the Indian subcontinent. Indian farmers recognized its potential immediately. The warm climate of the Ganges River Valley proved ideal for cultivation, and sugarcane fields spread rapidly across the region. Here, in India, something remarkable happened. Someone discovered that sugarcane juice could be boiled down into a concentrated syrup, and that syrup could be dried into crude crystals. This was not a sudden revelation, but rather a gradual process of experimentation. Perhaps a pot of juice was left too long over a fire. Perhaps someone noticed that spilled juice, when dried by the sun, left behind a sweet residue. However it occurred, the discovery of crystallization changed everything. The process of arriving at workable crystallization techniques took generations. Early attempts must have resulted in burned batches, sticky messes that refused to solidify, and crystals so impure they barely resembled sugar. But persistence paid off. Careful observation revealed the critical factors. The juice had to be boiled to precisely the right consistency, thick enough to crystallize but not so thick it burned. The cooling had to happen at the right speed, not so fast that the crystals remained tiny and useless, not so slow that the syrup spoiled before solidifying. The temperature control was the trickiest part. Ancient Indian sugar makers had no thermometers, only experience and tests passed down through apprenticeship. They would dip a finger into the boiling syrup, then quickly touch it to water. The way the syrup behaved in the water told them everything. Too thin and it would dissolve immediately. Too thick and it would form hard balls that were difficult to work with. The perfect consistency formed soft threads that could be stretched between finger and thumb. This thread test became foundational knowledge for sugar makers across the centuries that followed. The earliest sugar production was small-scale and labour-intensive. Workers cut and crushed the cane, then boiled the juice in clay pots over wood fires. The pots themselves were specialised vessels, wide at the mouth to maximise surface area for evaporation, and thick-walled to distribute heat evenly. A single pot might hold 10 or 20 gallons of juice. Larger operations used multiple pots arranged around a central fire, allowing workers to monitor several batches at different stages simultaneously. The liquid reduced slowly, thickening as water evaporated. The process took hours and required constant attention. If the fire burned too hot, the sugar would caramelize prematurely, turning dark and developing bitter notes. If the fire died down too much, the juice would cool and the process would stall. Workers learned to read the smoke, the sound of the boiling liquid and the colour of the syrup. These cues told them when to add wood, when to reduce heat, and when the batch approached readiness. When the concentration reached the right point, workers poured the syrup into shallow moulds where it cooled and hardened into dark, sticky crystals that bore little resemblance to the refined white sugar you know today. The moulds were often nothing ending more than half coconut shells or shallow clay dishes. The cooling syrup contracted slightly as it hardened, making removal from the moulds easier once the process completed. The resulting blocks were crude, studded with impurities, and varied in colour from light brown to nearly black depending on the skill of the maker and the quality of the original juice. These early crystals were called gur or jaggery, names that persist in South Asian languages to this day. The product was crude but revolutionary. Unlike fresh juice, these crystals could be stored for months without spoiling. They survived monsoon humidity that would ruin grain. They resisted the insects that plagued other stored foods. The crystalline structure itself provided protection, creating an environment so dry and energy-rich that microorganisms could not gain a foothold. They could be transported long distances without losing their sweetness. They could be traded, taxed, and turned into wealth. Sanskrit texts from around 2,000 years ago contain the first written references to sugar production. The Arthashastra, an ancient Indian treatise on statecraft and economics, mentions sugar as a commodity subject to taxation. Medical texts describe its use in various preparations. Religious writings reference it in rituals and offerings. Sugar had moved from being a simple treat to an important part of economic and cultural life. Indian sugar production techniques continued to improve over centuries. Workers discovered that adding lime to the boiling juice helped clarify it, removing impurities and producing lighter-coloured crystals. They learned to use multiple boiling stages, each one producing sugar of different qualities. The darkest, least refined product went to common people. The lighter, more refined crystals were reserved for wealthy households and religious institutions. The knowledge spread westward with remarkable speed. Persian traders carried sugar to their homeland around the 6th century. They brought not just the finished product, but also the knowledge of how to grow the cane and extract its sweetness. The Persian word for sugar, shakar, entered Arabic as sukkar and eventually became the sugar you use in English today. Arab merchants recognized a profitable opportunity. They established sugarcane plantations across their expanding territories, from North Africa to Spain. The Islamic Golden Age saw significant improvements in sugar processing technology. Arab engineers designed more efficient mills for crushing cane, using animal power instead of human muscle. They developed better furnaces for boiling juice, achieving higher temperatures and faster evaporation. They refined the crystallization process, producing purer sugar in greater quantities. The Crusades brought European soldiers into contact with Arab sugar production. These warriors, more accustomed to honey as their primary sweetener, encountered sugar in the Middle Eastern cities they besieged and briefly occupied. They brought the taste home with them, creating demand in European markets. Venice became the primary trading port for sugar entering Europe, and Venetian merchants grew wealthy facilitating this trade. Sugar remained expensive in medieval Europe, affordable only to the nobility and wealthy merchant class. A single pound of sugar might cost as much as several days' wages for a common labourer. It was used sparingly, mostly for medicinal purposes or as a display of wealth at elaborate banquets. The high cost created strong incentives to find ways to produce sugar more cheaply and closer to European markets. Portuguese explorers carried sugarcane to the Atlantic islands they colonised in the 15th century. Madeira and the Canary Islands proved suitable for cultivation, though not ideal. The climate was adequate but not perfect. Still, these plantations produced enough sugar to slightly reduce prices in European markets and whet appetites for more. Then came the discovery of the Americas, and everything changed again. The Caribbean sunlight hits differently than any light you've experienced. It bounces off turquoise water and white sand with an intensity that makes you squint even in early morning. The islands Columbus encountered in 1492 seemed like paradise to European eyes, but they lacked one crucial element. They had no sugar cane. Christopher Columbus brought cane cuttings on his second voyage to the New World in 1493. The plant took to Caribbean soil with enthusiasm that surprised even optimistic planters. The combination of tropical heat, abundant rainfall and rich volcanic soil created perfect growing conditions. Cane planted in Haiti grew faster and sweeter than cane in the Atlantic islands. The harvest came sooner, the yields were higher. The sugar content exceeded anything seen in the Old World. The Spanish established the first Caribbean sugar plantations on Hispaniola in the early 1500s. The Portuguese brought sugarcane to Brazil around the same time. The Dutch, English and French soon followed, each colonial power establishing plantations on whichever islands they could claim. By 1600, the Caribbean had become the world's primary sugar-producing region, a position it would hold for centuries. The scale of these operations dwarfed anything seen before. A single Caribbean plantation might contain hundreds of acres of sugarcane, far larger than the modest fields of India or the scattered plots of New Guinea. This expansion required labour, enormous amounts of labour, and that requirement led to one of history's darkest chapters. The transatlantic slave trade grew directly from European demand for sugar. You should know this history, uncomfortable as it is. Millions of Africans were forcibly transported across the Atlantic to work sugar plantations. The conditions they endured were brutal beyond measure. Sugar production in the Caribbean became synonymous with human suffering on an industrial scale. The sweet crystals that Europeans stirred into their tea carried the bitter taste of slavery. The plantation work followed a relentless rhythm. Fields needed constant attention. Workers planted new cane, weeded existing fields, irrigated during dry spells, and harvested mature stalks in a cycle that never truly ended. The harvest season brought the most intense labour. Cane had to be cut, transported to the mill, and processed quickly before the juice content declined. Workers laboured in shifts around the clock during harvest, working by torchlight when darkness fell. The cutting itself was back-breaking work. A skilled cutter could harvest a ton of cane per day, but the physical toll was severe. Workers bent at the waist for hours, swinging machetes to sever thick stalks near the ground. The cane leaves had sharp edges that cut exposed skin. The tropical sun beat down without mercy. Dehydration was constant. Injuries were common. Once cut, the cane had to reach the mill within 24 hours, or the sugar content would begin to drop. Workers bundled the stalks and loaded them onto carts pulled by oxen or mules. On larger plantations, narrow-gauge railways eventually transported cane from distant fields to central processing facilities. Speed mattered. Every hour of delay meant lost profit. The mills themselves were impressive pieces of engineering for their time. Early versions used animal power, with oxen or horses walking in circles to turn the crushing mechanism. Later mills employed water wheels where geography permitted, or wind power on flatter islands. The crushing rollers were massive cylinders of hardwood or iron that pressed the cane stalks, squeezing out the juice. The bagasse, that fibrous material left after crushing, found immediate use as fuel for the boiling house furnaces. This was elegant recycling. The waste product from one process powered the next step in production. Large plantations burned bagasse as their primary fuel source, requiring minimal additional wood or coal. The boiling house was the hottest place on any plantation. Imagine a long building open on the sides for ventilation, containing a series of copper kettles arranged over brick furnaces. The kettles decreased in size, starting with large vessels that might hold hundreds of gallons, and ending with smaller ones used for final concentration. This arrangement, called the Jamaica train, became standard across the Caribbean. The building itself was designed around the process. The roof was high to allow hot air and steam to rise and escape. The floor was stone or brick, chosen for durability and ease of cleaning. The furnaces were built from local materials, often coral rock or clay brick, with carefully constructed flues that drew smoke away from the work area. The heat was tremendous, even with the open walls. Workers near the final kettles laboured in temperatures that approached unbearable, their skins slick with sweat that evaporated almost as quickly as it formed. The process began when fresh cane juice flowed into the first kettle, called the Grand Copper. This initial vessel was massive, sometimes 6 feet across and 3 feet deep. The juice arrived through wooden or bamboo pipes directly from the mill, entering the kettle in a steady stream that workers monitored constantly. Too fast and the kettle would overflow. Too slow and the batch would burn before enough volume accumulated. Workers maintained a constant fire beneath, bringing the juice to a rolling boil. The fuel was bagasse from the mill, that crushed fibre left after juice extraction. It burned hot but fast, requiring constant feeding. A worker assigned to fire duty spent the entire shift carrying armloads of bagasse from the mill to the furnaces, maintaining temperature through sheer persistence. The glow of the fires turned the boiling house orange at night, visible from miles away. The light drew insects, which perished in the heat or fell into the boiling liquid below. As water evaporated, they ladled the concentrating syrup into the next kettle in line, and then the next, each one smaller and hotter than the last. The transfer required skill and nerve. Workers used long-handled copper ladles, plunging them into boiling liquid and transferring heavy scoops to the next kettle without spilling. Burns were common. A splash of thick, sticky syrup adhered to skin and continued burning until scraped away. Experienced workers bore scars on their forearms and hands, marks of apprenticeship earned through painful lessons. The entire sequence took hours, with workers monitoring carefully to prevent burning. Each kettle had an optimal boiling rate. Too gentle, and the process stalled. Too vigorous, and impurities failed to separate properly. The workers learned to judge by observing the surface of the boiling liquid. The right boiling action produced large, lazy bubbles that rose slowly and burst with soft pops. Wrong boiling appeared frantic and chaotic, with small bubbles breaking rapidly and foam threatening to overflow the kettle. The addition of lime helped clarify the juice, causing impurities to coagulate and float to the top where they could be skimmed away. The lime arrived as quicklime, calcium oxide produced by burning coral or limestone. Mixed with water, it became calcium hydroxide, a caustic substance that required careful handling. Workers learned through experience how much lime each batch needed. Too little, and the clarification was incomplete. Too much, and the sugar developed an unpleasant taste. The optimal amount varied with the quality of the cane and the mineral content of local water. The skimming process removed the scum that formed as impurities rose. Workers used perforated copper skimmers, wide shallow ladles with holes that allowed liquid to drain while retaining the solid material. The scum itself was a mix of plant waxes, proteins, soil particles and crystallized minerals. It had no commercial value and was usually discarded, though some plantations fed it to pigs or spread it on gardens as fertilizer. The colour ranged from pale green to dark brown, depending on the impurities present. The skill lay in knowing exactly when the syrup reached the right consistency for crystallization. Too soon, and the sugar would be grainy and incomplete. Too long, and it would caramelize, turning dark and bitter. Experienced workers judged by eye, watching how the syrup behaved when a small amount was dropped onto a cool surface. When the moment came, they removed the final kettle from heat and poured the thick syrup into cooling trays. As the syrup cooled, sugar crystals formed, surrounded by a dark liquid called molasses. Workers separated the two by draining the molasses through perforated containers, leaving behind raw sugar crystals that were brown, sticky, and far from the refined product you know. This raw sugar was called muscovado, and it was the main export product of Caribbean plantations. Some plantations attempted further refining, boiling the raw sugar again with water and lime to remove impurities. The process was imperfect, but produced lighter-coloured sugar that commanded higher prices in European markets. The truly white sugar you take for granted required additional refining in specialised facilities in Europe itself, adding another step and another layer of profit to the supply chain. The Caribbean sugar boom transformed global trade patterns. Sugar became the most valuable commodity in transatlantic commerce, surpassing tobacco, cotton, and coffee. Port cities like Bristol, Liverpool and Nantes grew wealthy on sugar profits. The sweetener that had once been a luxury reserved for royalty became affordable to the working classes of Europe. Tea and coffee drinking exploded in popularity, both beverages made palatable by generous additions of sugar. This democratization of sweetness changed European diets fundamentally. Sugar consumption in England increased from near zero in 1500 to about £4 per person annually by 1700, and to £18 per person by 1800. The human appetite for sweetness, once satisfied only occasionally by honey or fruit, now had access to unlimited supply at decreasing cost. The environmental impact was severe. Virgin forests were cleared to make room for cane fields. Entire island ecosystems were transformed into agricultural monocultures. The intensive cultivation depleted soil nutrients, requiring constant expansion into new areas. The sugar economy was fundamentally extractive, taking wealth from land and people while giving little back. Yet sugarcane cultivation spread beyond the Caribbean. Portuguese Brazil became a sugar powerhouse, at one point producing more than all the Caribbean islands combined. The French colony of Saint-Domingue, now Haiti, was the world's largest sugar producer before the slave revolution of the late 1700s destroyed the plantation system there. Spanish Cuba rose to prominence in the 1800s, becoming the last major sugar producer to abolish slavery, finally doing so only in 1886. The Industrial Revolution brought new technologies to sugar production. Steam-powered mills replaced animal and water power. Vacuum evaporation systems allowed boiling at lower temperatures, preserving more sugar and improving efficiency. Centrifuges spun raw sugar at high speeds, separating crystals from molasses far better than the old gravity drainage method. These innovations increased output while reducing labour requirements per tonne of sugar produced. The abolition of slavery across European colonies in the 1800s forced another transformation. Plantation owners turned to indentured labourers from India and China, people who were technically free but worked under contracts that barely differed from bondage. The suffering continued under new legal arrangements. Through all these changes, through centuries of human drama played out in cane fields and boiling houses, the plant itself remained constant. Sugarcane still grew best in tropical heat. It still required abundant water and rich soil. It still needed cutting by hand, at least until mechanical harvesters arrived in the mid-20th century. The fundamental nature of the crop shaped the societies that depended on it, creating patterns that persist to this day in sugar-producing regions. Dawn arrives differently on a modern sugarcane plantation. There are no conch shells summoning workers, no overseers with whips, no enslaved people dragging themselves to another day of forced labour. Instead, diesel engines cough to life. Mechanical harvesters warm their systems. GPS satellites track positions to within inches. The sugarcane industry has entered the 21st century, though much of the developing world still relies on traditional methods. You stand at the edge of a field in Brazil, the world's largest sugar producer. The plantation stretches to the horizon, thousands of acres of cane in various stages of growth. The organisation is immediately apparent. Fields are divided into neat blocks, each planted at different times to ensure continuous harvest throughout the season. Roads cut through at regular intervals, providing access for equipment. Irrigation pipes snake along the edges, ready to deliver water during dry periods. The variety growing here is not the same cane that ancient New Guineans cultivated. Modern sugarcane is the product of intensive breeding programs that have created hybrids optimized for sugar content, disease resistance, and mechanical harvesting. Scientists cross different varieties, test thousands of offspring, and select the rare individuals that show improvement over their parents. A successful new variety might take 10 years or more to develop, but the payoff in increased productivity is substantial. Planting begins with stem cuttings, just as it did 9,000 years ago, though everything else has changed. Modern plantations use mechanical planters that dig furrows, place cuttings at precise intervals, cover them with soil, and apply fertilizer in a single pass across the field. The efficiency is remarkable. A crew that once planted a few acres per day now plants dozens. The machines themselves are sophisticated agricultural equipment. They operate with multiple functions integrated into one chassis. The front section cuts furrows using angled discs that slice through soil and push it aside. The depth is controlled hydraulically, maintaining consistency even as terrain varies. Behind the furrow cutters, a conveyor system feeds cane cuttings from a hopper, dropping them into the furrow at programmed intervals. Sensors verify that each cutting lands properly positioned. If a cutting jams or falls incorrectly, the system alerts the operator who can stop and correct the problem. The cuttings come from dedicated seed nurseries, not from the main crop. These nurseries maintain pure strains of each variety, free from diseases and pests. Workers inspect each cutting before it leaves the nursery, ensuring quality control that would have amazed earlier generations of cane farmers. The attention to detail reflects the economic stakes. A plantation might invest hundreds of thousands of dollars in planting a single field, and poor quality seed stock could jeopardize that entire investment. The nurseries themselves are carefully managed environments. Irrigation is precise and scheduled. Pest monitoring is constant. Any sign of disease results in quarantine and destruction of affected plants. The cuttings taken for propagation come from mother plants that have been tested and verified disease-free. This system prevents the spread of viruses and other pathogens that can devastate sugarcane crops. Some diseases have no cure once established. Prevention through certified clean planting material is the only reliable defense. Once planted, the cuttings sprout within 2 to 3 weeks if conditions are favourable. First comes a single green shoot, then more, until each cutting produces a cluster of stems called a stool. These stems grow rapidly in the tropical climate, adding several inches per day during peak growth periods. The growth is visible if you watch long enough. A field that was bare soil in the morning shows green shoots by evening. Within a week, the transformation is dramatic. The young plants are vulnerable during this establishment phase. They need consistent moisture but not waterlogging, which promotes root rot. They require protection from weeds that would compete for light and nutrients. They need defense against insects that target tender young growth. Modern plantation managers address these challenges through integrated management systems that combine multiple approaches rather than relying on any single method. Within 4 months, the field transforms from bare soil to a forest of cane 8 feet tall. By harvest time, 12 to 18 months after planting, the cane towers 12 to 16 feet high, sometimes more. The leaves at the top create a canopy that shades the ground below, suppressing weeds and moderating soil temperature. Walking through a mature cane field feels like entering a green tunnel. The air is cooler than in the open. Sound is muffled by the density of vegetation. The smell is intensely vegetal, a rich, green scent that fills your lungs. Modern plantations manage fields with scientific precision. Soil tests determine exactly which nutrients are deficient. Fertilizer applications are tailored to address those specific needs. This targeted approach prevents waste and reduces environmental impact. Excess nitrogen that the crop cannot use washes into waterways, causing pollution. Excess phosphorus accumulates in soil and also eventually reaches water bodies. Precision agriculture applies only what the crop needs when it needs it. Irrigation is scheduled based on weather forecasts and soil moisture sensors. Pest management uses integrated approaches that combine biological controls, cultural practices, and minimal pesticide application. The goal is maximum sugar production while minimizing environmental impact and input costs. The harvest remains the most critical period. In some countries, particularly in developing regions, workers still cut cane by hand using machetes. The technique has been refined over centuries. A skilled cutter grips the stalk near the base, swings the machete in a smooth arc to sever it cleanly, then tops the stalk by removing the leafy portion that contains little sugar. The cut cane falls into piles that other workers gather and load onto trucks. Hand harvesting continues in areas where labour is cheap, terrain is difficult, or small farm sizes make mechanical harvesting uneconomical. The work remains as physically demanding as ever, though protective equipment and labour laws have improved conditions in many countries. A good cutter can still harvest 2 to 3 tons of cane per day, respectable output by any measure. Mechanical harvesting dominates in developed countries like Australia, the United States, and parts of Brazil. The harvesters are engineering marvels, massive machines that cost hundreds of thousands of dollars each, but can replace dozens of human cutters. A single harvester cuts, tops, and chops cane into short sections called billets, all while moving steadily through the field. The billets fall into a bin that dumps into accompanying trucks when full. A modern harvester can process 30 to 40 tons of cane per hour, working day and night during peak season. The machines do have limitations. They struggle on steep slopes and in muddy conditions. They cannot match human cutters for selectivity, sometimes damaging immature cane or leaving short stumps that complicate the next crop cycle. They require skilled operators and regular maintenance, but their productivity is undeniable, and their use continues to expand wherever conditions permit. The harvested cane begins losing sugar content immediately. The cut ends dry out. Enzymes break down sucrose into simpler sugars. Bacteria and yeasts begin fermentation. This deterioration accelerates in hot weather. To minimize losses, modern plantations have strict rules. Cane must reach the mill within 12 to 24 hours of cutting. Trucks run continuously during harvest season, creating a steady stream from field to factory. At the mill entrance, trucks drive onto scales. The incoming weight is recorded, then the truck proceeds to the unloading area. Here, different systems operate depending on the mill design. Some use cranes with grappling hooks to lift cane from truck beds. Others have tip platforms that hydraulically tilt entire trucks, dumping their loads onto conveyors. The most modern facilities use automated systems that require minimal human intervention. The cane moves along conveyors to the preparation area. Here, revolving knives shred the stalks into smaller pieces. Crushers then pound these pieces, rupturing the cell walls and releasing the juice inside. This preparation increases the efficiency of the subsequent extraction process. The preparation equipment operates at impressive speeds. The revolving knives are arranged on horizontal drums that spin at hundreds of revolutions per minute. As cane passes through, the knives slice it into ribbons thin enough that your hand could crush them. The sound is tremendous, a roaring shriek of metal through fibrous material that requires hearing protection for workers nearby. The shredded cane emerges as a mat of fibrous strips still damp with juice, but vastly easier to process than whole stalks. The crushers that follow are massive hammer mills fitted with hardened steel hammers that swing on pivots. As the shredded cane enters, the hammers beat it repeatedly, pulverizing the structure and rupturing the cells that contain sugar. The violence of this treatment ensures maximum juice release in the subsequent milling. The energy consumption is substantial. A large mill might use several megawatts of power just for cane preparation, equivalent to the electricity needs of a small town. The prepared cane enters the mill train, a series of heavy rollers that press progressively harder. The first mill removes most of the juice. The crushed material, called bagasse, passes to a second mill where water is added and the pressing repeated. This extracts additional sugar from the fibre. Some mills have 4 or 5 stages, each one squeezing out a little more juice until the bagasse emerges nearly dry. Each mill in the train consists of 3 massive rollers arranged in a triangular pattern. The cane mat passes between the top roller and the 2 lower rollers, which squeeze it from both sides simultaneously. The pressure applied measures in tons per linear inch, enough to compress the fibrous material to a fraction of its original thickness. Hydraulic systems maintain constant pressure even as the thickness of the cane mat varies. Sensors detect any unusual resistance that might indicate a metal object or other foreign material that could damage the rollers. The rollers themselves are engineering accomplishments. Each one weighs many tons and is machined to tolerances measured in thousandths of an inch. The surface has a pattern of grooves that help grip the cane and force it through the mill. Over time, the surface wears and requires resurfacing or replacement. A complete roller replacement is a major undertaking requiring specialized equipment and several days of downtime, so mills schedule such maintenance carefully during off-season periods. The juice extracted runs out into collection troughs and flows by gravity to the clarification plant. The bagasse continues on conveyors to the boiler house where it becomes fuel. This elegant loop, where waste from extraction powers the processing, is one reason sugarcane facilities can operate with minimal external energy input. A well-designed mill produces all its own power from bagasse combustion, with surplus electricity often sold to the local grid. The extracted juice is cloudy and greenish, contaminated with bits of fibre, soil, and various organic compounds. It looks unappetizing, nothing like the clear liquid you associate with sugar. The colour comes from chlorophyll leached from crushed leaves, from iron compounds dissolved from the soil, and from other plant pigments that give cane its characteristic appearance. Allowing this juice to settle would eventually produce some clarification, but the process would take hours and still leave substantial impurities. The first step in cleaning it is screening, passing the juice through fine mesh to remove large particles. The screens are continuous loops of woven metal mesh, similar to large conveyor belts. The juice flows onto the moving screen, which allows liquid to drip through while carrying solid material to a collection point for disposal. The screening removes the bulk of the fibrous material, reducing the load on subsequent clarification steps. Then comes clarification, traditionally done by adding lime and heating the juice. The chemistry involved is elegant. Lime, or calcium hydroxide, raises the pH of the juice from slightly acidic to slightly alkaline. This pH change causes proteins and other organic compounds to denature and form larger molecules that aggregate into visible particles. Adding heat accelerates this process and causes additional coagulation of materials that would otherwise remain dissolved. The lime raises the pH, causing proteins and other impurities to coagulate into particles that settle out when the juice is allowed to stand. Modern mills use clarifiers, large tanks where the juice flows slowly, giving solids time to sink to the bottom. The clear juice is drawn off from the top, while the muddy sediment at the bottom is pressed to recover any remaining sugar, then discarded. The clarifiers are typically 30 to 50 feet in diameter and 10 to 15 feet deep. Juice enters at the centre and flows slowly outward toward the rim, taking an hour or more to traverse the tank. This slow movement allows even small particles to settle under gravity. Rakes rotating slowly at the bottom gather the settled solids and move them toward a central collection point. From there, pumps transfer the mud to filter presses that squeeze out the last drops of juice before the solid material is discarded or used as fertilizer on nearby fields. The clarified juice, now a pale amber colour, proceeds to the evaporation stage. Here is where the real work begins, where water must be driven off to concentrate the sugar. Modern mills use multiple effect evaporators, clever devices that reuse heat energy to improve efficiency. The principle is elegant in its simplicity. Boil juice in one vessel, and the steam produced can heat another vessel operating at lower pressure. That steam can heat a third vessel at even lower pressure, and so on. A 5-effect evaporator essentially gets 5 times the heating for the same initial energy input. The juice passes through these evaporators in sequence, growing thicker and darker as water evaporates. By the final stage, it has become a heavy syrup containing about 60% sugar. This syrup, not yet crystallized, proceeds to the vacuum pans. Vacuum pans are where the crystallization magic happens. These are large enclosed vessels that operate under reduced pressure, allowing water to boil off at lower temperatures. This is crucial because high heat can break down sucrose into other sugars, reducing the yield of recoverable crystals. The syrup is boiled under vacuum until it reaches supersaturation, the point where it contains more dissolved sugar than the laws of chemistry say it should. At this critical moment, workers introduce seed crystals, tiny particles of pure sugar that give the dissolved sugar something to cling to. The seed crystals grow as more sugar molecules arrange themselves into the orderly lattice structure of a crystal. The operator's skill determines the final crystal size. Too much seeding produces small crystals. Too little produces large, irregular crystals. The ideal is uniform medium-sized crystals that drain well and pack efficiently. When crystallization is complete, the thick mixture of crystals and molasses is called massacute. It flows from the vacuum pans to centrifuges, machines that spin at high speeds to separate crystals from the surrounding liquid. The molasses flings out through screens, while the crystals, too large to pass through, collect in the basket. After spinning, the raw sugar crystals emerge damp but relatively clean. This raw sugar is golden brown, still containing a film of molasses and various impurities. Some markets accept it as is, valuing the subtle molasses flavour. Most modern consumers prefer white sugar, which requires further refining. The raw sugar is dissolved again in water, treated with phosphoric acid and lime to precipitate impurities, filtered through bone char or synthetic resins to remove colour, and recrystallized. The result is the pure white crystals you know, 99.9% sucrose with minimal taste beyond sweetness. The process seems wasteful, dissolving and recrystallizing multiple times, but it achieves the purity that modern food processing demands. White sugar is chemically consistent, completely predictable in cooking and baking. It stores indefinitely without change. It dissolves cleanly in beverages without cloudiness or off flavours. These qualities, invisible to ancient sugar makers, are now expected by consumers worldwide. The sugarcane stalk in your hand appears simple, just a thick grass stem filled with sweet juice. Yet inside this stem operates a chemical factory of remarkable sophistication. Understanding what makes sugarcane sweet requires diving into the molecular world, where sunlight becomes sugar through a process that still impresses scientists who study it. Photosynthesis drives everything. The cane leaves, broad and green, capture sunlight using chlorophyll molecules. This light energy splits water molecules, releasing oxygen as a byproduct and providing energy to combine carbon dioxide from the air with hydrogen from water to form glucose. The chemical equation is deceptively simple. The reality involves dozens of intermediate steps and specialized enzymes working in perfect coordination. Most plants stop there, using glucose for immediate energy, or converting it to starch for long-term storage. Sugarcane takes an additional step. It links glucose molecules in pairs to form sucrose, a disaccharide that consists of one glucose molecule bonded to one fructose molecule. This sucrose dissolves in the sap that flows through the stem, creating a concentrated sugar solution that can reach 20% by weight in prime cane. Why does the plant bother making sucrose instead of storing starch like wheat or rice? The answer lies in tropical biology. Sugarcane grows in hot, humid climates where fungal and bacterial attacks are constant threats. Starch granules are easy targets for these microbes. Sucrose dissolved in liquid is harder to access and easier to defend with antimicrobial compounds. The plant's choice of storage form reflects its evolutionary history in disease-prone environments. The sucrose concentration varies along the stalk. The bottom sections, oldest and most mature, contain the most sugar. The top sections, still growing actively, contain less sugar and more water. This gradient matters to harvesters, who top the cane to remove the leafy, low-sugar portions. In hand harvesting, workers learn to judge the cutting point by feel and appearance. Mechanical harvesters use less precise methods, accepting some loss of efficiency for the sake of speed. Temperature affects sugar accumulation dramatically. Sugarcane grows best with warm days and slightly cooler nights. The warmth promotes photosynthesis, while the cooler nights slow respiration, allowing the plant to accumulate sugar rather than burning it for energy. In regions with distinct seasons, sugar content peaks just before harvest, as cooler weather reduces growth and respiration rates. Water availability plays an equally important role. Too much water dilutes the juice, reducing sugar concentration. Too little water stresses the plant, reducing overall growth and juice production. The ideal is plentiful water during the growth phase, followed by a drier period before harvest that concentrates the sugar without severely limiting photosynthesis. Irrigation management in modern plantations tries to mimic this pattern. The soil beneath the cane matters more than you might think. Sugarcane is a heavy feeder, extracting large quantities of nitrogen, phosphorus and potassium from the soil. A crop that yields 100 tons of cane per hectare removes nutrients equivalent to what several grain crops would take. Without replenishment, the soil becomes exhausted within a few seasons. This is why sugar plantations historically expanded into new lands, leaving depleted soils behind. Modern agriculture addresses this through fertilization, returning nutrients to maintain productivity. The relationship between cane and soil microbes remains incompletely understood. Certain bacteria colonize sugarcane roots, fixing atmospheric nitrogen into forms the plant can use. These bacteria receive sugars from the plant in exchange, a mutually beneficial arrangement that reduces fertilizer requirements. Mycorrhizal fungi extend the root system effectively, helping the plant access phosphorus and water from a larger soil volume. Managing these invisible partners is becoming part of sustainable sugarcane agriculture. Pest management challenges every grower. Dozens of insect species attack sugarcane, from borers that tunnel into stalks to aphids that suck sap from leaves. Each pest species has its preferred cane variety and environmental conditions. Some become major problems only in certain regions or seasons. Chemical control was once the default response, but environmental concerns and pest resistance have pushed the industry toward integrated pest management strategies. These strategies combine multiple approaches. Plant breeders develop resistant varieties that pests find less attractive or harder to damage. Cultural practices like field sanitation remove pest breeding sites. Biological controls introduce natural predators that keep pest populations in check. Selective pesticides target specific pests while sparing beneficial insects. The goal is stable, manageable pest pressure rather than complete eradication, which is neither possible nor ecologically wise. Disease management poses similar challenges. Fungal rusts turn leaves orange and reduce photosynthesis. Smut fungi produce whip-like structures instead of normal stalks, eliminating sugar production. Viral diseases stunt growth and yellow leaves. Once established in a field, many diseases are impossible to eliminate, only managed. This is why disease-free planting material from certified nurseries is so important. Prevention is far easier than cure. Climate change is altering the calculus of sugarcane production. Rising temperatures favour growth in some regions while making others too hot. Changing rainfall patterns create water stress in historically reliable areas. More intense storms damage standing cane, complicating harvest and causing lodging where stalks fall over and rot. Increased atmospheric carbon dioxide might boost photosynthesis, but could also favour weeds that compete with the crop. Researchers are developing cane varieties adapted to these new conditions. Drought-tolerant varieties that maintain sugar content with less water, heat-tolerant varieties that photosynthesize efficiently at higher temperatures, storm-resistant varieties with stronger stalks and better root anchorage. These breeding efforts take years to yield results, but they represent the industry's best hope for maintaining productivity as the climate shifts. The science extends beyond the field to the factory. Understanding the chemistry of juice clarification allows engineers to design better processes. Knowing how sugar crystals form enables operators to control crystal size precisely. Recognizing the thermal properties of molasses helps optimize evaporator design. Modern sugar production is as much applied chemistry as agriculture. One fascinating area of research involves turning sugar into things other than sweetener. The same sucrose molecules can be starting materials for biodegradable plastics, pharmaceutical compounds, and industrial chemicals. Fermentation of sugar produces ethanol, which Brazil has used as vehicle fuel for decades. The vision is a sugarcane biorefinery that produces not just sugar, but a range of valuable products, maximizing the value extracted from each hectare planted. The environmental footprint of sugar production is under increasing scrutiny. Growing cane requires water, fertilizer, and often pesticides. Processing consumes energy and produces waste. Yet sugarcane is relatively efficient compared to many crops. It captures solar energy well, produces high yields per hectare, and the bagasse provides renewable fuel for processing. Life cycle analyses suggest that sugar from cane has lower environmental impact than sugar from beets, the other major sugar crop. Improving this footprint further is possible. More efficient irrigation systems reduce water use. Precision agriculture applies fertilizers only where needed in the amounts needed. Biological pest controls reduce pesticide requirements. Factories recover more energy from bagasse and invest in cleaner technologies. The economics increasingly favour these improvements as resource costs rise and environmental regulations tighten. The story of sugar, from a molecular perspective, is one of elegant efficiency. Sunlight becomes glucose, becomes sucrose, becomes crystals, becomes the sweetness on your tongue. Each step involves precise chemistry occurring at room temperature, without harsh reagents or high pressures. The plant does most of the work. Human ingenuity simply extracts and purifies what the cane produces. The sugar bowl on your breakfast table contains no hint of the history inside it. The white crystals could have come from Brazil, India, Thailand, or any of dozens of producing countries. They might have been extracted from cane or from sugar beets, the European crop that eventually challenged cane's dominance. The only certainty is that somewhere, recently, a plant photosynthesized sunshine into sweetness, and industrial processes transformed that sweetness into the pure, crystalline form you casually spoon into your coffee. Your annual sugar consumption, if you are average, amounts to about 60 pounds. This is down from the peak in the late 20th century, but still far more than any pre-industrial person consumed. Some of this sugar you add directly, sweetening beverages or sprinkling on cereal. Most of it arrives hidden in processed foods. Bread contains sugar, pasta sauce contains sugar, yogurt, salad dressing, and canned soup all contain sugar. The food industry discovered long ago that a touch of sweetness makes almost everything more palatable and keeps customers coming back. The health implications of this high consumption have become impossible to ignore. Excess sugar contributes to obesity, diabetes, tooth decay, and possibly cardiovascular disease. Public health advocates call for reduced consumption and restrictions on marketing sugary products. The sugar industry defends its product and disputes the strength of the evidence. The debate rages while consumption patterns slowly shift toward less sugar and more artificial sweeteners. Yet sugar's role in food preservation deserves recognition. High sugar concentrations prevent microbial growth through a process called osmotic pressure. Bacteria and fungi need water to survive. In concentrated sugar solutions, water molecules bond to sugar molecules, becoming unavailable to microbes. This is why jams, jellies, and candied fruits last for months without refrigeration. Before refrigeration became common, sugar preservation kept fruits available year-round. Baking relies on sugar for more than sweetness. Sugar tenderizes dough by interfering with gluten formation. It helps cakes brown through caramelization and Maillard reactions. It retains moisture, keeping baked goods fresh longer. It provides food for yeast in bread making, speeding fermentation. Pastry chefs could list a dozen additional functions that sugar performs in their craft. Replacing sugar in recipes is rarely simple because it does so many things simultaneously. The beverage industry consumes enormous quantities of sugar. A single 12-ounce soft drink contains about 40 grams of sugar, roughly 10 teaspoons. Multiply this by billions of servings worldwide and you begin to grasp the scale. Soft drink manufacturers are among the largest industrial sugar buyers, purchasing on contract months or years in advance to secure supply and stabilize prices. The shift toward diet beverages using artificial sweeteners has reduced but not eliminated this demand. Many consumers still prefer the taste of real sugar. Some markets, particularly in developing countries, show growing rather than declining soft drink consumption. The industry projects continued strong demand for decades, though growth rates have slowed in health-conscious developed markets. Sugar's industrial uses extend well beyond food. Pharmaceutical companies use it as a base for syrups and an excipient in tablets. The cosmetics industry incorporates it into scrubs and exfoliants. Chemical manufacturers ferment it into acids, alcohols and polymers. These non-food uses represent a small percentage of total production, but demonstrate sugar's versatility as a chemical feedstock. The economics of sugar are complex and often political. Many countries protect domestic sugar industries with tariffs and quotas. The United States maintains a price support system that keeps domestic sugar prices well above world market levels. The European Union subsidizes beet growers. These policies distort markets, creating winners and losers that lobby furiously to maintain or change the rules. World sugar prices fluctuate based on harvest outcomes in major producing countries. A drought in Brazil sends prices spiking. Bumper crops in India send them tumbling. Traders speculate on future prices, buying and selling contracts in global commodity markets. The price volatility creates risk for both growers and consumers, though futures markets offer hedging tools for those sophisticated enough to use them. Smallholder farmers in developing countries often struggle in this system. They produce sugar on a few acres, lack bargaining power with mills, and receive prices barely covering production costs. Fair trade initiatives try to address this by guaranteeing minimum prices and providing technical support. The impact is real but limited, affecting only a small fraction of global production. Large-scale plantations, particularly those owned by multinational corporations, have economic advantages that small farmers cannot match. They achieve economies of scale in planting, harvesting and processing. They can afford modern equipment and technology. They have access to credit and expertise. The result is an industry trend toward consolidation, with production concentrating in larger, more efficient operations. The labour situation has improved from slavery and indentured servitude, but challenges remain. Cane cutting, where still done by hand, remains dangerous and poorly paid in many countries. Workers face heat stress, repetitive motion injuries, and exposure to agricultural chemicals. Labour rights organisations push for better conditions and wages. Progress happens slowly, often following scandals that expose particularly egregious situations. Mechanisation eliminates many of these jobs, creating a different problem. Former cane workers, often with limited education and few alternative skills, struggle to find new employment. Rural communities that depended on harvest season jobs face economic decline. The transition from labour-intensive to capital-intensive production creates winners and losers, and the losers rarely have political voice to shape outcomes. Environmental activists focus on different issues. Water pollution from fertiliser runoff damages rivers and coastal areas. Pesticide use harms non-target species. Habitat destruction for cane plantations reduces biodiversity. Burning fields before harvest, still practiced in some countries, produces air pollution and carbon emissions. The industry responds with sustainability initiatives, some genuine and some merely public relations. The potential for sugarcane as a renewable energy source complicates the environmental assessment. Brazil demonstrates that cane ethanol can replace petroleum in transportation. Bagasse can generate electricity, potentially with surplus for sale to the grid. These uses reduce dependence on fossil fuels and lower net carbon emissions. Whether sugar or fuel is the better use of cane is a question each country must answer, based on its own circumstances and priorities. Looking forward, global sugar consumption continues to rise, driven by population growth and economic development in Asia and Africa. China, India and Indonesia are major growth markets. Per capita consumption in these countries remains below Western levels, but is increasing. Meeting this demand will require expanded production or improved efficiency or both. Genetic modification offers one path to higher yields. Researchers have developed GM cane varieties with enhanced disease resistance, herbicide tolerance, and sugar content. However, public resistance to GM crops limits their adoption. Only a few countries allow commercial cultivation of GM sugarcane, and consumer acceptance remains uncertain even where cultivation is legal. Traditional breeding continues to deliver steady improvements. New varieties yield more sugar per hectare than those of a generation ago. They require less water and tolerate more variable weather. These gains accumulate slowly but steadily, raising productivity without the controversy surrounding genetic modification. The sugar industry faces a future of adaptation. Climate change, resource scarcity, changing consumer preferences, and evolving regulations all demand responses. The companies and countries that adapt successfully will thrive. Those that cling to old methods and assumptions will struggle. The plant itself, that remarkable grass from New Guinea, will continue doing what it has done for 9,000 years, converting sunlight into sweetness, regardless of the human drama surrounding it. The darkness outside your window is complete now. The story of sugarcane has carried you from ancient highlands to modern factories, from simple crushing between stones to industrial-scale refineries. You have followed this plant across oceans and through centuries, watching it shape economies and alter landscapes. The sweetness in your tea tomorrow morning connects you to this vast history, though you likely will not think of it while you sip. Sugarcane remains one of the most important crops on Earth. Grown on more than 26 million hectares worldwide, it produces over 1.9 billion tons of cane annually. About 80% of global sugar comes from cane, with beets providing the remainder. Brazil, India, China, Thailand, and Pakistan are the top producers, though dozens of countries grow it commercially. The plant that began in New Guinea has adapted to conditions from sea level to mountain slopes, from monsoon climates to irrigated deserts. Varieties now exist for almost every tropical and subtropical environment. Plant breeders continue developing new varieties, ensuring that sugarcane remains productive in changing conditions. The pace of improvement has actually accelerated with modern genetic tools and better understanding of plant biology. Processing technology continues to advance as well. New mill designs extract more juice with less energy. Crystallization methods produce purer sugar with higher yields. Waste management systems turn byproducts into valuable materials rather than environmental problems. The industry becomes more efficient each year, producing more sugar from each hectare planted and each ton of cane crushed. Yet for all this modernization, something essential remains unchanged. Sugarcane is still a grass that photosynthesizes sunlight. It still requires planting, nurturing, and harvesting. It still yields its sweetness through the same basic processes used thousands of years ago, just at much larger scale and higher efficiency. The fundamental persist beneath the technological overlay. The human relationship with sweetness predates sugarcane. We evolved to crave sweet tastes because they signaled calorie-rich foods in environments where calories were often scarce. Ripe fruit, honey, and sweet roots provided quick energy that improved survival. This biological drive made sugar instantly appealing when humans first encountered it. The plant simply offered a way to satisfy a craving built into our neurology. That craving has led us on a remarkable journey. We have bred the plant into varieties our ancestors would not recognize. We have built industries around it that employ millions. We have created cuisines that depend on its presence. We have fought wars partially motivated by control of sugar supplies. Few plants have influenced human history as profoundly as this humble grass. The future of sugar production will likely involve continued efficiency, improvements, and gradual expansion in developing countries where demand is growing. Climate change will shift production geography, favouring some regions while disadvantaging others. Water scarcity may limit expansion in areas that historically relied on irrigation. Labour costs and availability will continue driving mechanisation where conditions permit. The health debate surrounding sugar consumption will persist and probably intensify. Evidence linking excessive sugar intake to various health problems continues accumulating. Public policy responses, from soda taxes to labelling requirements, will affect consumption patterns. The industry will adapt, likely by diversifying into producing sugar alcohols, natural sweeteners from other plants, and non-food products from cane biomass. Sustainability will become increasingly important as consumers and regulators demand more environmentally friendly production. Organic sugar already occupies a small but growing market niche. Carbon-neutral production, where emissions from growing and processing are offset by carbon sequestration in soils and plants, may become a marketing advantage. Water-efficient production methods will be essential in water-scarce regions. The developing world will likely see the most change. As countries like India, Brazil, and Thailand continue modernizing their sugar industries, smallholder farmers face difficult choices: consolidate into larger, more efficient operations, or exit the industry entirely. This transition will reshape rural communities across the tropics, creating winners and losers on a massive scale. The developed world has already completed much of this transition. Sugar production in the United States, Australia, and Europe is highly mechanized and dominated by large operations. Further efficiency gains are possible but incremental. These countries will likely maintain production levels while slowly reducing the labour force through automation and attrition. One intriguing possibility is sugar production moving into new regions as climate change alters suitability. Areas currently too cool for sugarcane might become viable in coming decades. This could redistribute production geographically, creating new sugar industries in unexpected places, while traditional regions face challenges from heat stress and water scarcity. The science of sugar will continue advancing. Researchers study everything from improving photosynthesis efficiency to engineering microbes that produce sugar from cellulose. Some envision a future where sugar comes from genetically modified bacteria, growing in fermentation tanks rather than from fields of cane. Whether such radical changes occur remains uncertain, but the research continues. What seems certain is that humans will continue craving sweetness, and some form of sugar will continue satisfying that craving. Whether from cane, beets, engineered microbes, or as yet unknown sources, sugar in some form will remain part of the human diet. The specific plant may change, but the fundamental relationship between humans and sweetness seems likely to persist. The story of sugarcane is ultimately a story about human ingenuity and desire. We took a wild grass and transformed it into an industrial commodity. We spread it across the world and built civilizations around its production. We developed sophisticated processing methods to extract its sweetness. We created uses for it far beyond simple consumption. All this effort sprang from a basic biological craving for sweet tastes. Tomorrow morning, when you add sugar to your coffee, you participate in a ritual that connects you to billions of people across time and space. The person in ancient India who first boiled juice into crystals. The enslaved African forced to harvest cane in the Caribbean. The modern Brazilian farmer managing hundreds of hectares with GPS-guided equipment. The factory worker monitoring crystallization in a vacuum pan. All of you are part of the same story, separated by time and circumstance, but united by involvement with this remarkable plant. The sweetness on your tongue is 9,000 years of history condensed into a crystal. It is sunlight captured and concentrated, transformed from photons into molecules through biological processes we barely understand. It is human desire made tangible, a craving satisfied through agriculture and industry working in concert. It is, in its way, a small miracle that we take for granted because it happens 1 billion times a day across the world. So sleep well tonight, dear friend. Let the story of sugarcane carry you gently into rest. Tomorrow the sun will rise again, and somewhere fields of cane will grow, and the ancient cycle will continue. The plant that changed the world grows on, converting light into sweetness, sustaining industries, shaping landscapes, and satisfying that fundamental human craving for just a little more sugar in our lives. Sweet dreams await you, as sweet as the cane juice that flowed from crushed stalks 9,000 years ago, and as sweet as the refined crystals that sweeten your morning coffee. Rest now, and thank you for sharing this journey through time and across continents. If you enjoyed wandering through the fields of history with me tonight, I hope you will return for another story soon. Picture yourself standing at the edge of a vast frozen plain, somewhere in what will one day be called Siberia. The year is approximately 15,000 BCE, though calendars won't exist for thousands of years yet. The landscape stretches endlessly before you, a rolling expanse of tundra grass, patches of snow, and scattered stands of hardy pine trees that somehow survive the brutal cold. The air bites at your exposed skin with a sharpness that makes your eyes water, and when you exhale, your breath crystallizes instantly into tiny ice particles that drift away like miniature stars. This is the Pleistocene epoch, the great ice age that has gripped the Earth for millennia. Massive glaciers, some more than a mile thick, cover much of the northern hemisphere. But you're not standing on ice. You're in one of the refuge zones, the areas between the glaciers where life clings stubbornly to existence. The sun hangs low on the horizon even at midday, casting everything in a peculiar amber light that makes the snow sparkle like scattered diamonds. Your clothing is a masterwork of survival technology, though you wouldn't think of it that way. You're wrapped in carefully prepared animal hides, reindeer primarily, with the fur turned inward for warmth. Your boots are stuffed with dried grass for insulation, and your hands are covered in mittens made from the winter coat of a woolly mammoth calf. Every piece of clothing represents hours of work. Scraping, tanning and sewing, with needles made from bird bones and thread made from animal sinew. Around you, the Ice Age megafauna go about their business with the casual indifference of creatures who've never learned to fear humans. A small herd of woolly mammoths moves slowly across the plain, about half a mile away, their shaggy rust-coloured coats swaying with each ponderous step. They're smaller than modern elephants, actually, only about 9 feet tall at the shoulder, but their enormous curved tusks, some reaching 16 feet in length, make them look like creatures from a fever dream. The matriarch uses her trunk to sweep away snow, exposing the dried grass beneath, and the others follow her lead, creating a scattered pattern of feeding spots across the white expanse. Further out you spot a woolly rhinoceros, its 2 horns catching the low sunlight. It's a solitary creature, this one, methodically working its way across the tundra, in search of the woody shrubs it prefers. Its wool hangs in ragged strips. Not a sign of poor health, but simply the normal appearance of an animal whose coat has evolved to survive temperatures that would kill most modern mammals within hours. A herd of steppe bison, the ancestors of modern American bison but larger, with horns spanning 6 feet across, grazes in the middle distance. They're darker than the snow around them, their breath creating small clouds that hang in the still, cold air. One of them paws at the ground, breaking through the snow crust to reach the vegetation below, and the sound carries clearly across the frozen landscape. A sharp crack followed by the softer sound of ice crystals falling. But it's not the megafauna that you're watching most carefully, it's the wolves. They're everywhere in this landscape, though you have to know how to look for them. Unlike the megafauna, wolves have learned to be cautious around humans. They're not afraid exactly. Not yet. But they're careful. You spot one now, about 300 yards away, sitting on a small rise. It's watching the mammoth herd with professional interest, but you notice that it occasionally glances in your direction too. Its coat is longer and thicker than the wolves of warmer climates, a magnificent blend of grey, black and white that makes it nearly invisible against the mixed landscape of snow and bare ground. These Ice Age wolves are slightly larger than their modern descendants will be. More robust, built for bringing down prey that outweighs them by thousands of pounds. This particular wolf probably weighs around 120 pounds, with massive jaws capable of crushing bone. Its amber eyes miss nothing, constantly scanning the environment for opportunity or danger. You're part of a small band, about 25 people, ranging from infants to elders in their 40s. That might sound young for an elder, but in this world, reaching 40 is an achievement worthy of respect. Your people have been following the reindeer herds for weeks now, and you've set up a temporary camp in a sheltered area where a rocky outcrop provides some protection from the wind. The camp itself is a collection of sturdy structures, not quite tents, not quite huts. You've created them by setting up frameworks of mammoth bones and tusks, then covering these frameworks with layers of animal hides. The largest structure, the communal dwelling, uses the skull of a mammoth as part of its entrance. Inside, the temperature is bearable, not warm but survivable, thanks to a carefully maintained fire at the centre. The smoke escapes through a gap at the top, and the hides are arranged so that the wind doesn't blow directly inside. Your band is preparing for a hunt, though preparing might be too formal a word. It's more like a slow, practiced gathering of the necessary tools and people. Several hunters are checking their spears, not the throwing spears that will be invented later, but heavy thrusting spears with fire-hardened wooden tips, or, for the lucky few, precious stone points that were traded from another band 2 summers ago. One of your cousins is working on a new atlatl, a spear thrower that will multiply the force behind a thrown spear. It's new technology, this atlatl, having been invented just a few generations back. The older hunters were sceptical at first, but the young people have proven its worth. Your cousin is shaping the wood with a piece of sharp flint, occasionally pausing to sight along its length, checking for straightness. The target today is not the mammoths. They're too dangerous and too large, requiring more planning and more hunters than your band can spare right now. Instead, you're hoping to ambush a reindeer that strayed from its herd. You spotted one yesterday, a young buck that seems to have injured its leg slightly. In the harsh mathematics of Ice Age survival, that slight injury marks it as your best chance for success. But as you move out with the hunting party, you notice something unusual. There are more wolves around than normal. They're keeping their distance, but they're definitely watching. You count at least 6 of them, scattered across the landscape in positions that suggest they're not together. Not a pack, but individual wolves or small family groups, each pursuing their own survival strategy. One wolf in particular catches your attention. It's smaller than the others, with a slightly reddish tint to its grey coat. Unlike the other wolves, which are carefully maintaining their distance, this one seems less concerned with the usual safety protocols. It's maybe 200 yards away, sitting calmly on its haunches, watching your hunting party with an expression that almost looks curious rather than cautious. You've seen wolves follow hunting parties before. It's not uncommon. They've learned that human hunters sometimes leave behind scraps, a gut pile, bones, and pieces of hide too damaged to be useful. In a world where every calorie counts, where a harsh winter can mean the difference between survival and starvation, those scraps represent opportunity. But this feels different somehow. This wolf isn't just following at a careful distance, it's observing, learning. The hunt itself unfolds in the timeless pattern of predator and prey. Your party spreads out, moving slowly upwind toward where the injured reindeer was last seen. The snow muffles your footsteps, and you've rubbed yourselves with the leaves of aromatic plants to mask your human scent. The cold air helps too. Scent doesn't carry as well in extreme cold. You spot the reindeer browsing in a small hollow, using its broad hooves to dig through the snow to reach the lulken beneath. Its injured leg is indeed causing problems. You can see it favouring the other 3 legs, shifting its weight constantly. From a distance, it might not seem like much of an impairment, but you know from experience that this slight imbalance will slow its escape just enough. The hunters move into position with practiced efficiency. No words are spoken. Everyone knows their role. 2 hunters will drive the reindeer toward a narrow passage between 2 large boulders. 3 others, including you, are positioned at that passage, spears ready. The drive begins. The reindeer's head snaps up and for a moment it freezes, trying to identify the threat. Then it bolts, moving with the fluid grace that makes these animals so difficult to hunt. But the injured leg betrays it slightly, just a tiny hitch in its stride, and the path of least resistance leads it exactly where the hunters knew it would go, toward the gap between the boulders. Your muscles tense as it approaches. Timing is everything. Too early and it will dodge. Too late and it will be past you. The reindeer enters the gap, and in that moment of constriction, 3 spears thrust forward simultaneously. At least 2 find their mark, and the animal stumbles, then falls. There's no celebrating. The work has only begun. Within minutes, the animal is being efficiently processed. The hide is carefully removed. It will be needed for clothing or shelter repairs. The meat is butchered into manageable pieces. The bones and antlers are set aside. They have a dozen uses. Even the sinews are carefully extracted for making cordage and thread. And throughout this entire process, you're aware of the wolves watching. The reddish-grey one has crept closer, now maybe 150 yards away. It sits perfectly still, but you can see its nostrils flaring, scenting the fresh blood on the cold air. When your party is ready to head back to camp, carrying the butchered reindeer, you notice something. The reddish-grey wolf hasn't left. It's following, maintaining that same distance, its eyes fixed not on the meat you're carrying, but on the gut pile you've left behind, the stomach, intestines, and other organs that are too much trouble to carry back. As soon as your party is about 50 yards away, the wolf trots down to the gut pile. But instead of the frenzied feeding you might expect, it eats quickly and efficiently, then retreats again. It's being careful, but less careful than the other wolves, who haven't approached at all despite the easy meal. That night, in the communal dwelling with the fire crackling and the wind howling outside, you think about that wolf. There was something different about it, a quality you can't quite name, not tameness exactly, more like a willingness to cross the usual boundaries between species. You don't know it yet, but you've just witnessed something extraordinary. You've seen one of the first tiny steps in a relationship that will span millennia. That wolf, with its slightly reduced caution and its observant nature, is on the very edge of something entirely new, not just for wolves, but for the entire trajectory of human and animal life on Earth. Outside, in the darkness beyond the firelight, the wolf circles the camp at a respectful distance. It can smell the cooking meat, can hear the human voices, and can sense the warmth of the fire. And unlike every other wolf in the region, instead of moving on to find its own prey, it settles down in the snow about 100 yards from the camp. It doesn't know why it's staying, instinct mixed with curiosity perhaps, or maybe just the simple calculus of survival. These humans mean food, and in the harsh mathematics of the Ice Age, any reliable source of calories is worth a slight risk. The moon rises over the frozen landscape, illuminating a world that is both beautiful and brutal. And in that world a small change has begun, so subtle that no one could possibly recognise its significance. A wolf sits watching a human camp, and inside that camp a human lies awake thinking about a wolf king. The reddish-grey wolf becomes something of a fixture over the following days, though fixture implies more permanence than is really accurate. It's more like a recurring character in your daily life, appearing near the camp at dawn, following hunting parties at a distance, materialising around butchering sites. You start to recognise it not just by its colouring, but by its behaviour. While other wolves that scavenge from human kills dart in nervously, snatch what they can, and flee, this one moves with a peculiar confidence. You're not the only one who's noticed. One evening, as your band gathers around the fire, your aunt, a woman of about 35 whose survival skills have earned her enormous respect in the band, mentions the wolf casually while working a piece of reindeer hide with a stone scraper. The red one was at the butchering site again, she says, her hands never pausing in their rhythmic scraping motion. Closer than before, maybe 70 paces. Your uncle, sharpening a spear point, grunts acknowledgement. Good thing or bad thing? Neither. Just a thing. Your aunt holds the hide up to the firelight, checking her progress. It's not aggressive. Never approaches the kills until we're well away. Just interested. This is a typical example of how your people discuss the natural world, matter-of-factly, without attributing too much meaning, but also without dismissing observations. Every piece of information about animal behaviour might someday prove useful, so it's worth noting and remembering. 2 weeks pass, then 3. The deep cold of winter begins its slow, grudging transition towards something slightly less brutal. The sun's arc across the sky grows incrementally longer each day. The change is subtle enough that you might not notice it day to day, but over weeks, it's unmistakable. Your band has remained in the same general area. The hunting has been decent, and the sheltered spot you've chosen offers good protection from the wind. And through all of this, the reddish-grey wolf remains part of the landscape. You start to notice patterns. The wolf appears most reliably in the early morning, shortly after dawn, and in the evening around dusk. During the brightest part of the day, it's usually nowhere to be seen, off hunting its own prey, presumably. But in those liminal times when the light is soft and the world feels suspended between day and night, there it is. One morning you're awake earlier than usual, sitting outside the communal dwelling and watching the sky lighten in the east. The temperature is brutally cold, the kind of cold that makes the insides of your nostrils stick together when you breathe in, but the air is perfectly still, and stillness makes cold more bearable. Everything is touched with frost, each blade of grass, each stone outlined in crystalline white. You see the wolf emerge from behind a distant outcrop, perhaps 200 yards away. It's moving in that efficient ground-covering trot that wolves use to travel long distances, its breath creating rhythmic puffs of vapour in the frigid air. Then it stops, sits, and looks directly at your camp. For several long minutes nothing happens. The wolf sits. You sit. The sky continues its slow brightening from deep blue to lighter shades that hint at the eventual arrival of the sun. Then, acting on an impulse you don't fully understand, you toss a small piece of dried meat in the wolf's general direction. Not close to the wolf. You throw it maybe 30 yards out from where you're sitting, leaving it about 170 yards from the wolf. It's more of a gesture than anything else, an acknowledgement of the wolf's presence. The wolf watches the meat arc through the air and land in the snow. It doesn't move. For long minutes it simply sits there, eyes moving between you and the meat. Then, so smoothly that you almost miss the transition, it stands, trots to the meat, picks it up, and retreats to its original distance before lying down to eat it. Something about this interaction feels significant, though you couldn't explain why. It wasn't fear that made the wolf retreat. It moved too calmly for that. It was more like an acknowledgement of boundaries, a mutual understanding of appropriate distances. Over the following weeks, this becomes an occasional ritual. Not every morning, and not with any regular schedule, but sometimes, when you're up early and the wolf appears, you'll toss it a scrap. The wolf begins to anticipate this. You notice that when it sees you sitting outside at dawn, it sits at a particular distance, no longer 200 yards, but more like 150, and waits to see if you'll throw anything. You're not consciously trying to tame the wolf. That word doesn't even exist in your vocabulary. You're simply engaging in a kind of pragmatic exchange. The wolf cleans up scraps that would otherwise attract less desirable scavengers, hyenas for instance, which are not only more dangerous but also much less pleasant to have around. In return, the wolf gets easy meals. It's a transaction that benefits both parties. But something else is happening too, though it's so gradual that you barely notice it. The wolf is becoming part of your mental landscape, part of the expected patterns of daily life. When you wake up now, you find yourself wondering if the wolf will be there. When you're out hunting and you spot it following at a distance, you feel a tiny flicker of recognition. Not quite pleasure, but something like acknowledgement. Hello again, the feeling seems to say. You're still here. One day during a hunting expedition, something unusual happens. Your party is tracking a small herd of horses, Ice Age horses, stocky and robust, with thick coats that make them look almost bear-like in the dim light. The tracking has been difficult. The horses are wary, the wind keeps shifting, and twice you've gotten close only to have them bolt at the last moment. You're taking a brief rest, assessing the situation, when you notice the reddish-grey wolf about 100 yards away. It's not looking at you, though. It's looking in the same direction you've been heading, toward where the horses should be. Then the wolf does something extraordinary. It moves forward about 50 yards, stops, looks back at you, then looks forward again. The gesture is so clear that it's almost comical. This way, they're this way. Now it's entirely possible that the wolf was simply pursuing its own agenda, that the apparent communication was pure coincidence. But you've survived to adulthood in the Ice Age by paying attention to environmental cues, and this feels like a cue. You signal to the other hunters and the party adjusts its course slightly, moving more in the direction the wolf indicated. 15 minutes later, you find the horses in a small hollow, perfectly positioned for an ambush. The hunt is successful, and afterward you make sure to leave an especially generous portion of the gut pile. The wolf, as usual, waits until you're well away before approaching, but you notice that before it starts eating it looks toward where your party is heading, holds that gaze for a moment, then begins its meal. Again, you could dismiss this as meaningless. Wolves look in all directions frequently, but you're starting to suspect that something more complex is happening. The wolf isn't just scavenging from your kills anymore, it's participating in its own way in the hunting process. Word of the wolf begins to spread within your band. The children especially are fascinated by it. They've been warned to keep their distance. It is, after all, still a wild predator perfectly capable of dangerous behaviour. But they watch it from the safety of the camp, and they've given it a name of sorts, a specific sound that they use to refer to it, something between a whistle and a yip that's meant to approximate a wolf's vocalization. One of the children, a girl of about 7, has become particularly interested in the wolf. She's the one who most reliably spots it each day, who points out its location to anyone who'll listen, who saves little scraps from her meals to toss out toward where the wolf typically sits. Her mother allows this, partly because it keeps the child engaged in camp activities, and partly because, well, the wolf doesn't seem to pose any actual threat. Months pass, the season continues its slow wheel towards spring. The days grow longer, the snow begins to develop a different texture, becoming wetter, heavier, and more crystalline. The mammoths start moving north, following the retreating edge of the glaciers toward their summer feeding grounds. The reindeer herds grow restless, preparing for their own migrations. Your band must decide whether to follow the herds or to stay in this region and switch to hunting the animals that remain year-round. Bison, horses, and the occasional mammoth that bucks the migration trend. In the end, the decision is made to stay. The camp is good, the hunting has been reliable, and the effort required to pack everything and move is significant. The reddish-grey wolf stays too. This surprises you slightly. You'd assumed the wolf was following the human band because humans meant food, and that if the major game herds moved on, the wolf would follow them. But it doesn't. It remains in the area, hunting its own prey. You occasionally see it taking down rabbits with impressive efficiency, and continuing its habit of appearing near the camp at dawn and dusk. The distance between wolves and humans continues to shrink incrementally. Not in any dramatic way, not in any single leap forward, but in tiny adjustments that accumulate over time. The wolf now sits about 100 yards from camp instead of 150. When someone tosses it food, it no longer retreats as far before eating. When it follows hunting parties, the gap is perhaps 75 yards instead of 100. One warm afternoon, genuinely warm, maybe even reaching 40 degrees Fahrenheit, which feels like summer after the long winter, you're working on repairing your boots outside the communal dwelling. The wolf is lying in its usual spot about 90 yards away, apparently drowsing in the sun. A raven lands nearby looking for scraps. It hops closer to where you're working, bold as ravens always are, cocking its head to examine you with one bright eye. You ignore it. Ravens are harmless, mostly, if occasionally annoying in their persistence. Then you notice the wolf is watching the raven with focused intensity. The wolf rises to its feet, stretches in a very dog-like manner, then trots toward the camp, not directly toward you, but on an angle that will bring it near the raven. The raven, seeing the wolf approach, squawks indignantly and flaps away. The wolf watches it go, then, instead of retreating to its usual spot, lies down maybe 70 yards from where you're sitting. The message seems clear. The raven was bothering you, so I chased it off. Now we're a bit closer than before, but that's okay, because I just did you a favour. Again, you could argue that this is anthropomorphization, reading human motivations into animal behaviour. But whether or not your interpretation is accurate, the effect is the same. The boundaries between human and wolf have shifted again, just slightly, just enough to notice. That night, lying in the communal dwelling and listening to the sounds of the band settling in for sleep, you think about the wolf. How long has this been going on now? 6 months? 7? Long enough that it's strange to remember a time when the wolf wasn't part of the daily routine. You don't know that what you're witnessing is the beginning of domestication. You have no framework for understanding that concept, no way to imagine that this wild predator's great-great-grandchildren will be so thoroughly changed that they'll sit obediently at human commands, will guard human homes, and will work alongside humans in 1,000 different ways. All you know is that somewhere out in the darkness, about 90 yards from where you're lying, a wolf is curled up in the snow sleeping. And for reasons you can't fully articulate, this knowledge feels comforting rather than threatening. Spring arrives not with a bang, but with a slow, soggy whisper. The snow doesn't so much melt as gradually surrender to mud, creating a landscape of startling messiness. Where everything was white and pristine, now everything is brown and wet. The rivers and streams, frozen solid for months, begin to crack and groan, their ice breaking into huge chunks that pile up against the banks with sounds like distant thunder. The world becomes louder. Birds return from their winter grounds to the south, filling the air with calls and songs. The small mammals that spent winter underground emerge, blinking in the bright sunlight. Everything is waking up, shaking off the torpor of winter, and resuming the urgent business of survival and reproduction. The reddish-grey wolf disappears for several weeks, and you find yourself surprised by how much you miss its presence. The camp feels less complete somehow, as if a regular element of daily life has been removed. You catch yourself looking for the wolf at dawn, in the evening, and during hunts. Where is it? Is it all right? Has it moved on to follow some other band of humans or return to a fully wild existence? Then one morning, as you're carrying water from the stream back to camp, you see it. The wolf is sitting in its usual spot. Well, the spot it occupied 2 months ago, about 100 yards from the camp. But there's something different. The wolf looks thinner, its coat rougher. And as you watch, it stands and stretches, and you see the elongated teats of a nursing mother. Ah, so that's where you've been, you think, off having puppies. The wolf doesn't approach closer. It seems warier than before, more careful about maintaining distance. This makes perfect sense. A mother with dependent young has every reason to be cautious. You respect this new boundary, making no attempt to approach, simply acknowledging the wolf's return with a tossed piece of dried meat. Over the following weeks, the wolf's visits become irregular. Sometimes it appears at dawn, sometimes not. Sometimes it follows the hunting parties. Sometimes it's nowhere to be seen for days at a time. You understand that it's dividing its time between its den, wherever that is, and these scavenging opportunities at the human camp. Then one extraordinary morning the wolf appears at its usual spot, and it's not alone. You count 3 puppies, though there might be more back at the den. They're perhaps 6 or 7 weeks old, past the helpless infant stage but still clearly young, with oversized paws and ears that seem too big for their heads. Their coats are fluffier than their mother's, giving them a roly-poly appearance that's almost comically cute. The mother wolf sits at her usual distance, but the puppies, not yet having learned appropriate caution, immediately begin to explore. One of them spots something interesting, probably just an unusual rock, and pounces on it with exaggerated intensity. Another tackles its sibling, and they tumble together in a blur of grey fur and wagging tails. The entire human camp stops to watch. Even the most pragmatic adults find themselves smiling at the puppies' antics. The children are entranced, sitting at the edge of camp and watching with barely contained excitement. One puppy, bolder or more curious than its siblings, begins wandering toward the camp. The mother wolf immediately gives a sharp bark and the puppy freezes, then retreats. But the message is clear. The puppy was interested in the camp, curious about these strange 2-legged creatures. The 7-year-old girl who's been most interested in the wolf looks at her mother with pleading eyes. Can I give them food? Her mother considers this. In the Ice Age, where survival is never guaranteed, wasting food on wild animals is generally not a smart strategy. But these are not normal times, and this is not a normal situation. Finally she nods. Small pieces. Don't go any closer. Let them come to you if they want to. The girl takes a piece of dried meat, breaks it into smaller bits and tosses them about halfway between the camp and where the wolf family sits. The puppies watch the meat arc through the air with intense focus. As soon as the pieces land, they bound forward, all caution forgotten in their enthusiasm. The mother wolf tenses but doesn't call them back. She's watching carefully, assessing the situation. Is this dangerous? Are the humans a threat? The puppies reach the meat and immediately begin squabbling over it, play fighting and growling with all the ferocity their young voices can muster, which isn't much. They sound like tiny squeaky toys rather than fearsome predators. One puppy, having secured a piece of meat larger than it can easily eat, tries to drag it back toward its mother. But the meat is larger than anticipated, and the puppy keeps tripping over it, somersaulting in the mud and generally making a spectacle of itself. The humans watching can't help but laugh, quiet laughs, not wanting to startle the animals but genuine amusement nonetheless. The mother wolf watches all of this with what seems like resigned patience. Welcome to parenthood, her expression seems to say. They're idiots, but they're my idiots. This becomes a new pattern. Every few days the wolf family appears near camp. The puppies are gradually learning appropriate caution from their mother, but their natural curiosity frequently overrides their developing survival instincts. They're endlessly entertaining, tumbling and playing and investigating everything with the boundless energy of the young. The boldest puppy, you start to recognize it by a distinctive marking, a white patch on its chest, begins approaching closer than its siblings. It doesn't come all the way to the camp, but it gets perhaps 50 yards away, close enough that you can see its individual whiskers and the bright amber of its eyes. One afternoon, you're working on fashioning a new spear shaft sitting outside the communal dwelling. The wolf family is in the usual spot, the puppies napping in a furry pile while their mother keeps watch. The bold puppy wakes up, looks around, spots you, and begins walking toward the camp. The mother notices immediately and gives a warning bark. The puppy stops, looks back at its mother, and then looks at you. You can almost see the decision-making process happening in its young brain. Mother says stop. But that human looks interesting. But mother says stop. But the puppy compromises by lying down about 60 yards away, still closer than its mother would prefer, but not actively disobeying. It watches you with intense focus as you work on the spear shaft, apparently fascinated by the repetitive motions of your hands shaping the wood. You decide to test something. Without making any sudden movements, you toss a small piece of meat toward the puppy, not all the way to it, but about halfway between you. The puppy's head snaps toward the meat. It looks at the meat, then at its mother, then at you. The mother wolf gives another warning bark, but the puppy has already made its decision. It slinks forward, belly low to the ground, moving carefully, and snatches the meat. But instead of retreating all the way back to its mother, it only goes about 20 yards away before lying down to eat. The boundary just shifted again. 70 yards became 60 yards, which became 40 yards. You don't push it further. Patience is essential here, not because you're consciously trying to tame this animal, but because you understand, instinctively, that rushing will ruin whatever understanding is developing. The summer progresses. The puppies grow rapidly, their oversized features gradually becoming proportional. They're learning to hunt, accompanying their mother on expeditions, though they're still comically bad at it. You occasionally see them trying to catch rabbits, bounding through the grass with enormous enthusiasm and zero technique, sending their prey fleeing long before they get anywhere close. The bold puppy with the white chest patch continues to be the most adventurous. It's now regularly coming within 40 yards of the camp, close enough that the children can toss it treats without much effort. It hasn't yet allowed anyone to touch it, but there's a clear sense that it might someday if the approach were made carefully enough. The other two puppies are more cautious, maintaining the distance their mother seems to prefer. They'll take tossed food, but they're not as interested in the humans themselves. They're following the traditional wolf path, benefiting from human proximity but maintaining their wild independence. But the bold one is different. It's crossing a threshold, moving into territory that no wolf has previously occupied. Not quite wild, not quite tame, but something in between. A hybrid state that's being invented in real time. One evening, as the sun sets and paints the sky in shades of orange and pink, you're sitting outside watching the day end. The bold puppy is lying about 30 yards away, also watching the sunset, or possibly just resting. The other members of the wolf family have moved off to hunt, but this puppy has chosen to stay near the human camp. For a long time, neither of you moves. You're simply sharing the space, two different species, both watching the same sky turn from day to night. It's a moment of perfect, peaceful coexistence, not dramatic, not particularly significant on its own, but part of a larger pattern that's slowly, quietly rewriting the rules of how different species can relate to each other. A shooting star streaks across the sky, bright and brief. The puppy's ears perk up as if it heard something, though of course the star makes no sound. You find yourself wondering what the puppy thinks of the sky, of the stars, of this strange world it's been born into. You'll never know, of course. The puppy's internal life remains a mystery. But in this moment, that doesn't seem to matter. What matters is the simple fact of shared space, shared time, and shared existence. The stars come out one by one, filling the sky with their ancient light. Somewhere in the darkness, a mammoth trumpets, the sound carrying for miles across the still air. The puppy's ears swivel toward the sound, but it doesn't move from its spot. Neither do you. You sit together, human and almost dog, as the night deepens around you. The bold puppy, which you've started thinking of as white chest, reaches adolescence with all the awkwardness that implies. Its paws, temporarily too large for its body, give it a clumsy gait. Its voice is changing. producing sometimes a puppy yip, sometimes an adult bark, and occasionally an embarrassing crack between the two. It goes through a phase where it seems to trip over its own feet at least once per day, usually while trying to impress the watching humans with some feat of athletic prowess. Whitechest is now about 7 months old, and something remarkable has happened. The distance between the puppy and the nearest humans has shrunk to about 20 yards. Some mornings, Whitechest is waiting near the camp when people emerge from their dwellings, tail wagging in greeting. That tail wagging is itself noteworthy. Adult wolves do wag their tails, but usually only in specific social contexts with other wolves. Whitechest wags its tail at humans constantly, when it sees people, when it's given food, and when someone simply looks in its direction. It's as if the puppy has repurposed a wolf-to-wolf social signal for wolf-to-human communication. The other 2 puppies from that litter are still around, but have remained more traditionally wolf-like. They scavenge from human kills. They tolerate human proximity at reasonable distances, but they show no interest in closer interaction. They're becoming normal wolves, following the ancient patterns of their species. But Whitechest is becoming something else entirely. One breakthrough morning, the 7-year-old girl, her name, in the sounds your language uses, is something that roughly translates to Bright One, approaches closer to Whitechest than anyone has dared before. She's holding a particularly nice piece of smoked meat, and she's making soft, encouraging sounds. Whitechest watches her approach with intense focus. Every muscle is tense, ready to flee if necessary, but the puppy doesn't flee. When Bright One gets within about 10 yards, she stops, kneels down to make herself less threatening, and extends her hand with the meat. For long moments, nothing happens. Then, moving slowly, hesitantly, Whitechest approaches. 1 step, 2 steps, 3. The puppy is now close enough that Bright One could touch it if she reached out. Whitechest stretches its neck forward, still keeping its body at a safe distance, ready to bolt. Its nose twitches, scenting the meat. Then, in one quick motion, it snatches the meat from Bright One's hand and retreats about 5 yards. But here's the remarkable part. Instead of running all the way back to the safe distance, Whitechest lies down right there 5 yards away and eats the meat while watching Bright One with an expression that seems almost friendly. Bright One is beaming. She stays kneeling, not moving, not trying to push the boundary any further. She just watches as Whitechest finishes the meat, licks its chops thoroughly, and then, in a gesture that makes Bright One gasp with delight, yawns and stretches out for a nap right there 5 yards from a human. Word spreads quickly through the camp. People emerge from their dwellings to see this extraordinary sight. A wolf, nearly full grown now, sleeping peacefully within easy spear throw of a human settlement. Over the following weeks, Whitechest becomes bolder. The puppy starts following Bright One around when she does her daily tasks, collecting firewood, hauling water, and helping prepare hides. It's not always close. Sometimes it's 20 yards behind, sometimes 30, but it's clearly following, clearly choosing to be near this particular human. The relationship develops what you might call reciprocity, though you have no word for this concept. Bright One shares food with Whitechest, and Whitechest provides companionship and, increasingly, a kind of early warning system. The puppy's ears are sharper than human ears, and its nose is infinitely more sensitive. When Whitechest's attention suddenly focuses on something distant, people have learned to pay attention. More than once, the puppy's alertness has given warning of approaching animals, sometimes dangerous predators, sometimes potential prey. One afternoon, Whitechest is lying near where Bright One is working on scraping a hide. The puppy's head suddenly lifts, ears pricked forward, and body tensed. It's staring intently toward a rocky outcrop about 200 yards away. Bright One follows the puppy's gaze but sees nothing. Still, she's learned to trust Whitechest's senses. She calls out a warning to the camp, and within seconds several adults emerge with spears. For several minutes, nothing happens. Then a cave bear, a massive creature, easily 9 feet tall if it stood on its hind legs, with a disposition that makes modern grizzlies seem friendly, emerges from behind the rocks. It's not approaching the camp, just passing through the area, but cave bears are notoriously unpredictable. Having warning of its presence is the difference between safety and disaster. The bear passes without incident, but the human's gratitude toward Whitechest is genuine. Extra meat is shared that evening, and the puppy, for the first time, is allowed to sleep just outside the entrance to the communal dwelling rather than at its usual more distant spot. Whitechest isn't the only young wolf showing interest in humans. As your band moves through its seasonal rounds, never straying too far from the core territory, but shifting locations as resources dictate, you notice other wolves at different sites, particularly younger ones, that display varying levels of boldness around humans. Some are like Whitechest, actively seeking proximity. Others are somewhere in the middle, not avoiding humans but not seeking them out either. It's as if there's a spectrum of personality types, and the wolves on the bolder end of that spectrum are the ones who keep gravitating toward human camps. You're beginning to suspect, though you have no framework to articulate this, that some kind of selection is happening. The boldest wolves get the most access to easy food from human scraps. The boldest wolves are the ones learning to cooperate, however loosely, with human hunting activities. The boldest wolves are the ones surviving best near human settlements. And when these bold wolves eventually mate, as Whitechest will in another year or so, they'll likely produce offspring that inherit this tendency toward boldness. Generation by generation, the wolves most comfortable around humans are the ones most likely to thrive in this new ecological niche that humans provide. Meanwhile, the shyer, more traditionally wolf-like individuals continue to do fine in the vast wilderness away from human settlements. They're not being replaced or driven out. It's just that two populations are slowly diverging, one remaining purely wolf, one beginning the long journey toward becoming something else. Whitechest reaches full adulthood, about a year and a half old now. The puppy awkwardness is gone, replaced by the lean efficiency of a mature predator. Whitechest now weighs about 75 pounds, smaller than its mother but still formidable. And while the wolf has clearly bonded with Bright One and the rest of the band, it's not tame in any conventional sense. It still hunts its own prey. It still maintains some distance. It still makes its own decisions about when to be near the camp and when to disappear into the wilderness for days at a time. But something fundamental has changed. When Whitechest returns from these wilderness excursions, it greets the humans, especially Bright One, with obvious pleasure, tail wagging and body wiggling in a dance of joy. When the band moves camp, Whitechest follows without hesitation. When Bright One sits by the fire in the evening, Whitechest lies nearby, close enough to be touched, though still wary of sudden movements. One evening, after a successful hunt, the band is in good spirits. There's meat aplenty, and someone has found a wild berry bush still holding fruit despite the lateness of the season. The children are playing a game that involves running around the camp's perimeter, and Whitechest joins in, running alongside them with obvious enjoyment. The adults watch this with expressions ranging from amazement to amusement to something approaching unease. This is unprecedented. Wild predators don't play with human children, but here, undeniably, is a wolf doing exactly that. Carefully, without using its teeth even in play fighting, adjusting its strength to accommodate the smaller, weaker humans. Bright One's mother watches her daughter and Whitechest playing together, and she has a thought that she'll later try to express to her partner, though the language doesn't quite have the words for it yet. Something like, "We're watching something new being born. Not just this wolf, but the idea of wolves and humans together. What we're seeing isn't just unusual. It's never happened before in all of history." She's right, though she doesn't know how right. She doesn't know that tens of thousands of years in the future, humans will live alongside millions of descendants of wolves like Whitechest. She doesn't know that these descendants will come in bewildering variety. Tiny ones that fit in a pocket, huge ones that stand taller than wolves ever did. Some bred for hunting, some for guarding, and some simply for companionship. She doesn't know that humans will develop complex emotional bonds with these animals, treating them as family members, mourning their deaths, and celebrating their lives. All she knows is that right now, in this moment, her daughter is playing with a wolf, and both of them are clearly absolutely happy. The fire crackles. The stars wheel overhead in their eternal patterns. A cool breeze brings the scent of the distant pines. And in this small corner of the vast Ice Age world, something impossible has become possible. Whitechest stops running, sits down to catch its breath, and Bright One impulsively reaches out to touch the top of the wolf's head. Whitechest goes very still. This is the first time a human has directly touched it. For a moment, the outcome could go either way. Then Whitechest leans into the touch just slightly, and Bright One begins gently scratching behind the wolf's ears. Whitechest's eyes close in contentment. One back leg starts twitching involuntarily, the way dogs' legs will twitch when you find just the right spot. The bridge between species has been crossed. There's no going back now. 3 years have passed since Whitechest first ventured close to the human camp as a bold puppy. The wolf, though increasingly it seems incorrect to call it simply a wolf, is now a mature adult, fully integrated into the daily life of your band. Whitechest has become, for lack of a better term, a member of the family. The wolf's daily routine mirrors the human's own rhythms. Whitechest sleeps near the camp entrance at night, often beside Bright One's sleeping area. In the morning, the wolf accompanies whoever goes to fetch water, trotting alongside them, investigating interesting smells, and occasionally pausing to mark territory. During the day, Whitechest often joins hunting parties, and this is where the relationship has evolved into something truly remarkable. Whitechest has learned to actively participate in hunts. The wolf understands somehow what the humans are trying to do. When the hunting party is stalking prey, Whitechest remains silent and stays downwind. When it's time to drive game toward waiting hunters, Whitechest helps with the drive, barking and lunging to push the animals in the right direction. And critically, Whitechest has learned to wait for its share of the kill rather than trying to claim it immediately. This cooperation isn't perfect. Whitechest is still a predator with predator instincts, and occasionally those instincts override training. Once, during a particularly exciting chase of a wounded bison, Whitechest became overeager and darted in too early, nearly getting trampled for the trouble. The wolf learned from this mistake, painfully, limping for several days afterward, but learned nonetheless. The human's hunting success rate has noticeably improved with Whitechest participation. The wolf's superior senses help locate prey that human eyes would miss. Whitechest's presence makes some prey animals nervous, causing them to move in ways that make them easier for human hunters to predict. And occasionally, when hunting smaller game like rabbits or foxes, Whitechest makes kills entirely independently and shares them with the band, particularly with Bright One. But it's not just practical benefits that define this relationship. There's genuine affection here, genuine companionship. Bright One, now approaching 11 years old, has formed a bond with Whitechest that goes beyond utility. The wolf is her constant companion, her playmate, and her confidant. When Bright One is sad, and life in the Ice Age provides plenty of reasons for sadness, Whitechest seems to sense it, pressing close, offering physical comfort. One particularly hard winter, food becomes scarce. The band's stored supplies run low, and several difficult weeks pass where everyone is hungry most of the time. During this period, Whitechest continues to hunt independently and brings back small game, rabbits, birds, even once a fox, and leaves this food near Bright One's sleeping area. The wolf is choosing to share food with a human, even when food is scarce. This behaviour is so unusual, so contrary to normal predator behaviour, that it cements Whitechest's status within the band. This is not just a useful animal, this is family. Whitechest isn't the only wolf showing this new pattern of behaviour. Over these 3 years, several other young wolves have attached themselves to the band, though none as completely as Whitechest. There's a larger, shaggier wolf that the hunters call Grey Shoulder, who primarily accompanies hunting parties but keeps more distance than Whitechest does. There's a younger female with unusual pale colouring, light coat, who seems most interested in staying near the camp and getting handouts, showing little interest in hunting. These different wolves display different personality traits, different preferences, and different degrees of integration with human society. it's becoming clear that not all wolves who associate with humans do so in the same way. Some are primarily interested in food. Some seem to crave companionship. Some appear to enjoy the cooperative hunting. Each wolf is an individual with its own motivations and temperament. Grey Shoulder, for instance, is all business. The wolf shows up when there's hunting to be done, participates efficiently, takes its share of the kill, and then often disappears for days at a time. There's no tail wagging, no playing with children, and no sleeping near the camp. But Grey Shoulder is reliable. When the hunting party sets out, they can usually count on Grey Shoulder appearing within a few hours, ready to work. Lightcoat, conversely, seems to have no interest in hunting whatsoever. This wolf has perfected the art of looking pathetic, sitting at the edge of camp with big, sad eyes until someone takes pity and tosses it food. Lightcoat is gentle enough that even the smallest children can approach it safely, and the wolf seems to enjoy being petted and fussed over. If wolves could purr, Lightcoat would purr constantly. The variety in these wolves' behaviours is teaching your band something important. These animals are not all the same. They have personalities, preferences, and individual quirks. This seems obvious now, but it's actually a significant shift in thinking. Previously, wolves were viewed as a category, dangerous predators to be avoided or killed. Now they're being seen as individuals. This one is friendly, that one is shy, this one is a good hunter, and that one is lazy but sweet-natured. One spring, Whitechest disappears for several weeks. At first, no one is particularly concerned. The wolf has always come and gone as it pleased. But as the days stretch into weeks, Bright One becomes increasingly worried. Has something happened to Whitechest? Has the wolf been injured, killed by a larger predator, or fallen through thin ice? Then one morning, Whitechest returns, and it's immediately obvious what's been happening. The wolf is accompanied by 4 puppies, about 6 weeks old, tumbling and playing and exploring everything with that particular fearless curiosity of the very young. The band is astonished. Whitechest has reproduced. Of course it has, that's what animals do. But has chosen to bring its offspring to the human camp, rather than keeping them safely hidden in a den somewhere far away. This decision speaks volumes about how Whitechest views the relationship with humans. The camp isn't just a food source or a casual association, it's home, it's packed. It's the place where Whitechest wants to raise its young. The puppies are a mixture of traits. 2 of them look almost exactly like traditional wolves, with typical colouring and build. But one puppy is smaller, with softer features, and a coat that's slightly curlier than normal. And one puppy has distinctive markings, a white-tipped tail and a blaze of white down its face, that make it look quite different from any wolf you've ever seen. These puppies have never experienced the wild the way their parent did. From their earliest memories, humans are simply part of the landscape, no more frightening than trees or rocks. They approach people with no hesitation, investigate everything fearlessly, and quickly work out that humans are an excellent source of food and entertainment. Bright One is enchanted. She spends hours playing with the puppies, teaching them simple games and getting them accustomed to being handled. One puppy in particular, the small one with the curly coat, becomes especially attached to Bright One, following her everywhere, sleeping curled against her at night. The band decides to call this puppy Curl for obvious reasons, and Curl represents something even more significant than Whitechest did. Whitechest was a wild wolf that chose to associate with humans. Curl is being raised from birth as part of a human family. Curl will never know a purely wild existence. Curl is in essence the first truly domestic dog, even though that word won't exist for thousands of years yet. As Curl grows, the differences from a traditional wolf become more pronounced. A Curl is smaller than a full wolf, with shorter legs and a more rounded skull. Curl's ears don't stand up quite as erectly. Curl's tail curls over its back in a way that would be considered a fault in a wolf but is somehow charming in this context. And Curl's temperament is gentler and more tractable than any wolf's. Curl never goes through the adolescent period of testing boundaries and asserting independence that wolves typically experience. Curl simply accepts human authority as natural and right. When Bright One gives Curl a command, sit, stay, come, Curl obeys with eager enthusiasm. Not because Curl fears punishment, but because pleasing Bright One is Curl's primary motivation in life. This eager-to-please quality is something new under the sun. Wolves can be trained to an extent, but their cooperation always feels like a negotiation, a transaction. Curl's obedience feels more like devotion. It's the key difference between a tamed wolf and a truly domestic dog. Other puppies from Whitechest's litter show varying degrees of this new temperament. One is almost indistinguishable from a wild wolf, eventually leaving the band to live independently. Two are intermediate, friendly with humans but retaining significant independence. But Curl is fully, completely domestic. The band begins to see the possibilities. If wolves can be raised to be this cooperative, this helpful, this companionable, then perhaps this relationship could be deliberately cultivated. Perhaps when Whitechest or one of the other wolves has another litter, the band could keep the friendliest puppies and encourage them to mate with other friendly wolves. This thought represents the beginning of conscious selection. Not just accepting wolves that happen to be bold enough to approach humans, but actively choosing which wolves to keep and breed based on desirable traits. It's the shift from passive acceptance of a phenomenon to active participation in shaping it. You don't know that you're inventing animal husbandry. You don't know that this same process will eventually be applied to wild sheep, wild cattle, and wild horses, transforming them all into domestic animals. You don't even really know that what you're doing is revolutionary. You just know that having Curl around makes life better. The puppy is cheerful, affectionate, helpful in its small ways, and brings joy to the entire band. When you're working on a difficult task and getting frustrated, Curl seems to sense it and comes over, tail wagging, inviting you to take a break and play. When the camp is quiet and everyone is feeling the weight of survival's constant demands, Curl does something silly, chasing its own tail, play-bowing to a shadow, barking at a butterfly, and makes everyone laugh. Life in the Ice Age is hard, it's dangerous, it's unpredictable. But with a curly-coated little dog curled up against you at night, with a wolf dog bringing you fresh-killed rabbits, with a gentle pale wolf accepting scratches from your children, some of that hardness feels a bit more bearable. The sun sets over the tundra, painting everything in shades of gold and amber. Whitechest sits on a rise near the camp, silhouetted against the sky, looking out over the landscape. Curl sits beside its parent, attempting to match the adult's dignified pose, but somewhat undermining the effect by occasionally scratching vigorously at its ear. You watch them from the camp, and you feel something that might be the Ice Age equivalent of contentment. Things change slowly in this world. The seasons cycle. The herds migrate. Life continues in its ancient patterns. But here, in this small detail of wolf dogs sitting peacefully near a human camp, something genuinely new is happening. The future is being born, one wagging tail at a time. 10 years have passed since Whitechest first approached the camp as a bold puppy, and the landscape of human-wolf relationships has transformed in ways that would have seemed impossible back then. Your band now lives alongside not one or two wolf dogs, but an entire community of them, perhaps 15 in total, ranging from very wolf-like individuals who maintain significant independence to animals like Curl's offspring, who are so thoroughly integrated into human society that calling them wolves feels completely wrong. The terminology is becoming a problem, actually. You need to distinguish between the animals that live with you and the wild wolves that still roam the tundra. The word your band has settled on for the domesticated ones roughly translates to hand-fed ones, or possibly chosen ones, depending on context. It's clunky, but it serves its purpose. Whitechest is now elderly by wolf standards, approaching 11 years old, with a greying muzzle and stiff movements that speak to arthritis in the hips. The wolf no longer accompanies hunting parties, spending most days sleeping near the camp's warmest spots. But Whitechest remains deeply beloved, respected as the founding member of this new relationship. The younger wolf dogs treat Whitechest with clear deference, and Bright One, now a woman of 21 with children of her own, still sits beside the old wolf in the evening, stroking its greying fur and talking softly. The wolf dogs have become essential to the band's survival strategy. Their contributions are multiple and significant. In hunting, a well-trained wolf dog can be worth 2 human hunters. The animals can run down prey that would escape humans and can track wounded animals through terrain too difficult for people to navigate, and can hold a cornered animal until the hunters arrive. But the wolf dogs provide benefits beyond hunting. They serve as an alarm system, alerting the camp to approaching predators or rival human bands. They keep scavengers like hyenas and foxes away from stored food. They provide warmth on cold nights. Several wolf dogs sleeping in the communal dwelling raise the temperature noticeably. And perhaps most importantly in the harsh calculus of Ice Age survival, they provide psychological comfort. Having these animals around makes people feel safer and less alone in a vast and often hostile landscape. The different wolf dogs have found different roles within the human community, playing to their individual strengths. There's Scout, a lean, fast female who excels at ranging ahead of travelling groups, alert for danger. There's Guardian, a massive male with a protective temperament who has appointed himself defender of the children. Even the smallest child can toddle around camp safely with Guardian following like a patient, furry shadow. Then there's Hunter, descended from Grey Shoulder, who has inherited its ancestors' no-nonsense approach to hunting. Hunter has little interest in being petted or playing games, but when the hunting party goes out, Hunter is all business, efficient, tireless, and remarkably skilled at anticipating where prey animals will run. Some wolf dogs have discovered entirely unexpected roles. Warmth, a female with unusually thick fur, has somehow worked out that if she lies down near someone who's sick, her body heat helps them feel better. She's become the band's unofficial nurse, spending her time with anyone who's ill or injured, providing comfort and warmth that may have real therapeutic value. The breeding of these animals is becoming more deliberate with each generation. When a female wolf dog comes into heat, the band pays attention to which males she's interested in and may actively encourage or discourage certain pairings. The friendliest animals are encouraged to breed with each other. The best hunters are paired with other good hunters. Animals with health problems or poor temperaments are discouraged from breeding, though this is done humanely. They're simply watched carefully, and potential mates are kept separate during the critical times. This selective breeding is already producing visible results. The wolf dogs of Curl's lineage are consistently smaller than full wolves, with shorter snouts, smaller teeth, and more variable coat colours. One recent litter produced a puppy with floppy ears that never fully stood erect, instead hanging down in a way that would be a severe disadvantage for a wild wolf, but is merely endearing in a domestic animal. Another litter included a puppy with a coat pattern never seen in wild wolves, black with symmetrical white markings on the chest and paws. These physical changes are accompanied by behavioural ones. The newest generation of wolf dogs is even more tractable than their parents, more eager to please, and more attuned to human communication. A human can point, and these animals will look where the human is pointing. A cognitive skill that wolves rarely demonstrate, but that these hand-fed ones have developed to a remarkable degree. One of Brightwan's children, a boy of about 7, has formed a particularly close bond with a young wolf dog named Swift. The two are inseparable, and their relationship demonstrates just how far this human-animal partnership has evolved. Swift sleeps with the boy, plays with him constantly, and seems to understand the child's moods and needs with uncanny accuracy. When the boy is sad, Swift offers comfort. When the boy is excited, Swift matches that excitement. When the boy wanders too far from camp, Swift gently herds him back, using the same techniques Swift's ancestors used for herding prey. This level of interspecies communication would have seemed magical to your band just a generation ago. Now it's simply normal. Of course the wolf dogs understand pointing. Of course they respond to voice commands. Of course they integrate seamlessly into human social structures. What else would they do? The wolf dogs have even begun to adopt human sleeping patterns to some degree. Wild wolves are most active at dawn and dusk, resting during the midday and midnight hours. But the hand-fed ones increasingly match human activity patterns, awake when humans are awake, sleeping when humans sleep. They're adapting not just to living near humans, but to living as humans do. One spring, a rival band, not hostile exactly, but competing for the same resources, camps about 2 days' travel from your territory. Negotiations are tense. Both bands need access to the river for fishing, and the best fishing spots can't support both groups simultaneously. Your band has an advantage the rival band lacks: the wolf dogs. When the rival band sees Guardian and Hunter and the others, when they see how these animals respond to human commands, how they coordinate with human hunters, the balance of power shifts. A band with wolf dogs is simply more formidable than a band without them. The rival band's leader proposes a solution. They'll concede the best fishing spots in exchange for 2 wolf dog puppies from the next litter. It's the first time wolf dogs have been traded. The first time they've been recognised as having concrete value that can be exchanged. Your band agrees, though there's significant debate about which puppies to give away. Should you give them inferior puppies, the less friendly, less trainable ones? Or would that be dishonourable? Eventually, a compromise is reached. You'll give them 2 good puppies, from good lineages, but not the very best. The rival band leaves satisfied, and when breeding season arrives, your band carefully selects 2 puppies that are friendly and healthy, but not exceptional. This trade opens a new chapter. Within a few years, other bands in the region are also keeping wolf dogs. The animals spread across the landscape, moving from band to band through trade and gift-giving. And with each trade, with each new home, the wolf dogs adapt further to human society. But something has been lost too. The earliest wolf dogs, like White Chest, retained significant independence, still capable of surviving in the wild if necessary. The newer generations are losing this. They're so adapted to human society that they would struggle to survive alone. They've become dependent, not in a weak or pitiable way, but simply as a fact of their evolution. They've traded independence for partnership, wilderness for home. Is this good or bad? The question doesn't really occur to anyone in your band. This is simply how things are developing. The wolf dogs are happy. They play, they form bonds, and they seem to enjoy their lives. The humans are happy. Life is easier and more secure with wolf dog partners. What else matters? White Chest dies one cold winter morning, simply failing to wake up. Death is a constant companion in the Ice Age, and the band has developed rituals for dealing with it. White Chest's body is placed on a rise overlooking the camp, positioned to face the sunrise. It's a mark of respect given to honoured band members, now extended to this animal who helped create something entirely new. Bright One sits beside the body for a long time, crying openly. She's mourning not just an animal, but a friend, a companion who's been part of her entire life from childhood into adulthood. The other wolf dogs seem to understand that something significant has happened. They approach White Chest's body cautiously, sniff it carefully, and several of them emit low, mournful howls. That evening, gathered around the fire, the band tells stories about White Chest. How the wolf first approached the camp as a bold puppy, how it learned to hunt cooperatively with humans, how it brought its own puppies to be raised alongside human children. The stories serve multiple purposes: honouring the dead, passing knowledge to younger generations, and processing grief through narrative. One of the elders, speaking slowly and thoughtfully, says something that resonates with everyone. White Chest changed the world. Not the whole world, maybe, but our world. Our lives are different because of that one brave, curious wolf. It's a simple eulogy, but it's also profoundly true. One individual animal, acting on instincts toward boldness and curiosity, initiated a relationship that has transformed an entire human band's way of life. The wolf dogs who remain continue the partnership White Chest began. They hunt, they guard, and they provide companionship and warmth. And in the spring, new puppies are born, smaller, friendlier, and more variable in appearance than their wild ancestors. The transformation continues, generation by generation, moving steadily away from wolf and towards something new. In the distance, a wild wolf howls, one of White Chest's contemporaries perhaps, or a descendant of the wolves who chose to remain wild. The sound is beautiful and eerie, echoing across the tundra under the stars. Guardian, lying near the fire, lifts his head and howls in response. But Guardian's howl is different from the wild wolf's, shorter, less sustained, and mixed with what almost sounds like a bark. Two species, once one, two futures diverging. And somewhere in that divergence, in that space between wild and domestic, between independence and partnership, something precious has been created. The fire crackles, the stars wheel overhead, and the next generation of wolf dogs sleeps peacefully, dreaming whatever wolf dogs dream, in a world that their ancestors' courage helped create. 50 years have passed since Whitechest first approached that camp. Your band's descendants have moved to new territories, following the slowly shifting climate as the Ice Age begins its long, gradual retreat. The massive glaciers are melting imperceptibly slowly, creating new rivers, new lakes, and new opportunities for human habitation. And wherever humans go, the wolf dogs go with them. The relationship between humans and these proto-dogs has become so normalized that it's difficult to remember a time when it didn't exist. Every human band in the region now has wolf dogs. They've become as essential to human survival as fire, as tools, as language itself. The wolf dogs have continued to diversify. Some bands prefer larger, more wolf-like animals for hunting large game. Other bands favour smaller, friendlier animals better suited to life in increasingly settled communities. Some bands have wolf dogs that specialise in guarding stored food from pests. Others have animals trained to help drive fish into nets during seasonal salmon runs. This diversification is the beginning of what will eventually become distinct breeds, though that concept is far in the future. For now, it's simply practical adaptation. Different human communities have different needs, and they're unconsciously selecting for the traits that serve those needs best. One particularly interesting development is happening in coastal communities, where humans are beginning to exploit marine resources more systematically. The wolf dogs in these communities have learned to eat fish, something wild wolves rarely do. Some have even learned to help with fishing, diving into shallow water to drive fish toward waiting nets, or even catching fish independently. These coastal wolf dogs are developing slightly different physical characteristics, more webbing between their toes and slightly oilier coats that shed water better. They're adapting to their environment within just a few generations, demonstrating the remarkable plasticity of the wolf dog genome under selective pressure. Meanwhile, in the interior regions where big game hunting remains the primary survival strategy, the wolf dogs remain larger and more wolf-like. These animals need strength and endurance to help bring down mammoths, bison, and other megafauna. But even these hunting specialists are more tractable than their wild ancestors, more responsive to human direction, and more integrated into human social structures. The trade in wolf dogs has become extensive. Prized animals might be traded across territories spanning hundreds of miles. A particularly good hunting dog might be exchanged for tools, for furs, or for access to prime hunting grounds. Female wolf dogs in heat are sometimes taken long distances to be bred with males from other lineages, preventing inbreeding and introducing new genetic variation. This trade has unexpected benefits. It creates connections between human bands, facilitating the exchange of knowledge, tools, and genetic material, both dog and human. Bands that might previously have been rivals find common ground in their shared interest in wolf dogs. A man from one band might travel to another specifically to breed his female wolf dog with a male known for its hunting prowess, and during that visit trade other goods, share stories, and perhaps even arrange marriages between the bands. The wolf dogs are becoming a form of social glue, binding human communities together across vast distances. But the relationship isn't uniformly positive. Some bands reject the wolf dogs entirely, seeing them as an unnecessary burden in terms of food resources. These bands continue the old ways, hunting without animal assistance, and they do fine. Humans are adaptable enough to thrive with or without canine partners. There are also occasional problems. A wolf dog might revert to more wild behaviour, attacking livestock, as humans begin tentative experiments with keeping other animals captive, or even biting a human. These incidents are handled case by case, but they serve as reminders that these animals are still close to their wild roots. still capable of unpredictable behaviour. One particularly tragic incident involves a wolf dog that, during a harsh winter with severe food shortages, kills and eats a human infant left momentarily unattended. The wolf dog is immediately killed, and there's serious discussion in the band about whether the entire experiment with keeping these animals is worth the risk. But ultimately, the decision is made to continue. The benefits outweigh the risks as long as everyone remains vigilant and realistic about what these animals are. Neither fully wild nor fully tame, but something in between that requires constant awareness. As generations pass, the wolf dogs become more and more distinct from their wild ancestors. The physical changes accumulate: smaller teeth, shorter snouts, and more variable coat colours and patterns. Floppy ears appear in multiple lineages. Curled tails become common. Some wolf dogs develop spotted coats, or unusual colour patterns, or even long, silky fur that would be impractical for wild wolves, but is prized by humans for its appearance. The behavioural changes are even more pronounced. The newest generations of wolf dogs are born with an innate understanding of human social cues. They instinctively defer to human authority. They form strong emotional bonds with human families, showing distress when separated and joy when reunited. They've become emotionally domesticated in a way that goes beyond mere training. Scientists far in the future will identify this as a change in the wolf dog genome related to stress hormones and social bonding. Specific genetic variations that make these animals less fearful of humans, more tolerant of close contact, and more capable of reading human emotions and intentions. But your band only knows that the puppies born now are somehow sweeter, friendlier, and more lovable than their ancestors were. The wolf dogs have even begun to participate in human spiritual life. When the band performs rituals, thanking the spirits of hunted animals, celebrating successful births, mourning the dead, the wolf dogs are present, treated as participants rather than mere witnesses. Some bands are beginning to develop stories about how the first wolf dog came to live with humans, mythologizing Whitechest's descendants into legendary figures who bridge the worlds of human and animal. One story, told around countless fires across the generations, goes something like this. In the ancient time, wolves and humans were enemies, killing each other for food and territory. But one wise wolf saw that humans had fire and tools, things wolves could never have. And one wise human saw that wolves had sharp senses and cooperative hunting skills that humans lacked. These two, wolf and human, met in a neutral place and made an agreement. "Share with us your fire," said the wolf, "and we'll share with you our hunting skill." And from that day forward, wolves and humans have been partners, each making the other stronger. It's a myth, not history, but like all good myths, it contains a kernel of truth. The relationship between humans and wolf dogs is indeed a form of partnership, a mutual exchange of benefits that enhances both species' chances of survival. As the Ice Age slowly wanes, as the climate warms and the megafauna begin to decline, human societies are changing too. People are beginning to stay in the same places for longer periods, building more substantial shelters and storing food more systematically. The shift from fully nomadic to semi-settled existence is beginning, and the wolf dogs are part of this transition. In settled camps with stored food, wolf dogs prove invaluable as guards, preventing raids by predators and rival human groups. They alert to approaching danger, defend territory, and provide a sense of security that allows humans to sleep more soundly at night. The wolf dogs are also helping with an entirely new human activity, managing other proto-domestic animals. As humans begin keeping captured young megafauna, not quite farming them yet, but moving in that direction, the wolf dogs help control these animals, using their herding instincts to keep young mammoths or bison from wandering off. This herding behaviour will eventually become one of the most important functions of domestic dogs. But for now, it's a happy accident. The wolf dog's natural prey herding instincts being redirected toward a new purpose. Thousands of miles away, in different parts of the world, similar processes are occurring independently. Wolves near human settlements in what will become Europe are beginning their own journey toward domestication. Wolves in East Asia are developing their own relationships with human communities. The process isn't uniform, but the pattern is recognizable. Wherever humans and wolves coexist, some wolves are discovering the advantages of cooperation over competition. These geographically separated populations of proto-dogs will eventually give rise to different lineages, different regional types that reflect both the local wolf populations and the specific needs of local human communities. But all of them share the same fundamental transformation. From wild predator to domestic partner. You don't know any of this, of course. Your world is limited to your band, your territory, and your direct experience. But your great-great-grandchildren's descendants will spread across continents, and they'll bring their wolf dogs with them. When humans eventually cross the land bridge from Asia to the Americas, wolf dogs will be among the first domesticated animals to reach the New World. When humans develop boats capable of crossing open ocean, wolf dogs will be in those boats, heading to islands and new continents. The partnership that began with one curious wolf and one willing to experiment human band has become a global phenomenon that will persist for millennia. Long after the mammoths and woolly rhinos and giant sloths have gone extinct, long after the Ice Age has faded into geological history, this relationship will endure. Your band's current generation of wolf dogs includes a young female named Echo, descended from Curl's lineage through multiple generations. Echo is small, barely 60 pounds, with a curly coat, floppy ears, and a tail that curls so tightly it almost makes a full circle. Echo's temperament is gentle and playful, and the animal has become particularly attached to the band's children, serving as an unofficial guardian and playmate. One warm summer evening, as the sun sets over a landscape that's noticeably greener and less harsh than the tundra of your ancestors' time, Echo lies surrounded by children. They're petting the wolf dog, telling stories, and laughing at Echo's clownish attempts to catch moths that flutter around the fire. An elder watches this scene with satisfaction. This elder is the great-great-grandchild of Bright One, carrier of stories passed down through multiple generations. The elder remembers the tales of White Chest, of Curl, of the early days when having a wolf dog near the camp was strange and frightening. Hard to imagine being afraid of them now, the elder says to no one in particular, speaking softly enough not to disturb the children's play. Another adult sitting nearby laughs quietly. Hard to imagine living without them. What did our ancestors do without wolf dogs? How did they hunt? How did they feel safe at night? It's a good question. The answer, of course, is that humans survived for hundreds of thousands of years without canine partners. But now that the partnership exists, it's difficult to imagine going back. The relationship has become so integral to human society that its absence would be felt like the loss of a limb. Echo, tired from playing with the children, finally settles down, resting its head on a child's lap. The child strokes Echo's curly fur, and the wolf dog's eyes drift closed in contentment. Somewhere in the darkness beyond the firelight, a wild wolf howls. Echo's ears perk up, and the wolf dog lifts its head briefly, but there's no answering howl, no urge to run off and join that wild song. Echo's world is here, with these humans, by this fire. After a moment, Echo settles back down, content with its chosen place in the world. The stars come out, the same stars that shone on White Chest and Bright One all those generations ago. The fire crackles and pops. Children's voices mix with adult laughter, and beneath it all, the steady rhythm of Echo's breathing as the wolf dog sleeps. In this moment, peaceful and ordinary and yet profound, you can see the future taking shape. These children growing up with Echo will never know a world without wolf dogs. Their children won't either, nor their children's children, for hundreds of generations to come. What began as one wolf's curiosity and one human's willingness to share has become something timeless. A partnership that will outlast empires, survive the collapse of civilizations, and endure through changes in human society that would be unrecognizable to you. The wolf dogs will be there when humans build their first permanent villages. They'll be there when humans develop agriculture, when they domesticate other animals, and when they create the first cities. They'll pull sleds across frozen wastes, herd sheep across mountainsides, guard palaces, and warm the laps of emperors and peasants alike. They'll change, of course. They'll diversify into forms that would seem impossible. Tiny dogs that fit in a pocket, giant dogs larger than wolves ever were, dogs with pushed-in faces, dogs with legs so short they can barely run, and dogs bred for every conceivable purpose, from hunting rats to guarding temples to simply being beautiful. But underneath all those changes, underneath all that diversity, they'll still carry the same essential nature that Echo demonstrates tonight. Loyalty, affection, and the deep-rooted desire to be part of a human family. The fire burns low. People begin heading to their sleeping areas. Echo rises, shakes vigorously, and follows the children to the shelter where they sleep. The wolf dog settles down among them, and within moments 3 children are using Echo as a pillow. Outside, the summer night is mild and clear. Tomorrow will bring new challenges, new work, and new adventures. But tonight, there's just this. Humans and wolf dogs, sleeping peacefully together, partners in the grand adventure of survival. The stars wheel slowly overhead. The moon rises, casting silver light across a world that has changed profoundly, even though most of those changes are too subtle to see day to day. But they're there, accumulating. Genetic shifts, behavioural adaptations, and the slow but inexorable transformation of wolf into dog. And in the morning, when the sun rises, Echo will be among the first to wake, tail already wagging, ready to greet the new day alongside the humans who have become, in every meaningful sense, Echo's pack. The story that began 15,000 years ago with a reddish-grey wolf watching a human camp continues, generation after generation, changing slowly but never ending. A partnership that has enriched both species beyond measure, and that, more than anything else, is the legacy. Not just that humans tamed wolves, but that together, humans and wolves created something entirely new. A relationship of mutual benefit, mutual affection, and mutual transformation that has persisted across millennia, and will continue long into whatever future awaits. Alrighty, let's drift back to 1720, my favourite time period, somewhere in the hills of Massachusetts. You wake up one December morning, and your breath creates little puffs of fog inside your own bedroom. The water in your wash basin has a thin skin of ice that crackles when you touch it. Outside, snow has been falling for 3 days straight, and the wind sounds like it's having a heated argument with your house. Your modern self might panic, but colonial you've got this figured out in ways that would surprise even yourself. The secret wasn't just one brilliant invention or technique. It was a whole symphony of small, clever adaptations that colonial families orchestrated together. Think of it like a recipe where every ingredient mattered, from the way they built their homes to the undergarments they wore, from the foods they ate to the very way they arranged their daily lives around the rhythm of staying warm. Your colonial house wasn't trying to win any beauty contests. It was built like a fortress against winter, with every beam and board placed with survival in mind. The first thing you'd notice about colonial architecture is how these homes seem to huddle into themselves, like people pulling their coats tight against the cold. Those thick wooden walls weren't just for show. Colonial builders understood something that gets lost in our age of perfect insulation: thermal mass. Your walls were often filled with a mixture of clay, straw, and sometimes even seaweed. Yes, seaweed, that created a natural barrier against the cold. The walls breathed just enough to prevent moisture buildup, but held heat like a grandmother holds onto family recipes. The windows were small, and you might think that made the houses dark and gloomy, but colonial families knew that large windows were just expensive ways to let heat escape. Those tiny panes of glass, often no bigger than your hand, were practical gems. They let in enough light during the short winter days while keeping the warmth where it belonged, inside with you. But here's where colonial ingenuity really shines. The way they positioned their rooms. Your kitchen, the heart of winter warmth, sat at the centre of the house like a beating heart pumping heat through the arteries of hallways and doorways. The bedrooms clustered around this central warmth, and the coldest rooms, like storage areas or workshops, got pushed to the edges, where they acted as buffer zones against the winter winds. Those famously low ceilings that make tall modern visitors bump their heads? Pure genius. Heat rises, and colonial builders knew that an 8-foot ceiling meant your heat stayed where you could feel it. not floating uselessly above your head like hot air balloons of warmth drifting away. The colonial fireplace was the crown jewel of home heating, but not in the way you might expect. These weren't the decorative fireplaces of later eras. They were massive, practical beasts that could swallow whole logs and radiate heat like miniature suns. Your fireplace opening might be 4 feet wide and 3 feet tall, big enough to roast an entire pig if the mood struck you. The thick stone or brick construction absorbed heat during the day and released it slowly through the night, turning your fireplace into a thermal battery that kept giving long after the flames died down. Some colonial homes featured what were called beehive ovens, dome-shaped chambers built into the side of the main fireplace. You'd heat these by building a fire right inside the dome, then rake out the coals and slide in your bread, your stew, or whatever needed slow, even cooking. The thick walls of these ovens held heat for hours, turning them into auxiliary heaters that warmed the kitchen long after dinner was done. Your relationship with fire in colonial times was intimate in a way that modern people can barely imagine. Fire wasn't just something you turned on with a switch. It was a living thing that you fed, tended, and coaxed through the long winter months. Letting your fire die was like letting a beloved pet starve, except the consequences were much more dire. The art of fire maintenance began before winter even arrived. In late summer and early fall, you and your family would spend weeks gathering, cutting, and splitting firewood. A typical colonial family needed somewhere between 15 and 25 cords of wood to make it through winter. That's enough wood to fill a modern 2-car garage, floor to ceiling, twice over. Every tree that came down was evaluated like a job candidate. Hardwoods like oak and maple for long, steady burns, softwoods like pine for quick heat and kindling, and different woods for different purposes. Hickory burned hot and long, perfect for those bitter January nights when the cold seemed to seep through solid walls. Applewood gave off a sweet scent that made the whole house smell like a bakery. Birch bark peeled off in perfect strips that caught fire faster than modern paper, making it precious as kindling. You learned to read wood like a book, the grain, the moisture content, and the way it split, all telling you how it would burn and when to use it. But here's something that might surprise you. Colonial families rarely let their fires burn out completely, even in summer. Instead, they banked their fires, covering the coals with ash to slow the burning to almost nothing, preserving a seed of fire that could be coaxed back to life when needed. Banking a fire was an art form. Too much ash and you'd smother it. Too little and you'd waste precious fuel. Get it right, and your fire would sleep peacefully under its blanket of ash, ready to wake up with just a gentle stirring and some fresh kindling. The fireplace tools weren't just functional. They were the surgical instruments of winter survival. Long-handled shovels for moving coals, bellows for breathing life into dying embers, and iron dogs, those metal stands that held logs, that were positioned just so to create the perfect airflow. Your poker wasn't just for stirring. It was for creating the architecture of your fire, building little log cabins and teepees that would burn efficiently and safely. Colonial families developed an almost mystical understanding of fire behaviour. They knew that a fire needed to breathe, that flames liked to dance upward and outward, and that different arrangements of logs created different types of heat. A tight stack burned slow and steady. A loose arrangement burned hot and fast. Green wood hissed and sputtered and filled the house with smoke, while seasoned wood caught quickly and burned clean. The most skilled fire tenders could keep a fire burning for days with minimal attention, banking it at night and coaxing it back to life each morning like conducting a daily resurrection. They understood the personality of their particular fireplace, knew how their chimney drew air, and could read the colour and behaviour of flames like weather forecasters read clouds. When you think about colonial winter clothing, forget everything you've seen in movies about people shivering in thin cotton shirts. Colonial clothing was engineering in fabric form, a layered defence system that would make modern outdoor gear companies weep with envy. You weren't just getting dressed in the morning, you were constructing a personal environment that would keep you alive and comfortable in temperatures that would send modern people running for their cars. The foundation of your winter wardrobe was linen undergarments, and before you wrinkle your nose at the thought of scratchy old fabric, understand that colonial linen was often softer than modern cotton. These base layers weren't just underwear. They were your first line of defence against moisture and cold. Linen has this remarkable property of wicking moisture away from your skin while still providing insulation, and it got softer and more comfortable with every washing. Over your linen foundation, you'd add layers like building a textile fortress. Wool was your best friend, but not the itchy, harsh wool you might imagine. Colonial wool, especially when it was well processed, could be incredibly soft and warm. Your wool stockings came up to your knees and were often knitted with patterns that weren't just decorative. Different stitch patterns created different levels of thickness and insulation where you needed them most. Women wore multiple petticoats, sometimes 3 or 4 layers deep, creating a sort of textile balloon that trapped warm air around their legs. These weren't the dainty petticoats of later eras. They were serious winter gear, often made from wool or heavy linen, designed to create insulating air pockets while still allowing for movement. The outermost petticoat might be made from a tightly woven wool that shed water and blocked wind. Your stays, what we might call a corset, weren't just about fashion. They provided crucial support for your back during heavy work and created another layer of insulation around your torso. Made from sturdy linen or leather and often lined with wool, stays were like wearing a warm, supportive hug all day long. Men's clothing followed similar principles but with different execution. Your shirt was long, extending down to mid-thigh, providing extra coverage and warmth. Over this came your waistcoat, essentially a sleeveless jacket that provided another insulating layer around your core. Your breeches were often made from leather or heavy wool, and they fit snugly to prevent heat loss, while allowing for the physical work that winter demanded. But the real genius of colonial winter clothing was in the extremities. Your hands and feet were far from your heart's warming influence, and colonial clothing makers knew that keeping these warm was crucial for overall comfort. Mittens were preferred over gloves, because keeping your fingers together shared warmth more efficiently. These weren't the thin mittens you see today. They were often made from thick wool or even fur, sometimes with leather palms for durability. Colonial stockings were architectural marvels in their own right. Hand-knitted from wool, they were designed with reinforced heels and toes, and the best ones were knitted in patterns that created thicker insulation over the areas that needed it most. The tops of the stockings were often knitted with patterns that helped them grip your leg, preventing the cold drafts that would sneak in if your stocking slipped down. Your outer garments were where colonial clothing really showed off. Cloaks and greatcoats weren't just large, they were designed to create a personal microclimate around your entire body. A properly made cloak could wrap around you completely, creating a tent-like space that held your body heat. Some cloaks had hoods lined with fur or soft wool that could seal around your head, and the best ones were made from tightly woven wool that shed water and blocked wind while still allowing your body to breathe. The materials themselves were chosen with scientific precision. Wool from different animals had different properties: sheep's wool for general use, rabbit fur for extreme warmth, and beaver fur for water resistance. Colonial families knew that a rabbit fur lining in your hat could make the difference between comfort and misery during a long winter walk, and that beaver fur trim on your cloak would shed snow and sleet like armour. Your colonial kitchen in winter wasn't just about cooking. It was about strategic fuel management for your body's internal furnace. Colonial families understood something that modern nutritionists are just rediscovering: that food isn't just about nutrients, it's about providing the specific types of energy your body needs to generate heat and maintain warmth in challenging conditions. Winter meals were rich, hearty affairs that would make modern dietitians clutch their calculators in horror, but every calorie had a purpose. Fat wasn't the enemy. It was your body's most efficient heating fuel, providing more than twice the energy per gram as protein or carbohydrates. Your winter diet included generous amounts of butter, cream, salt pork and beef fat, all carefully preserved and stored to provide the high-energy fuel your body craved in cold weather. But colonial cooks were too smart to just pile on the fat randomly. They understood food combining in ways that created sustained energy release throughout long, cold days. Your typical winter breakfast might include cornmeal mush cooked with milk and butter, providing quick carbohydrates for immediate energy and fats for long-term fuel. Add some maple syrup or molasses, and you have a meal that will keep your internal fires burning for hours. The preparation methods were as important as the ingredients themselves. Slow-cooked stews and soups weren't just convenient, they were perfectly designed for cold weather nutrition. When you slowly simmer meat, bones and vegetables together for hours, you break down tough fibres and extract nutrients that your body can easily absorb and convert to heat. The gelatin from bone broths provided protein that your body could quickly convert to energy, while the fat that rose to the surface created a protective layer that helped retain heat in both the pot and your stomach. Root vegetables were the unsung heroes of colonial winter nutrition. Potatoes, turnips, parsnips and carrots weren't just filling. They were packed with complex carbohydrates that provided steady, sustained energy release. When stored properly in root cellars, these vegetables actually got sweeter over the winter as their starches converted to sugars, making them more palatable and easier for your body to convert to quick energy. Colonial families were masters of food preservation, and their winter larders were carefully orchestrated systems of stored energy. Salt pork and beef weren't just preserved meat. They were concentrated calorie bombs that could provide the fat and protein needed to maintain body heat during the coldest weather. A few strips of salt pork added to a pot of beans or vegetables could transform a simple meal into a high-energy winter feast. Dried fruits and nuts provided concentrated nutrition and calories in small packages. A handful of dried apples or a small portion of walnuts could provide the quick energy needed for outdoor chores, while also supplying the vitamins needed to prevent scurvy and other winter ailments. Colonial families knew that variety in their diet wasn't just about taste. It was about providing all the different types of fuel and nutrients their bodies needed to function in harsh conditions. The beverages of colonial winter were strategic too. Hot cider wasn't just a tasty drink. It provided quick sugars for energy and warmth from the inside out. Milk was rich in fats and proteins that helped maintain body heat, and it was often consumed warm, adding to its heating effects. Even alcoholic beverages served a purpose beyond social lubrication. Rum, brandy, and hard cider provided concentrated calories and helped dilate blood vessels to improve circulation to extremities. Cooking methods themselves contributed to winter warmth strategies. Roasting, baking, and slow cooking weren't just about flavour. They were about maximising the heat production from your kitchen fire while creating foods that would provide sustained energy. A pot roast that simmered all day not only created a hearty meal, but also radiated heat throughout the kitchen, making efficient use of precious fuel. The timing of meals was strategic too. Your largest, most calorie-dense meal often came in the middle of the day, providing fuel for the afternoon's work and helping maintain body temperature through the coldest part of the day. Evening meals might be lighter, but still warm and nourishing, designed to provide the steady energy needed to maintain body heat through the long winter night. Your colonial bedroom in winter was a battlefield where comfort met survival, and losing this battle meant shivering through long, miserable nights that left you exhausted and vulnerable to illness. But colonial families had developed an arsenal of strategies that turned even unheated bedrooms into surprisingly comfortable sleeping spaces. The bed itself was the command centre of your nighttime warmth strategy. Colonial beds weren't just furniture, they were elaborate heating systems disguised as sleeping platforms. The foundation was often a rope bed, where thick ropes were woven in a grid pattern across the bed frame. These ropes could be tightened or loosened to adjust the firmness of the sleeping surface, and they provided excellent support while allowing air to circulate underneath the mattress, preventing moisture buildup that could lead to cold, clammy sleeping conditions. Your mattress wasn't the simple affair you might imagine. The best colonial mattresses were layered systems that created insulation while providing comfort. The bottom layer might be straw or corn husks for basic support and insulation from the cold ropes below. Above this came a layer of wool batting or down feathers for warmth and cushioning. The top layer was often fine linen or cotton ticking filled with the softest down or wool, creating a sleeping surface that was both comfortable and warm. But the real genius of colonial bed warmth was in the warming systems. Bed warmers weren't luxuries, they were essential tools for survival. Your bed warmer was typically a long-handled brass or copper pan that you filled with hot coals from the fire. You'd slide this under the covers for 10 or 15 minutes before bedtime, moving it around to warm the entire sleeping area. The metal pan distributed heat evenly, and the long handle kept your hands safe from both the heat and the coals. Some families used heated bricks wrapped in cloth instead of dedicated bed warmers. These held heat longer than metal pans and could be positioned strategically around the bed to create zones of warmth. A heated brick at your feet, another at your back, and perhaps one more near your hands could turn even the coldest bedroom into a comfortable sleeping space. Your bedding was a layered defense system that would impress modern camping gear designers. The bottom sheet was usually linen, which wickered moisture away from your body, while providing a smooth, comfortable sleeping surface. Above this came wool blankets, often multiple layers, each serving a different purpose. A lighter wool blanket next to your body provided warmth without weight, while heavier blankets on top trapped heat and blocked cold drafts. The top layer of your bedding was often a thick comforter or coverlet filled with down or wool. These weren't just warm, they were designed to create a microclimate around your body that held heat while allowing enough air circulation to prevent stuffiness. The best comforters had removable covers that could be washed regularly, keeping your bedding fresh and hygienic even during the months when bathing was infrequent. Bed curtains weren't just for privacy, they were essential heating equipment. Heavy curtains drawn around your bed created a smaller space that was easier to warm and harder for cold air to penetrate. These curtains were often made from thick wool or heavy linen, sometimes lined with additional fabric for extra insulation. Drawing your bed curtains was like creating a tent within your bedroom, a private space that held your body heat and blocked cold drafts from the rest of the room. Your nightgown or sleeping shirt wasn't just sleepwear, it was part of your thermal defense system. Colonial nightgowns were long, often reaching to the ankles, and made from soft but warm materials like flannel or brushed linen. The long sleeves and high necklines prevented heat loss from your extremities and torso, while the loose fit allowed for air circulation that prevented overheating and moisture buildup. Nightcaps weren't fashion statements, they were essential for preventing heat loss from your head, where a significant amount of body heat can escape. These were often made from soft wool or cotton, sometimes lined with silk or fine linen for comfort against your hair and scalp. A well-made nightcap could make the difference between a comfortable night's sleep and hours of shivering wakefulness. The positioning of your bed within the room was strategic too. Colonial bedrooms often placed the bed away from exterior walls and windows, where cold air could seep through gaps in construction. Instead, beds were positioned near interior walls that shared heat from the kitchen or main fireplace. Some colonial homes had bedrooms directly above the kitchen, taking advantage of the heat that rose from the cooking fires below. One of the most ingenious aspects of colonial winter survival was the way families used social dynamics and communal living as heating strategies. Your colonial home wasn't just a building, it was a carefully orchestrated system of human cooperation designed to maximize warmth and minimize fuel consumption. Privacy was a luxury that few could afford when survival depended on sharing body heat and resources. Family sleeping arrangements in winter were practical rather than prudent. Children often shared beds not just to save space, but because 2 or 3 small bodies could generate and share warmth far more efficiently than each sleeping alone. Parents might bring the youngest children into their own bed during the coldest nights, creating a family warming system that kept everyone comfortable while conserving precious heating fuel. The concept of bundling, where courting couples would share a bed while fully clothed and sometimes with a board between them, wasn't just about supervised romance. It was a practical heating solution that allowed families to provide guest accommodation without the expense of heating additional rooms or providing extra bedding and warming equipment. Your body heat was a valuable commodity, and sharing it wisely was a mark of good household management. Common rooms served as gathering spaces where the entire family's body heat contributed to overall warmth. During the coldest weather, normal privacy and individual space gave way to practical communal living. Your family might spend entire days in the kitchen and main room, working, eating, and socializing in the warmest parts of the house, while letting the peripheral rooms go cold. Work parties and social gatherings weren't just about community bonding, they were strategic heating events. A barn-raising or quilting bee brought together dozens of people whose combined body heat could warm even large spaces. Smart colonial families scheduled their social events during the coldest parts of winter, turning necessary community work into opportunities for everyone to stay warm while accomplishing important tasks. The kitchen hearth became the social centre of winter life, and colonial families arranged their activities to take maximum advantage of its warmth. Women would do their spinning, knitting, and mending near the fire, while men might repair tools or work on woodworking projects. Children played games and did their lessons in the warm circle around the hearth. This wasn't just about comfort, it was about making efficient use of heating fuel while maintaining the social bonds that held communities together through the harsh winter months. Evening entertainment was designed around warmth conservation. Storytelling, singing, and games that could be enjoyed while sitting close together near the fire became the primary forms of winter recreation. These activities served multiple purposes. They provided mental stimulation during the long, dark evenings, they kept people sedentary and close to heat sources, and they reinforced the social connections that were essential for community survival. Even religious practices adapted to winter heating realities. Church services in winter were often shorter than summer services, and churches developed strategies like foot warmers, Small, portable braziers that could be filled with coals from home and carried to church to provide personal heating during long services. Some congregations would pack into smaller spaces during winter, using their combined body heat to make worship more comfortable. Community resource sharing was another form of social heating. Families would coordinate their heating and cooking schedules to maximize efficiency, perhaps taking turns hosting large meals that could feed multiple families while requiring only one fire, or sharing the use of large ovens for baking bread or roasting meat. These arrangements saved fuel while strengthening community bonds. The concept of neighbouring, helping nearby families with tasks that were easier done in groups, became especially important during winter. Butchering, woodcutting, and food preservation were often community activities that brought people together for warmth, efficiency, and safety. These work parties provided opportunities for social interaction during isolated winter months, while accomplishing necessary tasks more efficiently than individual families could manage alone. Colonial families were master practitioners of microclimate management, understanding how to create warm zones within larger cold spaces, and how to use the physics of heat, air circulation, and thermal mass to their advantage. Your colonial home wasn't uniformly heated. Instead, it was a collection of carefully managed thermal zones that prioritized warmth where it was needed most, while allowing less critical areas to remain cold. The concept of heat layering in colonial homes was sophisticated in ways that modern heating systems sometimes miss. Heat from your central fireplace didn't just radiate outward randomly. It was channeled and directed through strategic architectural choices. Interior doors were positioned to allow warm air to flow from heated rooms to adjacent spaces, while exterior doors were often double-layered with small vestibules that prevented cold air from rushing directly into warm spaces. Thermal mass was used strategically throughout colonial homes. Large stone or brick fireplaces absorbed heat during active burning and released it slowly over hours, acting like massive batteries that stored and distributed warmth long after the fire died down. Some colonial homes featured stone floors near the hearth that absorbed heat during the day and radiated it back during the night, creating comfort zones that remained warm even when the fire was banked. Window management was a precise science in colonial homes. During sunny winter days, even small windows could contribute significant heat gain when positioned correctly. Colonial families understood which windows would catch morning sun, afternoon sun, or were positioned to avoid cold northern exposures. They would open these windows during warm daylight hours to capture solar heat, then cover them with thick curtains or shutters as soon as the sun moved on or set, trapping the captured warmth inside. Air circulation management prevented the stuffiness that could make heated spaces uncomfortable, while avoiding the drafts that could steal precious warmth. Colonial builders understood that still air was insulating air, and they designed their homes to minimize unwanted air movement, while allowing for the gentle circulation needed to distribute heat from fires and prevent moisture buildup that could lead to cold, clammy conditions. The strategic use of textiles turned colonial homes into adjustable thermal environments. Heavy curtains, tapestries, and wall hangings weren't just decorative. They were movable insulation that could be deployed where needed most. During the coldest weather, families would hang extra blankets or quilts to subdivide large rooms into smaller, more easily heated spaces, or to block off unused areas that would otherwise steal heat from living spaces. Furniture placement was another tool in the colonial thermal management toolkit. Chairs, benches, and tables were positioned to create windbreaks around seating areas near fires, while also serving as platforms for warming stones, bricks, or other thermal mass objects that could store and distribute heat. High-backed chairs and settles weren't just about comfort. They created personal heat-reflecting zones that concentrated warmth around individual family members. The timing of daily activities was coordinated with thermal management strategies. Cooking, baking, and other heat-generating activities were scheduled to provide maximum warming benefit during the coldest parts of the day. Laundry might be done during the warmest part of winter days, taking advantage of both solar heat gain and the warmth generated by hot water and steam, while also providing humidity that made cold air feel more comfortable. Even personal thermal management was sophisticated. Colonial families understood that keeping your core body temperature warm was more efficient than trying to heat extremities directly. They wore layers that trapped warm air close to their torsos and major blood vessels, allowing their circulatory systems to carry this warmth to hands and feet more efficiently than trying to heat these extremities externally. The management of humidity levels was crucial for winter comfort. Too little humidity made cold air feel even colder and could lead to respiratory problems and dry, cracked skin. Too much humidity made spaces feel clammy and cold, while promoting the growth of mould and mildew that could cause illness. Colonial families used cooking, breathing, and strategic ventilation to maintain humidity levels that made their heated spaces feel comfortable and healthy. When winter weather turned truly dangerous, colonial families had emergency protocols that could mean the difference between survival and disaster. Your colonial ancestors weren't just prepared for normal winter weather. They had strategies for blizzards, ice storms, and the kind of bitter cold that could kill unprepared people in hours rather than days. The most critical emergency protocol was fire insurance, maintaining multiple heat sources and backup ignition systems. Your main fireplace might be your primary heat source, but colonial families always maintained secondary fires or heating systems that could take over if the main fire failed. This might mean keeping a small fire going in a bedroom fireplace, maintaining banked coals in a kitchen firepot, or keeping emergency fire-starting materials dry and accessible in multiple locations throughout the house. Emergency food protocols were equally sophisticated. Beyond your normal winter food storage, colonial families maintained emergency food caches, high-energy, long-lasting foods that could sustain life during extended periods when normal cooking wasn't possible. These might include parched corn, dried meat, nuts, and preserved fruits that required no cooking and provided maximum nutrition in small quantities. Some families kept emergency food supplies in root cellars or other cold storage areas separate from their main larder, protecting these reserves from both spoilage and the temptation to consume them during normal times. Water security during extreme weather was a constant concern. Wells could freeze, and collecting water from streams or springs might become impossible during severe storms. Colonial families stored water in multiple containers throughout their homes, often keeping some near heat sources to prevent freezing while storing larger quantities in areas that stayed cool enough to prevent spoilage. Emergency water included not just drinking water, but also supplies for cooking, basic hygiene, and firefighting if chimney fires or other heating-related disasters occurred. Shelter reinforcement protocols prepared colonial homes for extreme weather conditions. This included securing shutters and storm coverings for windows, reinforcing doors against wind and snow loads, and preparing temporary shelter spaces within the home if normal heating areas became unusable. Some colonial families prepared interior rooms that could be quickly converted into survival spaces, complete with emergency bedding, food, water, and heating supplies. Personal emergency preparation included maintaining emergency clothing and bedding that could provide extra warmth during extreme conditions. This meant keeping extra blankets, warm clothing, and emergency supplies dry and accessible even if other parts of the home became unusable. Colonial families often maintained emergency clothing supplies in multiple locations, ensuring that family members could access warm, dry clothing even if they became separated from their primary belongings. Communication and community emergency protocols connected individual family survival strategies with broader community support systems. Colonial communities developed systems for checking on isolated families during extreme weather, sharing resources during emergencies, and coordinating rescue efforts when families became stranded or endangered. These systems included prearranged signals, shared emergency supplies, and community spaces that could serve as warming centres if individual homes became uninhabitable. Medical emergency protocols addressed the health crises that extreme cold could create. Colonial families maintained supplies and knowledge for treating frostbite, hypothermia, and the respiratory problems that cold, dry air could cause. They understood that maintaining body temperature was crucial for fighting off illness, and they had strategies for caring for sick family members that prioritised warmth while providing necessary medical attention. Recovery protocols helped families restore normal operations after extreme weather events. This included procedures for safely assessing and repairing weather damage, restoring normal heating and cooking operations, and replenishing emergency supplies that had been consumed during the crisis. Colonial families understood that surviving one emergency was only valuable if you were prepared for the next one. Winter warmth in colonial times wasn't just about comfort and survival. It was about careful resource management and economic strategy. Every piece of firewood, every calorie of food, and every hour of labour spent on heating had to be balanced against other needs and the limited resources that had to last through the entire winter season. Fuel budgeting was as important as food budgeting for colonial families. Your wood supply wasn't just a pile of logs, It was a carefully calculated resource that had to be managed with the same precision as money in a bank account. Families tracked their wood consumption, adjusted their burning practices based on weather forecasts and remaining supplies, and made strategic decisions about when to burn premium hardwoods versus when to make do with less efficient fuel. The labour economics of staying warm were equally complex. Every hour spent cutting, splitting and stacking firewood was an hour that couldn't be spent on other necessary tasks. Colonial families had to balance the immediate need for heating fuel against the long-term need for food production, home maintenance, and income-generating activities. This led to sophisticated time management strategies that maximised the efficiency of heating-related work. Resource sharing and bartering created community economies of warmth. Families might trade surplus firewood for food, exchange labour for heating supplies, or share specialised tools and equipment that made heating more efficient. A family with superior wood-cutting tools might provide firewood preparation services in exchange for other goods, while families with large ovens might do community baking in exchange for fuel to heat their ovens. The cost-benefit analysis of different heating strategies was constantly evolving throughout the winter season. Early in winter, when fuel supplies were abundant, families might heat more rooms and maintain higher temperatures. As supplies dwindled and the coldest weather approached, they would retreat to smaller, more efficiently heated spaces and lower their overall heating standards to stretch remaining fuel through the end of winter. Investment in heating efficiency paid long-term dividends for colonial families. Better-built fireplaces, improved chimney design, and high-quality heating tools might require significant upfront investment, but they could reduce fuel consumption and labour requirements over multiple winter seasons. Families that could afford these improvements often found that they could maintain comfort with less fuel while having surplus resources to trade or to provide security against particularly harsh winters. The economics of clothing and textiles for winter warmth involved similar calculations. High-quality wool clothing and bedding required significant investment in materials and labour, but provided superior warmth and durability compared to cheaper alternatives. Colonial families had to decide whether to invest time and money in premium winter clothing that would last for many seasons, or to make do with less expensive options that might need frequent replacement. Food economics is intertwined with heating economics in complex ways. High-calorie winter foods provided the energy needed to maintain body heat, but they were often expensive or required significant resources to produce and preserve. Families had to balance the cost of heating their homes against the cost of eating foods that would help their bodies generate internal heat, often finding that strategic combinations of both approaches provided the most economical winter survival strategy. Colonial families weren't just following ancient traditions, they were constantly innovating, adapting, and improving their winter survival strategies. Your colonial ancestors were inventors and experimenters who faced the daily challenge of staying warm with limited resources and technology, leading to remarkable innovations that often surpassed modern solutions in efficiency and sustainability. Fireplace design evolved continuously throughout the colonial period, as families experimented with ways to extract more heat from their precious fuel. Some colonials developed fireplace inserts and heat exchangers that captured heat that would otherwise escape up the chimney. Others experimented with fireplace positioning, angling, and airflow patterns that maximised heat distribution throughout their homes. These innovations were often shared between families and communities, spreading effective improvements throughout entire regions. Insulation innovations used locally available materials in creative ways. Families experimented with different combinations of natural insulation materials, mixing straw with clay, layering different types of animal fur, or using collected bird down in ways that provided maximum insulation value. Some colonial families developed sophisticated understandings of how different insulation materials performed under various conditions, leading to custom insulation solutions for different parts of their homes. Clothing and textile innovations address specific heating challenges through creative design and material use. Colonial seamstresses developed techniques for creating garments that maximised warmth while allowing for the physical activity that winter survival demanded. This included innovations in layering systems, strategic reinforcement of high-wear areas, and the development of specialised garments for specific winter activities like ice fishing, wood cutting, or outdoor animal care. Food preservation and preparation innovations extended the effectiveness of winter nutrition strategies. Colonial cooks developed new techniques for preserving high-energy foods, creating concentrated nutrition sources, and preparing foods that provided maximum heating benefit. These innovations often involved creative combinations of traditional preservation techniques with new understanding of nutrition and energy requirements. Heating tool innovations improved the efficiency and safety of fire management. Colonial blacksmiths and metalworkers developed improved fireplace tools, more efficient bed warmers, and specialized implements that made fire management easier and more effective. Some families created their own heating innovations using available materials: copper warming pans that distributed heat more evenly, iron fire dogs that could be adjusted for different log sizes, and specialized coal containers that held heat longer while being safer to handle. Building technique innovations address specific thermal challenges that colonial families discovered through experience. Some families experimented with double wall construction that created insulating air spaces, while others developed innovative chimney designs that captured more heat before it escaped outdoors. These building innovations were often region-specific, adapting to local climate conditions, available materials, and specific heating challenges. Behavioral innovations were perhaps the most important category of colonial winter adaptations. Families continuously refined their daily routines, work schedules, and living patterns to maximize warmth while minimizing fuel consumption. This might include innovations in family coordination that ensured fires were tended efficiently, new approaches to task scheduling that took advantage of natural heat sources, or creative solutions for maintaining social connections during isolated winter months. Community innovations in heating strategies often provided solutions that individual families couldn't achieve alone. Some communities developed shared heating resources like communal ovens or warming houses that could serve multiple families efficiently. Others created community fuel sharing systems that helped ensure that no family ran out of heating fuel during extreme weather. These community innovations required cooperation and coordination, but they often provided heating solutions that were more efficient and reliable than individual family efforts. The most successful colonial innovations were those that addressed multiple challenges simultaneously. A design improvement that made a fireplace burn more efficiently, while also making it safer to operate, or a food preservation technique that created high-energy winter foods, while also reducing storage space requirements. These multi-benefit innovations were especially valuable because they provided improvements without requiring additional resources or labour. Colonial America wasn't uniform in its climate or resources, and neither were the winter survival strategies that families developed. Your experience staying warm in colonial Massachusetts would be quite different from what you'd encounter in Virginia, Pennsylvania, or the Carolinas. Each region developed specialized approaches to winter warmth that took advantage of local resources, climate patterns, and cultural traditions. New England families, facing the longest and coldest winters, developed some of the most sophisticated heating strategies in colonial America. The combination of harsh weather, abundant forests, and strong community traditions created innovations like the famous New England saltbox house design, where the long, sloping rear roof provided excellent wind protection, while the compact interior layout maximized heating efficiency. New England families also developed complex systems for managing multiple fireplaces and heat sources throughout their homes, creating thermal zones that could be adjusted based on weather conditions and fuel availability. The mid-Atlantic colonies, with their more moderate winters and diverse immigrant populations, created heating systems that blended techniques from multiple European traditions. German colonists brought knowledge of efficient stove designs and thermal mass heating systems, while Dutch families contributed innovations in home layout and insulation techniques. These regional adaptations often combined the best features of different approaches, creating heating systems that were more sophisticated than what any single tradition might have produced alone. Southern colonies faced different challenges, with shorter but sometimes surprisingly harsh winters that could catch unprepared families off guard. Southern colonial families developed heating strategies that could be quickly deployed when needed, but didn't require the massive year-round investment in fuel and heating infrastructure that northern families needed. This led to innovations like portable heating systems, flexible room arrangements that could be quickly adapted for cold weather, and heating strategies that took advantage of the thermal mass of southern building materials like brick and stone. Coastal families, regardless of their latitude, had to deal with the unique challenges of maritime winter weather: high winds, salt air that could corrode heating equipment, and the humidity that made cold air feel even colder. Coastal colonial families developed specialized approaches to wind protection, corrosion-resistant heating tools, and humidity management that kept their homes comfortable despite challenging weather conditions. Mountain and frontier families faced the challenge of extreme weather, combined with limited access to specialized heating equipment and supplies. These families became masters of improvisation and local resource utilization, developing heating systems that could be built and maintained using only materials available in their immediate environment. Frontier innovations often focused on durability and repairability, creating heating systems that could function reliably even when replacement parts and professional repair services were unavailable. Urban colonial families dealt with different constraints, including limited space for fuel storage, restrictions on certain types of heating due to fire regulations, and the need to coordinate heating systems with neighbours in close proximity. Urban innovations often focused on space efficiency and fuel economy, creating heating solutions that provided maximum warmth in minimal space while using expensive urban fuel supplies as efficiently as possible. Rural families had different advantages and challenges, with greater access to fuel and space, but also greater isolation during extreme weather. Rural heating innovations often focused on self-sufficiency and emergency preparedness, creating heating systems that could function independently for extended periods without outside support or supplies. The interaction between different regional approaches created continuous innovation and improvement in colonial heating strategies. Families moving between regions brought their heating knowledge with them, leading to cross-pollination of techniques and the development of hybrid approaches that combine the best features of different regional traditions. Your daily life in a colonial winter followed rhythms that were dictated as much by thermal management as by daylight or traditional schedules. The need to maintain warmth created a choreography of daily activities that was both practical and surprisingly elegant in its efficiency. Your winter day began before dawn, not because you were an early riser by choice, but because the fires banked overnight needed attention before they died completely. In the pre-dawn darkness, you'd slip from your warm bed into the shocking cold of the unheated bedroom, quickly pulling on clothes that had been warmed by being kept under the covers with you overnight. Your first task was always fire management, stirring the banked coals in the kitchen fireplace, adding kindling and fresh wood, and coaxing the sleeping fire back to active life. The kitchen became your morning command centre, and breakfast wasn't just about nutrition, it was about warming yourself from the inside while the house fires began to take the edge off the indoor cold. Hot porridge, warm bread, and steaming cider or milk weren't luxuries. They were essential tools for raising your body temperature to the point where you could function effectively in cold conditions. Morning work was planned around the gradual warming of your living spaces. Tasks that could be done near the kitchen fire took priority: meal preparation, mending, and planning the day's activities. As other rooms slowly warmed up, or as outdoor temperatures rose with the winter sun, you could expand your activities to other parts of the house, or venture outdoors for essential chores. The midday period, when the winter sun provided whatever warmth was available from the outside, became the time for activities that required leaving the warm interior spaces. This was when you'd venture out to tend animals, collect firewood, check on stored supplies, or visit neighbours. The key was timing these outdoor activities to take advantage of whatever natural warmth was available, while ensuring you could return to warm spaces before the afternoon cold set in. Afternoon activities centred around preparation for the evening and night ahead. This was when you'd prepare evening meals that would provide warming nutrition through the cold night, bank additional fires in bedrooms if fuel supplies allowed, and prepare the warming equipment, heated bricks, bed warmers, or warmed clothing that would make nighttime comfortable. Evening routines were designed around conservation of both warmth and fuel. As daylight faded and outdoor temperatures dropped, your family would consolidate into the warmest spaces of your home. This was the time for activities that could be done while sitting close together near the fire: storytelling, music, games, handwork, or simply quiet conversation that reinforced family bonds while conserving body heat and heating fuel. The transition to sleep involved careful thermal management that could determine whether you'd sleep comfortably or shiver through a miserable night. Bed preparation wasn't just about clean sheets. It was about ensuring that your sleeping space would retain the warmth generated by heated bricks or bed warmers, and that your bedding layers were arranged to trap body heat while preventing moisture buildup that could make you cold and clammy. Nighttime brought its own thermal challenges and opportunities. Your banked fires needed to provide enough heat to prevent interior temperatures from dropping to dangerous levels, while also conserving enough fuel to make it through to morning. Some families maintained watch schedules during the coldest nights, ensuring that someone was awake to tend fires and address any heating emergencies that might arise. Weekly and seasonal rhythms also revolved around thermal management. Certain tasks, like major cooking projects, laundry or craft work, were scheduled for the warmest days or times when heating systems were already operating at full capacity. Community activities and social gatherings were planned to take advantage of shared body heat while accomplishing necessary work or maintaining social connections. Weather prediction became a crucial skill for managing these thermal rhythms. Colonial families developed sophisticated abilities to read weather signs and predict temperature changes, allowing them to adjust their heating strategies, activity schedules, and fuel consumption patterns in anticipation of changing conditions. A family that could accurately predict a cold snap could prepare their heating systems and adjust their routines to weather the temperature drop comfortably, while a family caught off guard might struggle through several miserable days of inadequate warmth. Colonial children weren't just smaller adults when it came to winter survival. They required specialized heating strategies that took into account their higher surface area to body mass ratio, their tendency to lose heat more quickly than adults, and their need for protection while still learning the skills necessary for winter survival. Your colonial children's clothing was engineering designed for small bodies with different thermal needs. Children's winter clothing often included extra layers around the torso, where vital organs needed protection, while allowing for the active movement that children required. Small hands and feet, being furthest from the heart's warming circulation, received special attention with multiple layers of mittens and stockings, often made from the softest and warmest materials available. Sleeping arrangements for children prioritized warmth over privacy. Small children often shared beds not just for space efficiency, but because their combined body heat provided better warmth than individual sleeping spaces. Parents would position children's beds near heat sources when possible, or bring small children into the master bed during the coldest nights, using parental body heat to ensure that developing bodies stayed warm enough to grow and thrive. Children's daily routines were modified to minimize their exposure to extreme cold, while still allowing them to learn essential skills. Young children might be kept in the kitchen and main rooms during the coldest weather, learning domestic skills near the warmth of fires, while older children gradually took on outdoor responsibilities as their bodies developed the ability to handle cold exposure safely. Educational activities were adapted to winter heating realities. Children learned reading, writing, and arithmetic while sitting close to fires, and many traditional children's games and activities were designed to be played in warm, confined spaces. Storytelling, singing, and memory games weren't just entertainment. They were educational tools that could be used while the entire family huddled together for warmth. Food requirements for colonial children during winter reflected their need for energy to fuel both growth and heat production. Children's winter diets often included extra fats and high-energy foods, and parents would ensure that children had access to warm foods and drinks throughout the day to help maintain their body temperature and provide the calories needed for proper development. Child safety around heating systems required constant vigilance and specialized equipment. Fire guards, specialized clothing that couldn't easily catch fire, and careful supervision ensured that children could benefit from heating systems without being endangered by them. Children learned fire safety and heating system management as essential life skills, but always under close adult supervision. The development of winter survival skills in children was a gradual process that began early and progressed through increasingly complex responsibilities. Young children might begin by learning to bank fires or arrange kindling, while older children took on more complex tasks like managing fuel supplies or maintaining heating equipment. This skill development was essential for preparing children to eventually manage their own winter survival as adults. Community support systems often provided additional resources for keeping children warm during extreme weather. Neighbours might take in children from families facing heating emergencies, and community warming spaces could provide backup heating for families with inadequate resources. These community safety nets were especially important for ensuring that children, who were most vulnerable to cold exposure, had access to adequate warmth, even during the most challenging weather. Winter health management in colonial times was inseparable from heating and warmth maintenance. Your colonial ancestors understood that staying warm wasn't just about comfort. It was about preventing illness, maintaining the immune systems to fight disease, and ensuring that existing health conditions didn't become life-threatening during cold weather. Respiratory health was a primary concern during colonial winters, and heating strategies were designed to address the dry, cold air that could damage lungs and airways. Colonial families used humidity management techniques, steaming pots of water, wet cloths hung near fires, and breathing warm, moist air from heated beverages to protect their respiratory systems from the harsh, dry air that heating fires could create. Circulation problems caused by cold exposure were addressed through both external warming techniques and internal warming foods and beverages. Colonial families understood that maintaining good circulation was essential for overall health, and they used warming foods, gentle exercise, and strategic heating to ensure that blood flow reached extremities and vital organs effectively. Cold-related injuries like frostbite and hypothermia were serious concerns that colonial families addressed through both prevention and treatment strategies. Prevention focused on proper clothing, limited exposure times, and recognition of early warning signs. Treatment involved gradual rewarming techniques that could restore circulation without causing additional tissue damage. Chronic health conditions were often exacerbated by cold weather, and colonial families developed specialized heating strategies for family members with arthritis, respiratory problems, or other conditions that cold weather could worsen. This might include dedicated heating equipment for specific family members, specialized clothing or bedding, or modified daily routines that minimize cold exposure for vulnerable individuals. Herbal medicine and home remedies were adapted for winter health maintenance. Colonial families used warming herbs and spices not just for flavor, but for their therapeutic properties in maintaining body heat and supporting immune function. Hot herbal teas, warming spice combinations, and topical treatments made from warming plants helped support health during the challenging winter months. Nutrition for winter health went beyond simple calorie management to include foods and supplements that supported immune function and cold resistance. Colonial families understood which foods provided the vitamins and minerals needed to maintain health during limited nutrition winter months, and they planned their preserved food supplies to ensure adequate nutrition throughout the winter season. Mental health considerations were important aspects of colonial winter survival. The isolation, limited daylight, and constant focus on survival could create mental health challenges that colonial families addressed through social connections, meaningful activities, and community support systems. Maintaining mental health was understood to be essential for physical survival, as depression or anxiety could impair judgment and decision-making abilities needed for effective winter management. Sleep health during winter required specialized approaches that ensured adequate rest while maintaining safe body temperature throughout long, cold nights. Colonial families developed sophisticated understanding of how to create sleeping conditions that promoted healthy sleep while preventing the temperature drops that could interrupt rest or create health risks. Emergency medical care during winter presented unique challenges when professional medical help might be unavailable due to weather conditions. Colonial families maintained medical supplies and knowledge for treating common winter health problems, and they developed emergency protocols for addressing serious health crises when outside help wasn't accessible. As winter gradually loosened its grip and the first signs of spring appeared, colonial families didn't simply celebrate the end of cold weather. They began the process of evaluating their winter survival strategies, replenishing depleted resources, and preparing for the next year's cold season. The end of winter was both a relief and a beginning, marking the start of preparations that would determine how well the family would survive the next winter. Your colonial family's post-winter assessment was thorough and practical. Which heating strategies had worked well and which had proven inadequate? How much fuel had been consumed, and what did that suggest about next year's fuel requirements? What equipment had worn out or broken, and what replacements or repairs would be needed? This evaluation process was crucial for continuous improvement in winter survival capabilities. Spring cleaning in colonial homes wasn't just about aesthetics. It was about restoring heating systems and living spaces after months of intensive use. Fireplaces and chimneys needed thorough cleaning to remove soot and creosote buildup that could create fire hazards. Clothing and bedding that had provided winter warmth needed careful cleaning and storage to ensure they'd be ready for next year's cold weather. Resource replenishment began as soon as weather permitted. Firewood cutting and processing started early in spring, taking advantage of favourable weather and the full growing season to ensure adequate fuel supplies for the following winter. Food preservation and storage systems were evaluated and repaired, and planning began for the crops and preserved foods that would provide winter nutrition. Equipment maintenance and replacement addressed the wear and tear that intensive winter use placed on heating tools, clothing, and household equipment. This was the time to repair or replace worn-out bed warmers, damaged fireplace tools, and clothing that had worn thin during the winter months. Investing in equipment maintenance during spring ensured that heating systems would function reliably when they were needed again. Community debriefing and knowledge sharing allowed families to learn from each other's winter experiences. Which families had developed new techniques or innovations? What community resources had proven most valuable? How could community cooperation be improved for the next winter season? This knowledge sharing was essential for continuous improvement in community-wide winter survival capabilities. The psychological transition from winter survival mode to spring productivity was as important as the practical preparations. Colonial families had to shift from the conservation and endurance mindset of winter to the growth and expansion mindset of spring and summer. This transition involved both celebration of survival and preparation for the active season ahead. Long-term planning incorporated lessons learned from the winter just survived. Climate patterns, family needs, community resources, and economic conditions all factored into planning for future winter seasons. Families that learned from each winter's experiences were better prepared for future challenges and more likely to thrive despite harsh weather conditions. As you reflect on the ingenuity, resilience, and community cooperation that enabled colonial families to survive harsh winters with limited technology and resources, you might find inspiration for modern challenges. The principles they used: careful resource management, community cooperation, continuous innovation, and adaptation to changing conditions remain relevant for anyone facing difficult circumstances with limited resources. The colonial approach to winter survival wasn't just about enduring harsh conditions. It was about creating sustainable systems that could provide comfort and security year after year. Their success came not from any single brilliant solution, but from the integration of many small innovations and adaptations into comprehensive survival strategies that addressed every aspect of winter living. Their legacy isn't just in the historical record of how they survived. It's in the demonstration that human ingenuity, cooperation, and determination can overcome seemingly impossible challenges. Colonial families proved that with careful planning, community support, and willingness to adapt and innovate, people could not just survive but thrive in conditions that might seem insurmountable to modern observers. As you settle back into your warm, comfortable modern home, perhaps you can appreciate both how far heating technology has advanced and how much wisdom there is in the simple, sustainable approaches that our ancestors developed. Their strategies for staying warm through winter were more than survival techniques. They were expressions of human adaptability, community cooperation, and the determination to not just survive but to create comfort and security even in the face of nature's harshest challenges. The next time you adjust your thermostat with the flip of a switch, or slip into a warm bed without thinking about heated bricks or bed warmers, you might remember the colonial families who turned the challenge of staying warm into an art form of survival, innovation, and community cooperation that sustained them through countless harsh winters and created the foundation for the communities we know today. Their story reminds us that human comfort and security don't depend solely on advanced technology. They depend on ingenuity, preparation, community cooperation, and the willingness to adapt our methods to meet our challenges. In their success at creating warmth and comfort with simple tools and natural resources, colonial families left us a legacy of practical wisdom that remains relevant whenever we face the challenge of creating security and comfort with limited resources. And as winter settles around your own home tonight, and you drift off to sleep in the warmth and security that modern heating provides, you can do so with appreciation for both the comfort you enjoy and the ingenuity of those who came before, who proved that with determination, cooperation, and creativity, humans can create warmth and security even in the coldest circumstances. Welcome back, my tired friends. Settle in, get comfy. Tonight we're going to spend some time with one of the strangest and most human stories in the history of art, which is the story of a boy who arrived in the world already knowing what he was going to do with it, and spent the rest of his life doing it with an intensity that never once let up. His first word was pencil, not mama, not the Spanish equivalent of whatever a Malaga infant in 1881 typically produced first. According to his mum, what the infant Pablo reached for with his new mouth was the word for the thing he most wanted, a shortening of the Spanish lapis, pencil, pids peas, a demand dressed up as a word. He was born on the 25th of October, 1881, in a house on the Plaza de la Merced in Malaga, on the southern coast of Spain, and he arrived into a family that was already organised around art in a way that would have made his trajectory probable even if he had turned out to be merely talented, which he did not. His father was José Ruiz Blasco. José was a painter, and a teacher of painting, a methodical and technically accomplished man who had spent his career painting the kinds of things that the academic tradition expected of him. Still lifes, pigeons, birds in general, the occasional landscape, the human figure rendered with careful fidelity. He was not a radical. He was not chasing anything new. He taught at the School of Fine Arts in Malaga, and he curated the city's municipal museum, and he painted his pigeons with the patient devotion of a man who had found his subject and intended to stay with it. He also recognized what he had produced. By the time Pablo was 7, José had begun teaching him formally, in the way José understood teaching, which was the way the academic tradition understood it. Copy the masters, draw from plaster casts, draw from live models, build the foundation before attempting the structure. The foundation went in very fast. The boy's hand moved with a sureness that José, who understood what sureness in a painter's hand looked like, recognized as something outside the normal range. He began bringing his son into his own work, asking the boy to help finish paintings, to add the legs to a pigeon composition, to complete a section of background. The boy was better at it than he was. At some point when Pablo was around 13, José looked at what his son had painted on a canvas he had started and understood that the thing had happened, that the child had arrived at a place he himself had never reached and was not going to reach. The story that has been passed down, possibly apocryphal but consistent with the accounts of people who knew the family, is that José gave his palette and his brushes to his son and stopped painting. Whether the gesture was as clean and final as the story suggests, or whether it happened more gradually and the legend tidied it into a single moment, the underlying fact is documented in what José produced after that point, which was very little. He had been surpassed by a 13-year-old. The 13-year-old in question had by this point already spent several years compulsively filling every surface available to him. In school, which he hated with the thoroughness of someone who finds the pace of institutional learning genuinely painful, he drew instead of listening. His teacher allowed him to keep a pigeon in the classroom, a live one, because Pablo would not stop drawing pigeons, and the teacher had concluded that the easiest path was to provide the subject. He drew on the margins of his school books. He drew on the walls. He drew the way other children breathe, which is to say without thinking about it, as a continuous baseline activity that ran underneath everything else. The family moved several times during his childhood. Malaga first, until Pablo was 10, and then La Coruña on the northwestern coast of Spain, where José had taken a professorship. La Coruña was cooler and greyer and less beautiful than Malaga, and Pablo missed the south the way children miss the specific textures of the first place they knew. He kept working. The move to La Coruña produced a small formal sketchbook in which he recorded the city around him, the streets and the faces and the harbour, with the observational precision of someone who uses drawing the way other people use language, as their primary method of understanding what they are looking at. In La Coruña, his sister Conchita fell ill with diphtheria. She was 7 years old. Pablo made a private bargain with himself during her illness, the kind of bargain that a 13-year-old makes with the universe, when the universe has not yet demonstrated its terms clearly. He told himself he would stop drawing if she recovered. Drawing was the thing he valued most absolutely, the only currency he had that felt proportionate to what he was asking for. She did not recover. She died in January of 1895, and Pablo did not stop drawing, because the bargain had not been honoured on the other side, and because he was 13, and the need to draw was deeper than any bargain he could make against it. The family moved again that year to Barcelona. Barcelona in 1895 was not what Malaga had been or what La Coruña had been. It was a city in the middle of something, the modernist movement that was reshaping Catalan architecture and art and intellectual life simultaneously. Antoni Gaudí building his impossible organic structures across the city, the cafes full of people who were arguing about what art was allowed to be and what it was not. José had taken a post at the city's School of Fine Arts, the Llotja, and he arranged for his son to take the entrance examination for the advanced course in classical art and still life. The examination normally took students a month. Pablo completed it in a week. The jury admitted him at 13, looked at what he'd produced, and admitted him to the advanced class rather than the standard one. The examiners were astonished, according to the accounts that survive, in the particular way that professionals are astonished when someone young does the thing they have spent their careers building toward, and does it without apparent effort, and is 13. Picasso said later, looking back at these years, that he had never drawn like a child. When he was 12, he said he drew like Raphael. It was a statement about what childhood had actually been for him, which was not a period of gradual development toward competence, but a period of refining something that had arrived essentially complete. He did not yet know he was going to break it. He was 13 years old and living in Barcelona and drawing like Raphael, and the century he was going to reshape was still 17 years away from ending. Barcelona in 1899 was a city with Paris on its mind. The modernist movement that had been reshaping its architecture and intellectual life for the better part of a decade was explicitly oriented toward what was happening in France, toward the painters and poets and musicians of Montmartre, toward the particular electricity of a city that had decided it was at the centre of everything and was conducting itself accordingly. The artists in Barcelona's bohemian circles spoke Catalan rather than Spanish and called themselves nationalists, but their hearts, as one contemporary observer noted, were set on Paris. They were watching from a distance and preparing to close it. Picasso arrived in this city at 15 and understood it immediately. He began spending his evenings at Els Quatre Gats, the Four Cats, a tavern in a neo-Gothic building in the Gothic Quarter that had opened in 1897 and advertised itself as an inn for the disillusioned. The name referred both to the four founders who had established it and to Le Chat Noir, the famous bohemian cabaret in Montmartre that had been the model and the aspiration. The walls of the Four Cats were hung with paintings by Ramon Casas and Santiago Rusinol, two of the founding painters, and on any given evening the room contained writers and architects and musicians and young painters who were arguing about what art was and was not supposed to be doing, which was the argument that Picasso had been waiting his whole short life to be part of. He made himself useful immediately. Pere Romeu, who ran the tavern, commissioned him to design the menu. Picasso produced a cover that showed a group of clients seated in front of the building's facade, a work that was immediately compared to the style of Ramon Casas, who was the most admired painter in the room and whom Picasso had identified as the person worth studying. Picasso studied him. He also began producing charcoal portraits of the regulars, between 50 and 150 of them, hung in the main room in February of 1900 for what was effectively his first public exhibition. The portraits were pen and ink and watercolour, quick and observational, caricature edging toward genuine likeness, and they showed what the next decade of his work would confirm, that Picasso saw people the way other people see surfaces, all the way in on the first look. He was 17 years old. He met Carl Casagmas at Els Quatre Gats in the spring of 1899. Casagmas was a painter and poet, the son of the American consul in Barcelona, 1 year older than Picasso, and drawn to the same bohemian experimentation that drew everyone in that room. They recognized something in each other immediately, the particular recognition that happens between two people who are both in the early stages of becoming something and can sense the same quality of becoming in the other person. They set up a shared studio at Riera de Sant Joan 17, decorated the walls with murals, and spent their days working side by side in the way that young artists work when they have found someone who keeps pace with them. Casagemas was funny and brilliant and already in some difficulty with himself that his friends managed as best they could. In September of 1900, the two of them left Barcelona for Paris together. This was the thing they had been building toward. Everyone in that room at the Four Cats had been building toward it, and now they were going. The Universal Exposition was open in Paris, and Picasso had a painting accepted for exhibition there, the first time his work had been shown outside Spain. They arrived in Montmartre and moved into a studio that had been vacated by the Catalan painter Isidre Nonel, a cramped and productive space in which they worked and argued and went out into Paris and tried to absorb as much of it as possible in the time available. In Paris, Casagemas fell in love. Her name was Germaine Gargallo, a model who had become part of their circle, and the love was not returned in the way Casagemas needed it to be. He had always been volatile, mood swings and depression that the people who knew him had learned to manage, and Germaine's refusal opened something in him that did not close. Picasso, watching his friend deteriorate, suggested they leave Paris for the holidays, come back to Spain, get some distance from the situation. They went to Barcelona and then to Malaga, where Casagemas's behaviour became erratic enough that Picasso, in an act he would later struggle with, put him on a boat back to Barcelona alone and went to Madrid to work. They never saw each other again. On the evening of the 17th of February, 1901, Casagemas organised a farewell dinner at the Café de l'Hippodrome in Paris. After many rounds of wine and absinthe, he asked Germaine one final time if she would marry him. When she refused, he drew a pistol and fired at her. The bullet grazed her. Believing he had killed her, Casagemas turned the gun on himself and shot himself in the right temple. He died in the hospital that night. He was 20 years old. Picasso was in Madrid when he heard. He returned to Paris in May of that year and moved back into the studio they had shared, lived in the room where his friend had slept and eaten and worked, and descended into the grief that had ended at the Hippodrome. He visited the site of the shooting. He began painting Casagemas, his face, his body in the coffin, the scene of his death and burial, a series of works that were simultaneously portraits and an attempt to understand what had happened and what Picasso's own share of responsibility for it might be. In the preliminary sketches for the most significant painting of this period, a large allegorical work called La Vie, the face of the central male figure was Picasso's own. In the finished painting, he changed it to Casagemas. The grief did not resolve into something discreet and manageable. It went into the work, changed the colour of the work, changed what the work was about and who it was about, and what Picasso thought painting was supposed to be doing in relation to the people it depicted. The Blue Period had not yet been named. It was not yet a period. It was simply a painter sitting in a room in Paris in 1901, surrounded by the absence of his friend, reaching for the blue end of the palette. The summer of 1901 started well. Picasso had an exhibition at the gallery of Ambroise Vollard in Paris, a dealer with an eye for the genuinely new, and the show was noticed. The critic Félicien Fagues reviewed it in La Revue Blanche and understood what he was looking at. The paintings Picasso produced for that show were bright, energetic, full of colour, depicting the life of Paris with the hungry attention of a 20-year-old who had just arrived in the city he had been dreaming about since the Four Cats. He was young, and his friend had just died, and the paintings he was making that summer showed almost none of it. The second half of the year was different. Picasso's psychological state deteriorated as 1901 wore on, the grief for Casagemas moving from fresh shock into something deeper and more settled, and as it did, the palette changed. Not all at once, not as a decision. The blues came in the way that grief itself comes in, gradually and then all at once, and then simply present, the new baseline condition of things. By late 1901, Picasso had painted a self-portrait in which he showed himself at 20 as a man with hollowed features and a patched coat, the face gaunt, the eyes inward, no trace of the energy of the Vollard paintings. He looked like someone much older and much colder. He was also genuinely poor. This is the detail that the retrospective fame of the Blue Period tends to obscure. The paintings from this period are now among the most reproduced and most beloved in the history of Western art, hanging in major museums, reproduced on everything imaginable, sold at auction for figures that would have constituted several lifetimes of income for the 20-year-old who made them. At the time, he could not sell them. The critics who had praised the Vollard show retreated when the blue paintings arrived. The market did not want elongated beggars and blind old men and emaciated mums and the quiet misery of people on the margins of a city. Picasso went without food during stretches of 1902. He burned drawings to stay warm. He knew what poverty looked like from the inside because he was inside it. This shaped what he painted. He began visiting the women's prison of Saint-Lazare in Paris, where nuns served as guards and women were housed with their nursing infants. He went repeatedly, drawing the women there, the mums with their children, the particular combination of confinement and tenderness that the prison produced. The visits gave him models and material and something else harder to name, a contact with human suffering at its most unadorned, with people who'd been removed from ordinary life and placed somewhere that stripped away everything except the essential fact of their existence. The paintings that came out of these visits, the soup among them, have the quality of documents, not of suffering dramatized, but of suffering observed with complete and sober attention. The subjects of the Blue Period are consistent enough to constitute a world. Beggars, the blind, prostitutes, old men alone at bare tables, mums hunched over children, figures stretched tall and thin against empty backgrounds, elongated in the way that El Greco had elongated his figures 4 centuries earlier, a technique Picasso had studied in the Prado and was now applying to the people he saw on the streets of Barcelona and Paris. The elongation is not distortion in the pejorative sense. It is a formal choice that gives the figures a kind of ghostly grace, a presence that is both entirely human and slightly beyond it. The National Gallery of Art, writing about these works, described the effect as Picasso metaphorically allowing his subjects to escape their fate, to occupy something like a utopian state of grace. Blindness recurs throughout the period with an almost obsessive frequency. The Blind Man's Meal, painted in 1903, shows a single figure at a bare table, one hand reaching toward a wine jug, the face turned slightly away in the unseeing orientation of the permanently blind. The Old Guitarist, also 1903, is the most famous of these works. A hunched old man cradling an enormous instrument, the body angular and compressed, the guitar taking up most of the space around him, the man himself reduced to the bare minimum of presence required to hold the thing and play it. The guitar is brown, the single warm note in a painting otherwise built entirely from blue-grey cold. X-ray examination of the canvas has revealed that other figures are painted beneath the surface, the guitarist laid over them, Picasso working through several compositions before arriving at this one. The blindness in these paintings was not merely descriptive. Picasso was aware of the symbolist movement's interest in blindness as a condition that opened toward inner vision rather than closing it. The idea that those without sight might see something others could not. Whether he subscribed to this idea fully or used it as a formal resource is a question the paintings do not answer cleanly. What they establish, painting after painting, is a sustained attention to the people who exist at the edge of the social world, the people who are present in cities and invisible in them simultaneously, and a consistent refusal to sentimentalize what he found there. La Vie, completed in May of 1903, is the Blue Period's most ambitious and complicated work. It is large, nearly 2 meters tall, and shows two groups of figures facing each other, a naked couple on the left and a cloaked woman holding a child on the right, with two smaller paintings within the painting visible in the background, one showing a crouched figure of grief and one a couple embracing. The central male figure has the face of Casaemus. In the preliminary sketches, that face was Picasso's own. What the painting means has been argued over ever since. Birth and death, love and its consequences, the passage between youth and age, the weight of what is owed to the living and the dead. What it refuses to do is resolve. It holds all of these readings simultaneously and will not choose among them, which is either a weakness or the most honest thing the painting could do, depending on how you look at it. The Blue Period ended as gradually as it began, the cold colours warming slowly in late 1904 as Picasso's circumstances changed. He settled permanently in Paris, moving into the Bateau Lavoir in Montmartre, a ramshackle building where a community of artists lived in overlapping poverty and mutual support. He met Fernand Olivier, who became his companion. The depression that had organised the previous 3 years began, not to lift exactly, but to shift, the way weather shifts, the same sky but a different quality of light. The paintings changed colour. The Blue Period has a strange relationship to its own fame. Picasso struggled to sell these works for years. They were not what the market wanted. They were not what critics had learned to praise. They came out of grief and poverty, and a sustained attention to the people that prosperity tends not to look at directly. Now they are worth fortunes and hang in the world's best museums and are printed on coffee mugs. Picasso himself, who lived to see all of this, said almost nothing about what the period had meant to him. He had said what he needed to say in the paintings. The paintings are still saying it. The Rose Period arrived the way the Blue Period had arrived, gradually and without announcement, the palette warming as Picasso's circumstances changed, and the depression that had organised the previous 3 years began to shift. By 1904 he had settled permanently in the Bateau Lavoir, a ramshackle building in Montmartre that housed a community of artists in overlapping poverty and mutual company. Fernand Olivier arrived in his life and became his companion, and the subjects of his paintings changed with her presence. The emaciated beggars giving way to acrobats and circus performers, the cold blue replaced by earth tones and rose and the particular warm grey of a Paris afternoon. He was painting the world as a place worth inhabiting, rather than a place worth documenting at its margins. He was also looking at things very carefully. Cézanne died in October of 1906 and was honoured the following year with a major retrospective at the Salon d'Automne. Picasso studied it with the attention he brought to everything he wanted to understand, which was total and patient and ultimately transformative. What Cézanne had been doing with form, the way he had broken apart the convention that a painting should show you an object from a single fixed point of view. The way he had allowed multiple angles and multiple moments to coexist in a single image was something Picasso recognized as a door and walked through. He was also looking at the ancient Iberian sculptures on display in the Louvre, recently excavated from Osuna in Spain, their faces simplified and archaic, the features reduced to essential forms with an authority that had nothing to do with the academic tradition he had been trained in. He started incorporating what he saw in these faces into his own figures. The three central women in the painting that was building in his studio across the first half of 1907 owe their faces to these sculptures. The other two women are something else entirely. In the spring or early summer of 1907, Picasso visited the Ethnographic Museum at the Palais du Trocadero in Paris. He described the experience himself, years later, to the writer André Malraux. "The smell reached him first," he said. "Mould and rot and the flea market quality of a place that housed objects brought from very far away by people who did not understand what they were handling. He wanted to leave. He stayed. The masks," he said, "were not like any other pieces of sculpture. Not at all. They were magic things. They were against everything," he said, "against unknown threatening spirits. He understood what they were for, what they were doing. He understood, standing there alone in that awful museum, why he was a painter. He went back to his studio and changed two of the faces in the painting he had been working on for months." The painting was called, at that point, Le Bordel d'Avignon, the brothel of Avignon, a reference to the Carré d'Avingo in Barcelona, where Picasso had spent time as a young man. Later it would be given a more polite name. It shows 5 nude women, confrontational, staring directly out of the canvas at whoever is looking at them, the conventional passivity of the female nude entirely abandoned. The 3 on the left have faces derived from Iberian sculpture, simplified and flat. The 2 on the right have faces that were changed after the Trocadero visit, angular and fractured, wearing something very close to African masks, the planes of the face broken apart and reassembled in a way that is simultaneously familiar and wrong, or rather wrong by the standards of what Western painting had been doing with faces for several centuries, and right by some other standard that the painting was in the process of establishing. X-ray analysis of the canvas has confirmed what this looked like before the changes. Originally, all 5 figures shared similar facial features, the same almond eyes, and simplified profile that characterized the Iberian influence. The Trocadero visit produced the rupture that split the painting in 2, the left side and the right side operating by different visual logics, the whole canvas held together by the confrontational directness of the women's gaze rather than by any conventional compositional unity. Picasso had created hundreds of preparatory sketches and studies across the previous 9 months. The early versions of the composition included a male figure on the left, a medical student entering the brothel holding a skull, a narrative element he eventually removed because the story it implied would have contained the image rather than releasing it. He also removed a sailor on the right. What remained when both men were gone was pure confrontation, 5 women, and whoever was looking at them, nothing between the image and the viewer to absorb or mediate the encounter. The painting's immediate reception was damaging. Picasso showed it to his circle at the Bateau Lavoir, and they did not know what to do with it. Georges Braque, who had become his closest collaborator within a year, said at first viewing that it was like eating rope or drinking petroleum. Henri Matisse, his great rival, was appalled. The poet Guillaume Apollinaire, who was among Picasso's most devoted supporters, was shaken. The dealer Daniel Henry Kahnweiler, who visited the studio in July of 1907 and saw the canvas, was at a loss. The painting did not go on public display until 1916. In the years between its completion and its first public exhibition, Picasso kept it rolled up in his studio. What the painting had done to him, and what it would eventually do to the history of painting, was not immediately legible to anyone standing in front of it in 1907, including Picasso himself. He had produced something that did not fit any existing category, that had broken the expectation of what a painting was supposed to do when it depicted a human figure, that had made the question of how to show a body in space into an open problem rather than a settled convention. The problem, once opened, could not be closed. The collaboration with Braque that began almost immediately after Les Demoiselles, the 2 men working in such proximity that they sometimes could not tell which paintings were whose, would push that open problem into what became Cubism, and Cubism would change what painting was allowed to attempt for the rest of the century. But that is the next chapter. At this moment, in 1907, there is only the canvas, still damp, too large to hang easily in the studio, showing 5 women who will not look away from you, their faces assembled from Iberian stone and African wood, and Picasso's own particular way of refusing to show you things the way you expect them to look. He understood, he said later, that it was his first exorcism painting. He had given form to the spirits. He had become independent of them. The question that Les Demoiselles had opened was this: if a painting does not have to show you what a thing looks like from a fixed point of view, then what is it allowed to do instead? Picasso did not have the answer when he finished the painting in 1907. He had the question, which is a different thing and in some respects a more valuable one. The question needed another person to help develop it, and that person arrived in November of 1907, when the poet Guillaume Apollinaire arranged a meeting between Picasso and a young French painter named Georges Braque. Braque had already seen Les Demoiselles, and his initial response had been the rope and petroleum remark, the opinion that the painting was as unwelcome to him as eating rough fibre or drinking kerosene. But it haunted him through the winter of 1907 and into 1908, in the way that genuinely new things haunt the people who are capable of understanding them, not pleasantly and not easily, and not with any immediate sense of what to do about it. He went south to L'Estaque, where Cézanne had worked, and spent the summer shedding the colours of Fauvism and working through the structural problems that the older painter had left unresolved and that Picasso had now ripped wide open. When he came back to Paris, he came back with paintings that were doing something Picasso recognised. The collaboration began almost immediately after. Almost every evening, Picasso said later. Either he went to Braque's studio or Braque came to his. Each of us had to see what the other had done during the day. The statement, which Picasso made in a late interview, sounds almost domestic in its rhythm. The two painters checking in with each other daily like colleagues running a project together, which is precisely what they were. The project was the reinvention of what a painting could be, conducted in the studios of 2 men who were temperamentally almost opposite. Picasso intuitive and bold and restless, Braque methodical and reserved and committed to structural precision, and whose differences turned out to be exactly what the project required. Braque's own description of the collaboration was that they were like 2 mountaineers roped together. What they were building, across the years from 1908 to 1914, came to be called Cubism. The name was coined accidentally by a French art critic named Louis Vaucel, who described Braque's landscape paintings of L'Estaque as reducing everything to little cubes. Bizarreries cubiques, he wrote, geometrical peculiarities. He meant it as a dismissal. The artist used the word as a handle, and the handle stuck, which is how many of the most important movements in art history acquired their names, from someone who thought they were insulting the work. The word does not quite describe what the work was doing, but it points at it. What Cubism actually did was refuse the convention that a painting occupies a single moment in time from a single fixed point in space. The academic tradition and the entire history of Western painting from the Renaissance forward had built itself on single-point perspective, the mathematical system that produces the illusion of depth on a flat surface by arranging everything in relation to a single vanishing point. It is a powerful system, and it produces beautiful work. It also requires a lie, the lie that the viewer is stationary, that the world is frozen, that the object being depicted exists in one moment from one angle. Cézanne had begun to question this without quite abandoning it. Picasso and Braque abandoned it. In the paintings of what came to be called analytic cubism, which developed from roughly 1909 through 1912, a figure or an object is shown from multiple angles simultaneously, the front and the side and sometimes the back all present in the same image, assembled into a composition that is recognisable without being illusionistic. A guitar becomes a collection of planes and curves that represent the guitar from every angle at once rather than from one. A woman's face shows you the profile and the frontal view in the same head, both truths present simultaneously rather than forced to choose. The palette during this phase narrows to greys and browns and ochres, the colour deliberately reduced so that the structural question stays central. The investigation of form kept clear of the distraction of chromatic beauty. The subject matter of analytic cubism is modest almost to the point of comedy. Guitars, bottles, newspapers, a pipe, a glass, musical instruments of various kinds, the things that sit on tables in studios and cafes, the furniture of a working artist's daily life, chosen not for symbolic weight but because they were present, and because their forms were complex enough to be interesting, and simple enough not to overwhelm the formal investigation. Braque, whose father had been a house painter and who had grown up understanding the relationship between pattern and surface, introduced techniques from that tradition into the fine art context: stenciled letters, faux wood grain, the deliberate flattening of illusion that house painting requires. Picasso, who had always been interested in everything that could be done with a flat surface, incorporated these techniques and pushed them further. In 1912 they invented collage. Picasso pasted a piece of oilcloth printed with a chair caning pattern onto a canvas and drew around it, producing a work called Still Life with Chair Caning that incorporated an actual non-art material into the painting, a piece of the real world used as representation rather than representation standing in for the real world. Braque, working in parallel, introduced papier-colle, pasted paper, gluing fragments of newspaper and wallpaper into compositions alongside drawn and painted elements. The result was synthetic cubism, which ran from roughly 1912 to 1914, and which reversed the logic of analytic cubism. Where analytic cubism had broken objects into their component planes, synthetic cubism assembled those planes into new constructions, building a guitar or a figure from geometric fragments rather than analysing an existing one down to its geometry. The collaboration during these years was so close that even experts, looking at the unsigned paintings from the period, sometimes cannot determine which of the two men made which work. Picasso and Braque occasionally signed their paintings only with initials, or not at all, treating the work as genuinely joint rather than individually attributed. This was unusual to the point of being unprecedented in the history of art. Two painters of comparable ambition voluntarily merging their output to the degree that authorship became uncertain. Art historians have spent decades trying to establish precise chronologies, debating which idea came from whom and when, and have acknowledged that the conversation was so continuous and so reciprocal that the question may be unanswerable. Outside their immediate circle, Cubism was initially confusing and then influential in approximately the way that all genuinely new things are confusing and then influential, with the confusing part lasting longer and the influential part being larger than anyone involved anticipated. Other painters came to it and developed their own versions. Juan Gris, Fernand Léger, Jean Metzinger, Francis Picabia, all working in Paris in the years before the war, each took the formal discoveries of Picasso and Braque and applied them to their own concerns and sensibilities. Unlike Picasso and Braque, who refused to exhibit their Cubist works publicly, through most of the collaboration, these painters showed their work at the major Paris salons, and it was through them that Cubism became visible to the broader public and to critics and to artists in other countries who had not been in the studios of the Bateau Lavoir. Then, August of 1914 arrived. Picasso saw Braque and their friend André Derain off at the train station in Avignon as they left for military service. Braque later recalled the moment. Picasso recalled it too, saying that after seeing Braque off that day he never saw him again, meaning that the Braque of the collaboration, the Braque who had been his other half in the most intense creative partnership in the history of modern art, was gone even if the man himself survived the war. Braque was wounded at the front and did not paint again until 1917. The partnership that had produced Cubism was over. Picasso, Spanish and therefore not conscripted, stayed in Paris. He continued to work. He always continued to work. But the particular quality of those 6 years, the daily studio visits, the constant conversation conducted through canvas, the two mountaineers roped together on a face that no one had climbed before, was finished. It had lasted long enough to change what painting was. In January of 1937, the Spanish Republican government approached Picasso with a commission. They were building a pavilion for the Paris World's Fair that summer, and they wanted a mural, something large and significant, something that would assert the legitimacy of the Republic at an international event in the city, where Picasso had lived for most of his adult life. Picasso accepted. Spain had been in civil war since July of 1936, when the nationalist general Francisco Franco had launched a military coup against the elected Republican government, and Picasso, who had not been back to his birthplace in years, and who rarely mixed politics in his art, understood that this was not a moment to stay out of it. For 3 months he stared at a blank canvas and produced nothing. The commission had not given him his subject. He had several preliminary ideas, none of them convincing, none of them finding the particular quality of necessity that Picasso required, before he could commit himself to a canvas of this scale. His personal life was in turmoil. The civil war was intensifying. He was working dispassionately on something he did not yet believe in, which was for Picasso the worst possible working condition. Then, on the 26th of April, 1937, the German Condor Legion bombed Guernica. The town sat 10 kilometres from the front lines in the Basque country in northern Spain, a quiet agricultural community that was also the ancient symbolic capital of the Basque people, the place where the traditional rights and liberties of the Basques were historically centred. It was a market day, Monday, which meant the town's centre was full of people. The German aircraft arrived in the afternoon and bombed for approximately 2 hours. They dropped high explosives first to break the buildings open, then incendiaries to burn what was exposed. The nearest military target, a factory on the town's outskirts, went through the attack untouched. What burned was the town. The journalist George Steer, a correspondent for the Times of London, was nearby and reached Guernica shortly after the bombing. His account appeared 2 days later on the front pages of the Times and the New York Times, and then in the French paper L'Humanité. It described the deliberate destruction of an open civilian town with no significant military value, the bodies in the streets, the animals running through the rubble, the particular completeness of the destruction, tile roofs and wooden porches burning long after the planes had left. Picasso read the account in the newspaper in Paris. He made his first sketch the next day, the 1st of May. He had found his subject. What followed across the next 35 days is one of the most documented creative processes in the history of art, because Picasso's companion and fellow artist Dora Maar photographed the canvas at multiple stages of its development, preserving a record of the painting's evolution from initial composition through successive revisions. There are over 40 preparatory sketches and studies in addition to Maar's photographs. The documentation shows a painting that changed substantially as it was made, not in its core emotional content, which was fixed from the first day, but in its compositional organisation, the arrangement of the bodies and the symbols and the spaces between them. The canvas Picasso was working on was enormous, 3.5 metres tall and nearly 8 metres wide, painted in his studio on the Rue des Grands Augustins. It required scaffolding to reach the upper sections. He chose to work in grey and black and white, stripping out all colour, a decision that gives the painting the quality of a news photograph, the documentary authority of something that is reporting rather than interpreting. He also ordered house paint rather than artist's paint, specifying a matte finish, the minimum amount of gloss, so that the surface would have no beauty of material to distract from what it was saying. The painting that emerged shows a collection of figures in extremis. A wounded horse occupies the centre, its mouth open in a scream, stumbling over a fallen soldier below it. A bull stands on the left, facing away from the chaos, intact where everything else is breaking. A woman with a dead infant holds the child up in a gesture that is simultaneously a cradling and a presentation, her face torn open in grief. Another woman drags a wounded leg across the bottom of the canvas. Another leans from a window holding an oil lamp into the scene. A dismembered soldier lies on the ground, a broken sword in his hand beside a flower. Flames rise on the right side. A light bulb shaped like an eye hangs at the top of the composition, its spiked rays a mechanical parody of illumination. The symbols have been argued over ever since. The horse, Picasso said, represented the people. The bull represented brutality and darkness. The lamp held by the woman in the window was the lamp of truth, or the lamp of the Republic. The broken sword was resistance that had not surrendered despite being broken. The baby in the mum's arms did not need explaining to anyone who looked at it. Picasso also added, at various points, that the painting meant exactly what it showed, no more and no less, which is the kind of statement artists make when they have been asked one too many times to reduce their work to a caption. The photographs Dora Maar took during the 35 days show a painting trying out different answers to the same question, which is how to contain this level of suffering in an organised image without reducing it, without making it bearable to look at, without allowing the viewer the comfort of aesthetic distance. The early stages show the bull and the horse in different positions, different proportions, different relationships to each other. A raised fist appears in early sketches and disappears in the final version. Colour appears in some studies and is stripped away again. The compositional logic shifts and settles and shifts again. On the 4th of June 1937, Picasso declared it finished. It was exhibited at the Spanish Pavilion at the Paris World's Fair beginning in July. placed near the entrance so that it was among the first things visitors saw. The initial reception was mixed. The painting was difficult, the composition dense and fractured, the imagery not easily decoded by viewers who had not been given a key. It did not win the public immediately. It was not designed to be immediate. What it was designed to be became clearer as the painting travelled. After the World's Fair, it toured Scandinavia and England to raise awareness and funds for the Spanish Republic. In 1939, when the Republic fell to Franco's forces, Picasso refused to allow the painting to go to Spain. He had said before the war was lost that the painting would be given to the Spanish government the day the Republic was restored, and he held to this position with absolute consistency for the rest of his life. He loaned it instead to the Museum of Modern Art in New York, where it would remain for 42 years. During World War II, when Paris was under German occupation, a German officer visited Picasso's apartment. Seeing a photograph of Guernica, the officer asked whether Picasso had done that. Picasso answered that he had not. "You did," he said. The painting returned to Spain in 1981, 6 years after Franco's death and 8 years after Picasso's, in a Spain that had become a constitutional monarchy rather than the republic Picasso had insisted upon. It was displayed initially behind bulletproof glass at the Prado Museum, and then, in 1992, it was moved to the Museo Reina Sofia in Madrid, where it now hangs. Approximately 11,000 people visit it every day. Guernica is 3.5 meters tall and nearly 8 meters wide, and it was painted in 35 days by a 55-year-old man who had spent 3 months unable to start it and found his subject in a newspaper on the 1st of May 1937. It does not resolve. It does not conclude. The horse is still screaming, and the mum is still holding the child, and the soldier's sword is still broken, and the light is still the cold mechanical light of the bulb, rather than the warm light of any sun. It is the most visited painting in Madrid. It has been reproduced on protest banners in conflicts on every inhabited continent. It has been quoted, referenced, and adapted by artists working in every medium for nearly 90 years. It has become the thing that Picasso most consistently resisted, which is a caption, a single image that stands for a single idea. He would have been annoyed by this. He also would have recognised it. A painting that people reach for when they are trying to show what war does to the bodies of civilians is a painting that has done its work. On the evening of the 7th of April 1973, Pablo Picasso had friends to dinner at his villa in Mougins, a small town in the hills above Cannes in the south of France. He was 91 years old. After dinner, he went to his studio and painted until 3 in the morning. Then he went to bed. He woke at 11:30 the next morning and could not get up. He died before a doctor arrived, of heart failure, on the 8th of April 1973. He had painted until 3 in the morning on the last night of his life. This is, in some ways, the most Picasso fact about Picasso. He had said, more than once, and in more than one way, that he believed work would keep him alive, that the act of making things was the thing that held him to the world. He was superstitious about stopping. He had painted through grief and poverty and 2 world wars and the death of friends and the collapse of relationships and stomach operations and respiratory problems and the ordinary deteriorations of an extraordinary old age. He painted in the last year of his life with what his biographers describe as frenzy, a word that appears in multiple accounts of his final period, the same word that appears in accounts of the very beginning, the 7-year-old at his father's side, the boy who drew instead of listening in school because the drawing could not be stopped. Between 1968 and 1972, Picasso produced more than 100 paintings and hundreds of engravings. He was 87 years old at the start of that period. The work of these final years is not what most people picture when they think of Picasso. It is late work in the fullest sense, the work of a man looking at mortality from inside it, figurative and often erotic and sometimes crude and sometimes visionary, the style stripped of almost everything except the urgency. In 1972, a year before his death, he produced a series of drawn self-portraits in which the face is shown as something close to a skull, the eyes enormous and dark, the features reduced to their essential structure. He was looking at himself and seeing what was coming and drawing it anyway. He's buried at the Chateau of Vauvenargues near Aix-en-Provence, a property he had acquired in 1958. The chateau sits overlooking the Mont Sainte-Victoire, the mountain that Paul Cézanne painted dozens of times, and that Picasso had studied in the Salon d'Automne retrospective of 1907, the same retrospective that had pushed him toward what became Cubism. He's buried, in other words, in the sightline of the mountain that belonged to the man he said was the father of them all. This may have been intentional. It was certainly not accidental. He left behind somewhere between 20,000 and 50,000 works, depending on how the counting is done and which categories are included. Paintings, drawings, sculptures, ceramics, prints, engravings, stage designs, illustrated books, tapestry cartoons, and things that do not fit cleanly into any of these categories. The range of medium is itself a statement. He worked in whatever was available, whatever was interesting, whatever he had not yet exhausted. He learned ceramics in his 60s and produced more than 3,000 ceramic works. He made sculptures from bicycle handlebars and saddles, from cardboard and wire and string and wood, from whatever was in the studio and could be made to hold a form. Scarcity of conventional material was never an obstacle because he did not define material conventionally. His career spanned more than 76 years. When he was born, the Impressionists were still the radical edge of painting. When he died, abstract expressionism and pop art and minimalism had all come and gone. He had outlived most of the movements that had positioned themselves against him or alongside him, and had outlived several that he had helped create. He had watched Cubism become a historical period while he was still alive to discuss it. He had done things in painting that no one had done, then moved on from them, then watched them become the curriculum of art schools across the world, then moved on further still. The legacy of what he did to painting is difficult to overstate, because it is so thoroughly embedded in what painting has been allowed to do since 1907, that the specifics are hard to see clearly. Cubism changed the understanding of how a flat surface could represent space and time. It changed the understanding of how multiple truths about an object could coexist in a single image. It opened the question of what relationship a painting was required to have with the visible world, and the answer that Cubism proposed, which was that the relationship was negotiable, was so fundamental that it made almost everything that came afterward possible. Abstract expressionism, which rejected figuration entirely, is a response to the question Cubism opened. Pop art's engagement with flat planes and commercial imagery borrows from the Cubist vocabulary. The conceptual art movements of the second half of the 20th century, which pushed the question of what art is allowed to be into entirely new territories, all passed through the door that Picasso and Braque opened in a Montmartre studio between 1908 and 1914. He was aware of this and said very little about it. He made statements about art that were oracular and often contradictory and sometimes deliberately unhelpful, as though he preferred that the work speak for itself and found the conversation around the work slightly beside the point. He said painting was a form of magic. He said it was a lie that told the truth. He said it took a long time to become young. These are not the statements of someone who wanted to explain himself. His face became one of the most photographed faces of the 20th century. He was the first living artist to have a retrospective at the Museum of Modern Art in New York in 1939. He joined the French Communist Party after the Second World War and was awarded the Lenin Peace Prize in 1962, and these affiliations generated controversy that followed him for the rest of his life, as did his treatment of the women he was involved with, which by the accounts of several of those women ranged from complicated to harmful. The biography is not simple, and has not been made simpler by the passage of time or the scale of the reputation. What remains when all of it is accounted for is the work itself. The Blue Period paintings, still in the museums where they have lived for decades, still doing what they were doing in 1902 when nobody wanted to buy them, which is looking at suffering without sentimentality and without distance. Les Demoiselles d'Avignon at the Museum of Modern Art, still stopping people in the gallery the way it stopped everyone who saw it in Picasso's studio in 1907, still refusing to show you what you expect to be shown. Guernica in Madrid, where 11,000 people a day come to stand in front of it, and feel what it feels like to be in a room with a painting that will not let war be abstract. The Old Guitarist, in Chicago, a bent old man cradling an enormous instrument in a room full of cold blue, the guitar the only warm thing, playing music for no audience in a painting that was made in a period when Picasso could not sell paintings, and was burning drawings to stay warm and had just lost his closest friend. He was a boy in Malaga who could draw before he could speak. His first word was the word for pencil. He drew pigeons for his father, and then painted over his father's unfinished pigeon, and his father understood what he was looking at and gave him his brushes. He went to Barcelona at 14, and passed an entrance examination in a week that was supposed to take a month. He went to Paris at 20, and moved into a leaking building in Montmartre and began to work. He worked for the next 71 years without stopping. except when grief stopped him briefly and exhaustion slowed him for a year, and his body failed him in small ways that he ignored. He painted until 3 in the morning on the last night of his life. The work is still here, all of it. The pigeons and the beggars and the broken guitars and the fractured faces and the screaming horse and the skull-like self-portrait of a 90-year-old man looking at what was coming and drawing it anyway. If you are still awake, my tired dumplings, that is Pablo Picasso. If you fell asleep somewhere around the Blue Period or the Shed in Montmartre or the Blue Guitar in Chicago, which would be a very good place to fall asleep, that is exactly what this was for. If you have a hand free from wherever it is, a like and a subscribe cost you nothing and helps the channel more than you would think. It is the least baroque thing you can do with a finger, and Picasso would have approved of economy. Good night. Picture yourself standing in a field somewhere in northern France around the year 950. If you'd been there a century earlier, you'd be shivering in your woolen cloak, watching anxiously as late spring frosts threatened the barley you'd carefully planted. The growing season would have been short and unpredictable, a constant gamble against cold and damp that made every harvest feel like a minor miracle. But now something has shifted. You probably wouldn't notice it in any single year. Climate doesn't announce itself with fanfare or send advance notice. Instead, you'd gradually realise that your grandfather's stories about brutal winters and failed crops don't quite match your own experience anymore. The frost comes later each autumn. The spring thaw arrives a week or two earlier. Those precious growing days between the last frost and the first one stretch just a bit longer. This is how the medieval warm period arrived, not with drama, but with the quiet insistence of warmer ocean currents and shifting atmospheric patterns that nobody in medieval Europe could explain or even properly measure. They had no thermometers, no weather satellites, and no climate scientists publishing papers about Atlantic oscillation patterns. What they had were fields that suddenly seemed more generous, vineyards creeping northward into territories where grapes had never ripened before, and a gradual sense that nature had shifted into a more forgiving mood. The change began roughly around 900 CE and would last until about 1300, give or take a few decades depending on which part of Europe you called home. Scientists now estimate that average temperatures during this period were perhaps 1 to 2 degrees Celsius warmer than the centuries before and after. 1 or 2 degrees doesn't sound like much when you're adjusting your thermostat, but in agricultural terms, in an era when survival depended directly on what you could coax from the soil, those degrees might as well have been a gift from heaven. Imagine the old farmers of that era, men and women who had spent their lives working land that yielded just barely enough to survive. They must have noticed the patterns shifting. The wheat grew taller, the oats filled out more completely. Vegetables that had always been temperamental suddenly became reliable. And most remarkably, in regions where farming had always been marginal at best, communities found themselves with actual surpluses for the first time in living memory. The warming wasn't uniform, of course. Northern Europe felt the effects most strongly. Places like England, Scandinavia, and the northern reaches of the Holy Roman Empire suddenly found their climates becoming surprisingly hospitable. The Norse, those seafaring people we usually associate with cold and ice, discovered they could grow barley in Greenland. Think about that for a moment. Greenland, that massive island of ice and rock, once had farms producing grain. The name Greenland wasn't just Viking marketing. For a few centuries, parts of it actually were green. Meanwhile, the Mediterranean regions experienced their own transformations. Italy and southern France already had favourable climates, but the warmer period brought longer growing seasons and more predictable weather patterns. The olive groves flourished, wine production expanded. The entire rhythm of agricultural life adjusted to this new, more generous tempo, but perhaps the most significant changes occurred in places that had previously been on the edge of viability. The Scottish Highlands, those misty mountains where farming had always been a hard-scrabble affair, suddenly supported more extensive agriculture. Villages appeared in alpine valleys that had been too cold for permanent settlement. The tree line crept higher up mountainsides, and forests reclaimed areas that had been tundra just generations before. You have to understand, medieval people didn't think of weather as something variable and cyclical the way we do. They believed climate was essentially fixed, part of God's unchanging creation. When weather varied, they attributed it to divine will or moral causes. A harsh winter meant God was angry. A good harvest meant their prayers had been answered. The idea that global temperature patterns could shift over centuries without any supernatural cause would have been almost incomprehensible to them. So when the weather improved, medieval Europeans didn't see climate change. They saw a blessing. They interpreted the warmer temperatures and better harvests as evidence that God was pleased with Christian civilization. This wasn't just wishful thinking, it was the only framework they had for understanding why their world was becoming more abundant. The timing of this climatic shift coincided with other changes in European society. The chaos of the early medieval period, those centuries after Rome's fall when various kingdoms rose and fell, when Viking raids disrupted coastal communities, when central authority was more aspiration than reality, was gradually giving way to more stable political structures. The warming climate didn't cause this stabilisation, but it certainly helped. It's much easier to build a civilization when you're not constantly worried about starving. As you lie there tonight, consider how differently medieval people experience seasons compared to us. You probably interact with weather primarily as an inconvenience, traffic delays, cancelled plans, and wardrobe decisions. For medieval Europeans, weather was existential. A bad growing season didn't mean buying more groceries. It meant hunger, possibly starvation. A mild winter didn't mean lower heating bills. It meant livestock survived, fuel wood lasted longer, and people made it through to spring. When temperatures rose by those 1 or 2 degrees, when growing seasons extended by a week or two, the effects rippled through every aspect of life. More food meant better nutrition, which meant healthier people, which meant more workers, which meant more land could be cultivated, which meant even more food. It was a virtuous cycle, the kind of positive feedback loop that drives historical change in ways that are only obvious in hindsight. The forests of Europe, which had been slowly recovering since the Roman period, now faced a new pressure. Warmer weather meant more people, and more people needed more farmland. The great medieval deforestation began in earnest during this period, as communities cleared woodland to create fields, pastures, and settlements. The primeval forests that had once covered most of Europe began their long retreat into the pockets of wilderness that survive today. Settle deeper into your blankets now and imagine you're walking through a medieval village during harvest time in the year 1150. The smell of cut grain fills the air, that dusty, slightly sweet scent that only comes when wheat or barley is being gathered. You hear the rhythmic sound of scythes through stalks, the voices of workers calling to each other across the fields, and somewhere nearby, someone is singing a work song whose melody has been passed down through so many generations that nobody remembers who first composed it. What you're witnessing is an agricultural revolution that happened without anyone planning it. Without any government program or conscious innovation, the medieval warm period created conditions that allowed medieval Europeans to finally move beyond subsistence farming into something that resembled actual productivity. The key crop in this transformation was wheat. Before the warming period, much of northern Europe relied on hardier but less nutritious grains like rye and oats, which could survive in poor conditions but didn't provide the same caloric value as wheat. Wheat is fussier. It needs more warmth, better soil, and more careful timing. But when conditions are right, wheat yields more food per acre than almost any other grain crop available to medieval farmers. As temperatures rose, the wheat line moved north. Fields in England that had grown rye for generations were replanted with wheat. French estates that had struggled with mixed grain crops found they could specialise in wheat production. The difference wasn't just agricultural, it was nutritional and economic. Wheat makes better bread, stores longer, and commands higher prices at market. Communities that successfully transitioned to wheat farming found themselves with both better diets and more valuable crops to trade. But the real revolution came from the combination of warmer weather with several farming innovations that happened to emerge around the same time. The heavy plough, which could turn the dense soils of northern Europe far better than the light Roman scratch ploughs, became widespread during this period. The three-field system of crop rotation, where you plant one field with winter crops, one with spring crops, and let the third lie fallow, allowed farmers to keep more land productive each year. These innovations weren't new inventions during the medieval warm period, but they became practical and widespread because the climate now supported them. A heavy plough is only useful if your soil is productive enough to justify the investment. Three-field rotation only makes sense if your growing season is long enough for both winter and spring crops to mature reliably. The warming temperatures turned agricultural theory into practical reality. You'd see other changes too, subtle ones that transformed daily life in ways that medieval people probably didn't fully appreciate. Kitchen gardens became more productive, providing vegetables that added variety and nutrition to diets that had been monotonously grain-based. Fruit trees that had been temperamental now produced reliable crops. Herbs for medicine and flavouring thrived in the extended growing seasons. Beekeeping expanded dramatically during this period, and if you've ever tasted real honey, you'll understand why this mattered. In an era before sugar was available to anyone but the wealthy, honey was the only sweetener most people would ever taste. More temperate weather meant longer flowering seasons, which meant bees could produce more honey. Monasteries in particular became centres of beekeeping, and the demand for beeswax candles ensured that honey production was both spiritually and economically valuable. The warming period also made livestock farming more feasible in northern regions. Cattle, sheep and pigs could be supported in larger numbers because winter fodder lasted longer and animals didn't need to burn as many calories just staying warm. This meant more meat, milk, cheese and wool, all the products that made medieval life slightly more comfortable and substantially more prosperous. Dairy production particularly benefited from the climatic changes. Medieval people didn't drink much fresh milk. It spoiled too quickly without refrigeration, but they were masters of dairy preservation. Cheese, butter and fermented milk products provided crucial protein and fat during winter months when fresh food was scarce. Better weather meant healthier livestock, which meant more milk, which meant communities could produce larger stores of preserved dairy products. The expansion of sheep farming in England during this period laid the groundwork for the medieval wool trade that would eventually make England wealthy. Sheep are remarkably hardy animals, but they do best in moderate climates where they can graze year-round without exhausting themselves fighting cold. The medieval warm period created ideal conditions for large-scale sheep farming across northern England, Scotland and the Low Countries. If you could have spoken with a medieval farmer about these changes, and if they had the conceptual framework to understand your question, they probably wouldn't have described it as an agricultural revolution. They would have talked about how their lord had allowed them to clear more forest for planting, or how their village had pooled resources to buy a better plough, or how the harvest had been good for several years running. The systematic nature of the changes would have been invisible to them, obscured by the daily work of survival and the limited scope of their individual experience. But step back, take the longer view that historical distance provides, and you see something remarkable. European agricultural production probably increased by 50 to 75% between 900 and 1300. The same land, worked by similar methods, suddenly yielded dramatically more food. Some of this came from innovation, some from expansion onto marginal lands, but much of it came from those 1 or 2 degrees of warming that made everything just slightly easier. This abundance created possibilities that hadn't existed before. For the first time since the Roman Empire, significant numbers of people could be supported without directly working the land. You needed farmers to produce surplus food, but once you had that surplus you could support craftspeople, merchants, builders, scholars, and all the other specialists that complex societies require. The grain mills that dotted every medieval stream and river worked overtime during this period, processing the increased harvests into flour. The technology of water mills was ancient. Romans had used them extensively, But the medieval warm period gave medieval Europeans enough grain to make mills economically viable throughout the countryside. The steady splash and grind of mill wheels became the background music of medieval rural life. Vineyards expanded northward in one of the period's most visible changes. Wine production, which had retreated southward after the Roman period, now crept back into central France, the Rhineland, and even southern England. Medieval people discovering they could grow wine grapes in Yorkshire must have felt like residents of Alaska suddenly finding they could grow oranges. It was unprecedented, remarkable, and highly profitable. The expansion of viticulture wasn't just about alcohol, though medieval people certainly appreciated their wine. Vineyards represented long-term agricultural investment. You don't plant grapevines if you expect the climate to turn harsh in a few years. Vines take time to mature and require consistent conditions. The fact that communities were willing to invest in vineyards across northern Europe suggests a widespread, if unconscious, belief that the good weather was going to last. As you nestle deeper into your comfortable spot, let's visit a medieval village at the height of the medieval warm period, say around 1200. This isn't the grim, poverty-stricken settlement that popular imagination often conjures. This is a village experiencing something its residents might not have words for but can certainly feel: prosperity. The village sits in a valley, surrounded by fields that stretch farther than they did in your grandfather's time. The forest has been pushed back, replaced by cultivated land divided into the long strips of the open field system. Smoke rises from perhaps 40 cottages, twice as many as existed a century ago. The church, once a simple wooden structure, is being rebuilt in stone, a project that has consumed the village's surplus wealth for the past decade, but will stand as a testament to their success for centuries to come. You notice that people look different than you might expect. They're not the skeletal, malnourished figures of popular medieval stereotypes. Better nutrition over several generations has produced a population that's healthier, taller, and more robust. Children play in the village common, and there are many of them. The improved diet has reduced infant mortality and increased fertility. Population growth during the medieval warm period was substantial, with Europe's population roughly doubling between 1000 and 1300. The cottages themselves show signs of modest but real improvement. Thatched roofs are better maintained because there's labour and materials to spare for repairs. Some houses have actual chimneys instead of simple smoke holes, a technological advancement that might seem trivial until you've spent a winter in a smoke-filled room. Windows remain small, glass is still expensive, but shutters are more carefully fitted, and some households have even acquired oil lamps to supplement their rushlights and tallow candles. Inside these homes you'd find possessions that suggest a level of comfort unknown in earlier centuries. Iron pots and pans, wooden plates and bowls, ceramic jugs for storing ale or cider, and perhaps even a few pewter items for special occasions. These aren't wealthy people by any means, but they're no longer living at the absolute edge of subsistence. They have small margins of safety, tiny buffers against disaster that make life incrementally more secure. The village market held weekly has expanded from a simple exchange of local goods to a genuine commercial event. Farmers bring surplus produce, vegetables, eggs, cheese, wool, and the products of their land and labour. Travelling merchants offer goods from distant places, salt from coastal evaporation ponds, iron tools from regional forges, cloth from Flemish weavers, and pottery from specialised ceramic workshops. The fact that these markets can sustain regular trade indicates that people have enough surplus to buy things they don't strictly need for survival. Money circulates more freely than it did in earlier centuries. The feudal economy hadn't disappeared. Peasants still owed labour services to their lords, and agricultural production was still organised around manorial estates. But increasingly these obligations could be paid in cash rather than in kind. A peasant might pay a fee instead of working 3 days a week on the lord's land, creating a primitive but functional labour market where people could sell their time for money. This monetisation of the economy might sound dry and technical, but it represented a fundamental shift in how medieval people experienced daily life. Money creates options. With cash, you could hire someone to repair your roof, buy a piglet to raise for winter meat, or save toward a dowry for your daughter. Without money, you were locked into a barter economy where everything you needed had to be produced locally or acquired through complex webs of reciprocal obligation. The Lord's Manor, visible on its hill overlooking the village, has also improved. The old wooden palisade has been replaced with stone walls. The great hall has been expanded, and rumour says the Lord's wife has ordered glass windows for the solar, the private family quarters where the nobility retreated from the public life of the hall. These improvements aren't just displays of wealth. They're investments made possible by increasing agricultural revenues from lands that now produce reliable surpluses. But perhaps the most significant change is harder to see directly. The slow shift in legal status and social relationships that surplus wealth enables. When everyone is barely surviving, social structures remain rigid because there's no room for negotiation or innovation. When there's a surplus, things become fluid. Some peasants are accumulating enough wealth to buy their freedom from feudal obligations. Others are specialising in particular crafts, becoming the village's acknowledged expert in carpentry or smithing or leatherwork. A few particularly successful peasant families are even beginning to differentiate themselves from their neighbours, acquiring more land, better tools, and the kind of resources that mark the beginning of a rural middle class. The son of one such family has been sent to the monastery to learn reading and writing, an investment in education that would have been unthinkable when every pair of hands was needed for basic survival. The village priest, often the only literate person in the community, has become more than just a spiritual authority. He's an administrator, a record keeper, and sometimes a teacher for promising children whose families can spare them from farm work. The church building itself serves multiple functions: a place of worship on Sundays, a meeting hall for village assemblies, and a secure storage space for important documents and valuable items. Market towns began sprouting across Europe during this period, growing up at crossroads, river crossings, and other strategic locations where trade naturally concentrated. These towns occupied a space between the rural villages and the established cities, serving as commercial hubs where local agricultural surplus could be converted into goods, services, and opportunities. In these market towns, you'd find the beginnings of specialised medieval crafts. Blacksmiths who once made everything from horseshoes to cooking pots now focused on specific products, achieving levels of skill and efficiency that generalists never could. Weavers formed guilds to control quality and training. Tanners, despite the noxious smell of their work, became essential suppliers to the leather goods trade. Bakers ran ovens large enough to serve dozens of families, operating on scales that made economic sense only when populations were large and prosperous enough to support them. The prosperity wasn't evenly distributed, of course. Life in a medieval village, even during the best of times, was still life without modern medicine, sanitation, or personal liberty as we understand it. People worked long hours at physically demanding labour. Disease remained ever present. Women died in childbirth with frightening regularity. Children grew up expecting to follow their parents' occupation, with little opportunity for social mobility beyond what the church might offer to particularly bright or devout individuals. Yet compared to the centuries before and after, the medieval warm period offered something that medieval Europeans had rarely experienced: a sense that life was getting better rather than worse, that the next generation might have it easier than the current one, and that the world was expanding rather than contracting. This optimism, born of full granaries and healthy livestock, created a psychological climate as important as the physical warming that made it possible. Let's drift now from the villages of continental Europe to something more adventurous. Though don't worry, we'll keep things suitably peaceful and contemplative. Picture the coast of Norway around the year 1000, where the warming climate was creating opportunities that would have been unthinkable just a century earlier. The Norse, those seafaring people we often call Vikings, had always been masterful sailors, but the medieval warm period gave them something they'd never had before: ice-free seas for longer parts of the year. The Arctic ice that normally choked the northern Atlantic retreated just enough to open routes that had been impassable, creating maritime highways to territories that had been legends or rumours. Eric the Red's colonisation of Greenland around 985 represents one of the most remarkable episodes of the medieval warm period. Greenland, that massive island that's mostly ice even today, had coastal areas that became remarkably habitable during the warming centuries. Eric and his followers, families seeking new opportunities, second sons with no inheritance, people fleeing feuds or seeking fresh starts, established settlements that would endure for nearly 500 years. Imagine sailing from Iceland toward Greenland in an open boat, your worldly possessions packed around you, livestock lowing nervously in the hull, and children huddled against the spray. You'd navigate by sun and stars, by the flight patterns of birds, and by the colour and temperature of the water. After days at sea, you'd finally spot the high mountains of Greenland rising from the ocean, their peaks white with permanent snow, but their lower slopes surprisingly green. The Norse Greenlanders settled primarily on the southwestern coast, where fjords cut deep into the island and provided shelter from the North Atlantic's ferocious storms. They built turf houses, thick-walled structures of stone and sod that could withstand Arctic winds while conserving precious warmth. These weren't temporary camps, but permanent homesteads, complete with barns for livestock, storage rooms for hay and supplies, and all the infrastructure of agricultural settlement. And they farmed. This detail always surprises people who imagine Greenland as an eternally frozen wasteland. During the medieval warm period, Norse settlers grew barley for bread and beer. They raised cattle, sheep, and goats that grazed on surprisingly lush summer pastures. They hunted seals and caribou for meat and skins. They cut hay in summer and stored it for winter fodder. They even exported walrus, ivory, and polar bear hides back to Europe, luxury goods that commanded premium prices in continental markets. Life in Norse Greenland was never easy, even during the best climatic conditions. Winters remained harsh, growing seasons stayed short, and the settlers lived at the absolute edge of where medieval agriculture could function. But for several centuries it worked. Archaeological evidence shows that the Greenlanders maintained trade contacts with Europe, imported timber for construction, acquired iron tools and weapons, and participated in the broader medieval economy despite their extreme isolation. From Greenland, Norse explorers pushed even farther west, reaching what they called Vinland, the northeast coast of North America. Leif Erikson's voyage around the year 1000 brought Europeans to the Americas 5 centuries before Columbus, though his settlement didn't last. The temporary camp at Lonso Meadows in Newfoundland stands today as evidence of this remarkable voyage, proof that medieval Europeans briefly touched American soil before retreating back to Greenland and Iceland. The warming climate also opened up new possibilities in the North Atlantic itself. Iceland, which had been settled by Norse colonists in the 870s, flourished during the medieval warm period. The island's livestock populations expanded, its fishing grounds became more productive, and its position as a way station between Scandinavia and Greenland made it a crucial link in northern trade networks. But the Norse Atlantic adventure wasn't just about exploring westward into new territories. It was also about the quotidian reality of living in these remote settlements, maintaining connections across vast stretches of ocean, and building communities in environments that tested human resilience in ways that more temperate regions never did. Consider the logistics of the Greenland colony. Almost everything made of wood, timber for buildings and boats, barrel stays for storage, firewood for warmth, had to be imported from Iceland or Norway. Greenland had virtually no trees, so every plank represented a successful trading voyage across dangerous seas. Iron was equally precious, and skilled craftspeople who could work metal were valued community members. Church bells, glass windows, communion wine, and countless other items required regular trade contact with distant Europe. The Greenlandic Norse maintained their European identity despite their isolation. They built churches modelled on Scandinavian designs, buried their dead in Christian graveyards, and maintained bishops who reported to ecclesiastical authorities in Norway. This connection to broader Christendom mattered deeply to them. They didn't want to be forgotten outposts, but recognised members of the European civilization, however remote their location. The warming period also affected Norse activities in more traditional waters. The waters around the Faroe Islands became more productive. Norwegian fishermen could venture farther north along the coast, accessing cod grounds that had been too dangerous or icebound in earlier centuries. Trade routes across the Baltic expanded as ice-free periods lengthened, connecting Scandinavia with the emerging cities of northern Germany and Poland. In a delightfully mundane way, the medieval warm period made sea travel less immediately terrifying. Medieval ships were remarkably seaworthy. The Norse Nar, the primary cargo vessel of the North Atlantic, could survive conditions that would sink more modern ships. But they were also open to the elements, uncomfortable and dangerous in ways that modern travellers can barely imagine. Warmer waters meant marginally less hypothermia risk for sailors, who inevitably got soaked by spray. Longer ice-free seasons meant extended trading windows. Reduced storm frequency, a debated effect of the warming, but suggested by some climate reconstructions, meant fewer shipwrecks and lost crews. The climatic optimism that allowed the Norse to attempt Greenland colonisation also influenced exploration closer to home. The development of permanent fishing stations in Iceland, the expansion of seal hunting operations, and the growth of Arctic trade in furs and walrus ivory all reflected confidence that the favourable conditions would continue. Let's turn now from the adventures of seafaring Norse to something equally ambitious but more stationary. The extraordinary cathedral building boom that swept across Europe during the medieval warm period. Get comfortable. We're going to spend time thinking about stone, faith, and what it means when a society has enough surplus wealth to invest in structures that take generations to complete. Around the year 1000, something remarkable began happening across Europe. Communities that had been making do with modest wooden churches decided to rebuild in stone. But they didn't just replace one building with another of similar size. They built upward and outward, creating structures of unprecedented height and ambition. The Romanesque and then Gothic cathedrals that rose during the medieval warm period represented engineering achievements that rivaled anything since the Roman Empire. The cathedral at Santiago de Compostela in Spain begun in 1075. Canterbury Cathedral in England, rebuilt after a fire in 1174. Chartres Cathedral in France, with its magnificent stained glass, was largely constructed between 1194 and 1220. Notre Dame de Paris started in 1163. Cologne Cathedral begun in 1248. These buildings and hundreds like them represented not just religious fervour, but economic capacity. You don't build cathedrals when you're worried about starving. Imagine the construction site of a major Gothic cathedral in, say, 1200. The scaffolding rises impossibly high, wooden structures that sway alarmingly in the wind but somehow support teams of masons working at heights that would make modern safety inspectors faint. Stonecutters shape blocks with hammer and chisel, producing edges so precise that mortar becomes almost unnecessary. Carpenters construct the complex wooden centering that will support stone arches until the mortar sets. Glassmakers craft coloured windows that transform sunlight into divine revelation. The organisation required for these projects was staggering. Quarries had to be opened or expanded to provide suitable stone. Transportation networks were needed to move massive blocks from quarry to construction site, sometimes across dozens of miles. Skilled craftsmen, masons, carpenters, glaziers, metalworkers had to be recruited, housed, and paid. Raw materials from across Europe had to be acquired: lead for roofing, iron for reinforcement, gold leaf for decoration, and precious pigments for painting. All of this required surplus wealth on a scale that hadn't existed in Europe since the Roman period. The agricultural abundance made possible by the medieval warm period created the economic conditions for cathedral construction. But the decision to actually build these massive structures reflected something else: confidence in the future. Think about what it means to start a building project that you know won't be finished in your lifetime. When a community broke ground on a cathedral, they understood that their grandchildren might see it completed, or their great-grandchildren, or possibly never. They were investing resources that could have been spent on immediate needs, better housing, more food, stronger defences, in favour of a permanent monument that would serve generations not yet born. This long-term thinking was itself a luxury made possible by climatic stability. When harvests are unreliable and survival uncertain, you focus on immediate needs. When conditions are favourable and predictable, you can afford to think in terms of centuries rather than seasons. The Gothic architectural revolution that occurred during this period, pointed arches, flying buttresses, ribbed vaults, and all the technical innovations that allowed buildings to soar higher and admit more light, wasn't just artistic development. These innovations solved practical problems of building tall stone structures that didn't collapse under their own weight. Medieval masons were rediscovering structural engineering principles that Romans had known and that had been largely forgotten during the early medieval period. But if you asked a medieval master mason why his cathedral needed to be so tall, he wouldn't talk about engineering principles. He'd talk about reaching toward heaven, about creating a physical manifestation of divine glory, and about light streaming through stained glass as a metaphor for divine grace illuminating the human soul. The Gothic cathedral was theology rendered in stone and glass, a three-dimensional argument about the nature of God and humanity's relationship to the divine. The stained glass windows deserve their own moment of contemplation. Imagine standing inside Chartres Cathedral as afternoon sun streams through the famous blue windows, transforming ordinary daylight into something that seems to come from another world. Medieval people believed these windows served an educational purpose. They told biblical stories to an illiterate population, but they also created an atmosphere that felt genuinely transcendent. The craftsmanship involved in medieval stained glass was remarkable. Glassmakers had to produce coloured glass by adding metallic oxides during the glass-blowing process. Each window required thousands of individual pieces, cut to precise shapes and fitted into lead cames, then assembled into enormous compositions depicting everything, from Bible stories to saints' lives to the trades and professions of the town. The major rose windows, those enormous circular windows at the ends of transepts, contained enough individual glass pieces that cataloguing them all could take weeks. The social organisation of cathedral construction created its own culture. Master builders, the medieval equivalent of architects, moved from project to project, bringing teams of skilled masons with them. These master builders often signed their work. Surviving cathedral designs show remarkably detailed architectural drawings that demonstrate sophisticated understanding of geometry and structural mechanics. The workshops attached to major cathedrals became centres of craft training where skills were passed from master to apprentice. A young man hoping to become a stonemason might spend years learning the trade, starting with simple tasks like mixing mortar and gradually advancing to more complex work. The lodge, the workshop building attached to the construction site, developed its own culture, customs, and even primitive union-like organisations. Cathedral construction also created demand for specialised trades beyond the core building crafts. Sculptors decorated facades with biblical scenes and grotesque figures. Painters created enormous frescoes on interior walls. Metalworkers produced decorative ironwork for doors and windows. Woodcarvers crafted choir stalls, rood screens, and elaborate altarpieces. Each cathedral became a focus point for every artistic trade in medieval Europe. The economic impact of a major cathedral project on its surrounding region was substantial. Construction might employ hundreds of workers directly, while secondary effects, feeding workers, housing them, providing materials, supported hundreds more. Towns with major cathedral projects effectively had a permanent jobs program that could last for generations, providing employment and circulating money through the local economy. Monasteries and abbeys went through similar building booms during this period. The Cistercian order, founded in 1098, established hundreds of abbeys across Europe during the 12th and 13th centuries. These monasteries weren't just religious centres, but agricultural innovators who applied systematic thinking to farming, livestock breeding, and land management. Cistercian abbeys often sat in remote valleys, where the monks had cleared forest and drained wetlands, creating productive farmland through organised labour and engineering. The architectural style developed by the Cistercians, austere, elegant, emphasising proportion and light rather than decoration, created some of the period's most beautiful buildings. Fountains Abbey in Yorkshire, Fontenay Abbey in France, and Poblet Abbey in Spain. These structures combine spiritual purpose with practical design in ways that still impress visitors today. As you drift towards sleep, consider the ambition it took to build these structures. Medieval people lacked power tools, steel reinforcement, modern cranes or computer-aided design. What they had was time, skill, faith, and the economic surplus created by a climate that had decided for a few centuries to be unusually cooperative. Let's spend some time now in the medieval countryside during what we might call its golden age, those decades in the middle of the medieval warm period when the benefits were clearest and the eventual ending still felt impossibly distant. Find that perfect spot in your blankets and imagine you're experiencing a full year in rural medieval Europe, watching the seasons turn in a world where nature seemed more generous than usual. Spring arrives in early March, earlier than your grandparents remembered. The last snow melts quickly, leaving fields muddy but ready for ploughing. You'd see teams of oxen or horses pulling ploughs through heavy soil, opening furrows that will receive this year's crop. The plough team is the most valuable asset a village owns, 8 oxen working together, guided by an experienced ploughman who can keep his furrows straight by eyeballing landmarks in the distance. The ploughing takes weeks, and everyone has opinions about how it's going. Some fields are being opened for the first time, form a forest that was cleared during the winter and now needs to be brought into cultivation. Other fields are returning to service after a year lying fallow, and you can see how the soil is recovered, thick with earthworms and surprisingly friable, despite its clay content. Once ploughing finishes, planting begins. Spring wheat or barley goes into the ground, each seed pressed into the soil by hand or broadcast across the field, in that ancient motion that farmers have used since agriculture was invented. Children follow the sowers, using sticks to cover seeds with soil, simultaneously protecting them from birds and giving them better contact with the earth. It's tedious work and your back would ache from the constant bending, but there's satisfaction in seeing the neat rows taking shape across the field. Between planting and harvest, there's constant work. Weeding, monitoring for pests, repairing fences to keep livestock from trampling the crops, and maintaining drainage ditches to prevent waterlogging. Medieval farming was labour-intensive in ways that modern agriculture hasn't been for centuries. But there are also moments of relative leisure, times when the crop simply needs to grow and there's nothing to do but wait and hope. Summer brings the hay harvest, one of the year's crucial tasks. Hay provides winter fodder for livestock, and the amount you can store determines how many animals will survive until spring. You'd see entire villages in the meadows, cutting grass with scythes in synchronised rows, turning the cut hay to dry, then gathering it into haystacks that tower over the workers like rustic monuments to agricultural effort. The rhythm of scything is almost hypnotic. The long sweep of the blade through grass, the step forward, the next sweep. Experienced mowers can work for hours with barely a pause, their movements so practiced they seem effortless. Behind them come the women and children, raking the cut grass into windrows, then turning it regularly so all sides dry evenly. If rain threatens before the hay is completely dry, there's a frantic scramble to get it under cover, because wet hay can mould or even spontaneously combust in the stack. The extended growing seasons of the medieval warm period meant hay harvests were more abundant than in previous centuries. Meadows that once yielded 1 cutting per summer now produced 2, sometimes even a third late-season harvest. This surplus hay meant villages could support larger herds, which meant more milk, more meat and more oxen for ploughing. It was another of those virtuous cycles where better conditions created opportunities that reinforced the benefits. High summer settles over the countryside like a warm blanket. The grain crops are growing tall now, transforming fields into seas of green that ripple in the breeze. Barley and oats head out first, their bearded tops catching the sunlight. Wheat follows later, its seed heads heavy with developing grain. Walking past these fields, you'd hear the constant whisper of wind through stalks, punctuated by birdsong and the distant sounds of village life. This is the season of relative plenty, when gardens are producing vegetables and everyone's diet improves. Fresh peas and beans appear on tables. Onions and garlic are pulled as needed. Herbs grow thick in every dooryard garden. Sage and thyme and rosemary, used for both cooking and basic medicine. The village might have a few beehives humming with activity as bees work the wildflowers in the meadows. Livestock are out on pasture, supervised by shepherds or cowherds who spend long days in the fields with their charges. It's lonely work, but not unpleasant during good weather. You might see a young shepherd sitting on a hillside with his sheep scattered across the slope, practicing his carving on a piece of wood or simply watching clouds drift across remarkably blue skies. August brings the grain harvest, the year's defining event. This is when everything comes down to weather and timing. Harvest too early and the grain hasn't fully ripened. Harvest too late and a storm might flatten the crop, or rain might ruin it in the field. Medieval farmers had to judge the perfect moment by experience and instinct, reading signs in the wheat heads and watching the sky with the intensity of meteorologists who knew their lives depended on getting the forecast right. When the harvest begins, it consumes the entire community. Everyone who can work does. Men cutting the grain with sickles or scythes, women binding the cut stalks into sheaves, and children gathering the sheaves into shocks to dry. The work continues from dawn to dusk, and sometimes beyond when moonlight allows. There's a desperate urgency to get the crops safely gathered before weather or accident can destroy months of agricultural labour. The sound of harvest is distinctive. The swish of blades through stalks, the rustle of grain being bound, and the rhythmic thump as sheaves are set upright into shocks. People call to each other across the field, coordinating work, warning about obstacles and maintaining the social cohesion that makes group labour possible. Songs help pace the work, and someone usually knows dozens of verses about harvesting, some ancient and some improvised for the occasion. Once the grain is cut and shocked, it needs to be transported to the village and stored in barns until threshing can begin. This is where you'd see the harvest carts, sturdy wooden vehicles pulled by oxen, loaded so heavily with sheaves that they seem impossible to move. The trip from field to barn is slow and careful, because losing a cartload of grain to an overturned wagon would be a minor disaster. Threshing begins after harvest finishes, and it continues through autumn and into winter whenever weather permits. The sheaves are spread on a prepared threshing floor, usually just beaten earth in a barn or courtyard, and beaten with flails to separate grain from chaff. It's exhausting, repetitive work that produces clouds of dust and leaves everyone coughing. The rhythmic sound of flail striking grain provides the soundtrack for autumn in every medieval village. After threshing comes winnowing, where workers toss the threshed grain into the air so wind can carry away the lighter chaff, while heavier grain kernels fall back down. It requires a certain knack to get the tossing motion right, and it only works when there's enough breeze but not so much that you lose grain. Watching skilled winnowers at work has its own aesthetic. The graceful arc of grain through the air, the shower of chaff drifting downwind, and the steady accumulation of clean grain in baskets. Autumn is also time for the pig slaughter, one of the year's major events. Pigs, which have spent the summer growing fat on food scraps and forest mast, are killed and butchered in a process that transforms them into the preserved meat that will sustain families through winter. Everything from a pig is used. The meat is salted or smoked. The fat is rendered into lard. The blood is made into sausages. The intestines become sausage casings, and even the head is boiled for brawn. The work of butchering and preserving is skilled and communal. Families help each other, knowing their turn will come and they'll receive the same assistance. The smell of smoking meat hangs over villages in autumn, a scent that means security. You have food stored for the lean months ahead. Late autumn brings different tasks. Root vegetables are harvested and stored in cool cellars. Apples are picked and pressed for cider, or stored in straw-lined boxes, where they might last until spring. The last grazing is finished, and livestock are brought into barns or closer pastures where they can be monitored during winter. Firewood cut during the summer needs to be split and stacked close to houses where it will stay relatively dry. Winter in the medieval warm period was milder than in centuries before or after, but it was still winter. You'd see less outdoor work and more indoor tasks: weaving, tool maintenance, food preparation, and craft work. This is when the social life of villages turned inward, when people gathered in the relative warmth of halls or large houses, and when storytelling and music passed the dark evenings. The Christmas season brought its own traditions: the Yule log, carefully selected and brought to the hearth with ceremony. Special foods were saved for this celebration, perhaps a goose or even beef if the harvest had been good. Evergreen decorations to remind people that life persists even in the darkest season. Mystery plays performed by village amateurs, retelling biblical stories with enthusiasm that compensated for any lack of professional polish. Throughout all these seasons, you'd notice the background presence of the church marking sacred time alongside agricultural time. Saints' days provided regular interruptions to work, creating a rhythm of feast and fasting that structured the year religiously and socially. The liturgical calendar told medieval people where they stood in salvation history, even as the agricultural calendar told them where they stood in the annual cycle of planting and harvest. The medieval warm period didn't eliminate the hardships of rural life. People still worked incredibly hard, still faced dangers from disease and accident, and still lived within narrow social and economic constraints. But it softened some of the harshness. Harvests were more reliable, winters were less brutal, and the margin between sufficiency and starvation widened just enough to make life feel less desperate. In the evenings, when work finally finished, you might see people sitting outside their cottages during the long summer twilights, simply enjoying the warmth and the relative prosperity. Children play games that have been passed down through generations. Adults repair tools or spin thread, the kind of light work that can be done while socialising. Someone might have a simple instrument, a pipe or a small drum, and provide music for impromptu dancing. These moments of leisure, these spaces where life was about more than mere survival, were the real gift of the medieval warm period. The climate didn't just provide food, it provided time, energy, and psychological space for medieval Europeans to build something beyond subsistence. The cathedrals and market towns and manuscripts all flowed from this fundamental surplus of resources and confidence. As you settle even deeper into comfort, preparing for the final stage of sleep, let's contemplate something more melancholic. How the medieval warm period ended, and what its fading can teach us about climate, resilience, and the fragility of even seemingly stable conditions. The end of the medieval warm period wasn't dramatic or sudden. There was no catastrophic event, no volcanic eruption or meteor impact that clearly marked a transition. Instead, around 1300, temperatures began to gradually decline. Growing seasons shortened, year by year, so incrementally that no single year felt definitively different from the one before. Imagine being a farmer in the year 1310, noticing that the last frost came a bit earlier this autumn than usual. Then the next year, spring seemed to arrive late. Then a summer that was unusually cool and wet, with rain at harvest time that ruined part of the crop. Individually, these were just weather variations of the sort that every agricultural society experiences. But they were accumulating into a pattern that would eventually be recognised as the onset of what historians call the Little Ice Age. The Norse colonies in Greenland felt the changes most acutely. Those settlements that had thrived for 3 centuries found their growing seasons becoming shorter, their pastures less productive, and their hunting territories shrinking as ice returned. The last definite record of the Greenland settlements dates to the early 1400s, after which they simply vanished from history. Whether the inhabitants died, were evacuated, or assimilated with the Inuit people who had moved into the territory remains uncertain. The fate of these Greenland colonies offers a sobering lesson about the relationship between climate and settlement. The Norse Greenlanders had built an entire society based on conditions that turned out to be temporary. Their farms, their churches, and their way of life all depended on a climatic window that gradually closed. When conditions changed, they lacked the flexibility to adapt. They couldn't transform their agricultural settlements into hunting societies like the Inuit, couldn't abandon their livestock-based economy, and couldn't or wouldn't change the fundamental patterns that had worked for generations. Archaeological evidence from the abandoned Greenland settlements is haunting. The last inhabitants had eaten their dogs and cattle, suggesting desperate hunger. But they hadn't adopted Inuit hunting techniques or diet, even as those indigenous people thrived in the same environment. Cultural identity, it seems, can be both a source of resilience and a fatal limitation. Back in Europe, the cooling climate created stresses that contributed to what historians sometimes call the crisis of the late Middle Ages. The Great Famine of 1315 to 1317 struck a population that had grown to levels sustainable only during optimal climate conditions. 3 years of cold, wet weather ruined harvests across northern Europe, and millions died of starvation or diseases that thrive when populations are weakened by malnutrition. The Black Death, arriving in 1347, found a European population already stressed by decades of deteriorating climate and periodic food shortages. Whether climate change directly contributed to the plague's spread remains debated, but there's no question that the warming period's end had weakened medieval Europe's resilience to catastrophe. Yet the story isn't simply one of decline. Medieval Europeans proved remarkably adaptive in many ways. Agricultural practices evolved to suit shorter growing seasons. Communities diversified their crops, relying less on wheat and more on hardier grains. Fishing became more important in coastal regions where farming became marginal. Trade networks adjusted to new realities. The cathedral building boom slowed but didn't entirely stop. Some projects were completed even as conditions deteriorated, a testament to institutional momentum and the importance people placed on these structures. Other cathedrals remained unfinished for centuries, their incomplete towers standing as monuments to interrupted ambition. The end of the medieval warm period reminds us that climate isn't a static backdrop to human history, but an active force that shapes what's possible and what's difficult. Those 1 or 2 degrees of warming that characterised the medieval warm period had allowed European civilization to expand and flourish. The return to cooler temperatures constrained that expansion and forced adaptation. Modern climate science gives us tools that medieval people lacked. We can measure temperature changes precisely, model climate systems, and predict future trends with reasonable accuracy. We know that the medieval warm period was primarily a regional phenomenon. It affected Europe and the North Atlantic strongly, but other parts of the world experienced different patterns. We understand that it was driven by natural variations in solar output and ocean circulation, not by any human activity. But we also know that our current warming is different, faster, more global, and driven by human greenhouse gas emissions rather than natural cycles. The medieval warm period offers both hope and warning. Hope because it shows that societies can thrive during warming periods and adapt to climate changes, and warning because it demonstrates that populations and economies built for one climate regime can face serious disruption when conditions shift. The medieval experience suggests that climate change creates winners and losers, and that the impacts are never evenly distributed. The Norse benefited enormously from warming that opened the North Atlantic, while other regions experienced different effects. When cooling returned, those same Norse settlements that had flourished during warm centuries were among the first casualties. Perhaps the deepest lesson is about the human tendency to assume that current conditions will persist indefinitely. Medieval Europeans who planted vineyards in England or established farms in Greenland weren't being naive. They were responding rationally to conditions that had persisted for generations. But those generations were a blink in climatic terms, a temporary window that felt permanent, only because human lifespans are so brief. As you drift towards sleep, consider how the medieval warm period changed everything for medieval Europeans without them fully understanding what was happening. They experienced the benefits: better harvests, expanding populations, ambitious building projects, without knowing they were living through a climatic anomaly. They built their world around conditions that seemed normal, but were actually unusual. The cathedral at Trondheim in Norway, begun in 1070, still stands today, nearly 1,000 years later. The Norse settlement at Brattahlid in Greenland, founded around 985, is now just archaeological ruins slowly disappearing under advancing ice. Both were products of the same optimistic era, both built by people who believed they were creating permanent institutions. One survived climate change, the other didn't. These outcomes weren't inevitable. They resulted from countless individual choices, institutional structures, geographical advantages, and sheer luck. The medieval warm period didn't determine medieval history, but it shaped the space within which that history unfolded, creating opportunities and imposing constraints that influenced everything from agriculture to architecture to exploration. As sleep draws closer and your breathing settles into its nocturnal rhythm, let's take one last quiet moment to reflect on what those warm centuries mean for us, viewing them from the comfortable distance of 700 years. The medieval warm period stands as a reminder that Earth's climate is never truly stable, that the normal conditions we experience are actually temporary states within longer patterns of variation. Medieval Europeans couldn't have known this. They lacked the scientific tools and historical perspective to see their time in context. We have no such excuse. We can look back across centuries and see how profoundly climate shapes human possibilities. Those medieval farmers who brought new land under cultivation, the Norse sailors who colonized Greenland, and the master builders who designed soaring cathedrals. They were all responding to opportunities created by climatic conditions they didn't understand and couldn't predict. Their successes and failures offer a strange kind of comfort. Humans have always lived with climate uncertainty and have always built civilizations on foundations that turned out to be more temporary than they imagined. The surplus wealth that made medieval cathedral culture possible came ultimately from soil and sun, from the interaction of human labour with environmental conditions that happened to be favourable. When we admire a Gothic cathedral today, we're looking at frozen climate data, evidence of what humans can achieve when nature provides an extra margin of resources and time. But we're also looking at ambition, creativity, and the human desire to create something that transcends the immediate moment. The medieval builders knew their cathedrals would outlast them, and they were right. Chartres and Canterbury and Cologne still stand, still inspire, and still serve purposes their creators would recognise. Climate made these structures possible, but human vision and effort made them real. The village prosperity of the medieval warm period, modest by our standards but real by theirs, shows how relatively small environmental changes can cascade through society. An extra week of growing season meant more food, which meant healthier children, which meant more workers, which meant new land could be cleared, which created opportunities for specialisation, which enabled market towns, which facilitated trade, which distributed wealth more widely. Small causes, large effects, and when conditions deteriorated, the process reversed. Shorter growing seasons meant smaller harvests, which meant less surplus, which meant reduced trade, which meant economic contraction, which meant social stress. The medieval warm period's end didn't destroy European civilization, but it certainly tested it, exposing vulnerabilities that had been masked by favourable conditions. Tonight, as you sleep in a climate-controlled room, your comfort maintained by technologies medieval people couldn't have imagined. The story of the medieval warm period offers perspective. We have capabilities they lacked. We can predict weather, control indoor climate, transport food globally, and adapt to environmental changes with resources they never possessed. But we also face challenges at scales they never encountered, with climate changing faster than natural systems can adapt, affecting populations far larger than medieval Europe ever supported. The optimism of the cathedral builders, believing they were creating permanent monuments for a stable future, echoes in our own assumptions about tomorrow. We build cities on coastlines and in deserts, plan for futures that assume conditions won't change dramatically, and invest in infrastructure designed for climate patterns that may already be shifting. Perhaps medieval experience offers a gentle warning. Assume less permanence, build more flexibility, and remember that favourable conditions don't last forever. But there's also inspiration in those medieval centuries. Humans adapted, survived, and occasionally thrived through climate changes they couldn't measure or predict. We have better tools, but face larger challenges. Medieval Europeans worked within their constraints and created remarkable things. We can do the same, hopefully with more foresight about the foundations we're building upon. The fields that medieval farmers cleared during the medieval warm period still feed us today. The churches they built still shelter congregations. The market towns they established still serve as centres of commerce and community. What they created during those warm centuries outlasted the climate that made creation easier, proving that human achievements, carefully designed and solidly built, can endure through changing conditions. As you drift into sleep, let the story of the medieval warm period settle into your thoughts like snow accumulating slowly on a winter field. Quiet, gentle, covering everything with a layer of perspective. Those medieval farmers and sailors and builders were people like you, practical, ambitious, trying to make the best of conditions they inherited, hoping to leave something valuable for those who came after. They succeeded more than they probably imagined. 7 centuries later, we still study their lives, admire their achievements, and learn from their adaptations and their failures. The climate that shaped their world has changed again, and is changing still. But the essential human story of working with what nature provides, adapting when conditions shift, and building toward futures we hope for but can't guarantee, continues. Sleep now, warm and comfortable, and perhaps dream of those medieval summers when growing seasons stretched just a bit longer, when harvests filled barns to overflowing, and when communities looked at empty hillsides and saw opportunities rather than challenges. Dream of cathedral builders measuring stone by hand and eye, creating structures that would outlast not just their own lives, but the climate that made their work possible. The medieval warm period ended, but its lessons remain. Climate shapes history without determining it. Humans adapt, build, create, and endure through changing conditions. The margins between success and failure can be measured in degrees of temperature and weeks of growing season. And what we build during favourable times must be solid enough to survive when conditions shift, because shift they always do. Tomorrow you'll wake to your own climate, your own challenges, and your own opportunities. The medieval warm period is gone, but its story connects you to an unbroken chain of humans who have always lived with climate uncertainty, always built despite it, and always hoped that what they created would endure. And sometimes, wonderfully, it does.